Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to welcome our guest of honor, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Trade and Industry, Mr. Gan Kim-yong. 热烈掌声欢迎2025年慧眼中国环球论坛主宾、副总理兼贸工部长严金勇先生。请大家就座 ，Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our guest of honor, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Trade and Industry, Mr. Gan Kim-yong. 尊敬的副总理兼贸工部长严金勇先生。Senior Minister of State for Ministry of Health and Ministry of Manpower, Dr. Ko Bo-kun, 卫生部兼人力部高级政务部长徐宝坤医生 ，Minister of State for Ministry of Home Affairs and Ministry of Social and Family Development, Mr. Go Pei-ming, 内政部兼社会及家庭发展部政务部长吴培明先生。Chairman of FutureChina, Mr. Li Yishan, 通商中国主席李义贤先生。Board of Directors and Committee Members of FutureChina, 通商中国董事和委员会成员 ，Esteemed Diplomatic Envoys, 各国外交使节，各位来宾、女士们、先生们 ，Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the FutureChina Global Forum 2025. 2025年慧眼中国环球论坛现在正式开始，请大家以热烈掌声欢迎在座的每一位。Good morning, everyone. My name is Danny Yo, and it's my honor to be your MC for this event. 大家早上好，我是新加坡主持人杨君伟，非常荣幸能够为大家担任这一次论坛的司仪。Right here today, we're thrilled to bring you thought-provoking discussions with distinguished leaders and outstanding experts. We would agree that we're right now in a rapidly changing world. How should we then navigate through all the challenges and opportunities ahead? Right here, we'll be exploring many of these related key topics, and these include current geopolitical developments, ASEAN-China economic and trade relations, China's policy and economic development, as well as something that's on everybody's minds and on our lips as well, the AI race. I would like to assure you that this is going to be an exciting day ahead with many great insights. Right now, I'd like to invite on stage for his opening remarks, and would you please join me to give a big round of applause for Chairman of FutureChina, Mr. Li Yishan. 我们有请通商中国主席李义贤先生上台致辞。
尊敬的严金勇副总理。
Dear Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Gan Kim-yong, dear Senior Minister of State, Mr. Ko Bo-kun, dear Minister of State, Mr. Go Pei-ming, Your Excellencies, board members, distinguished guests, good morning. A warm welcome to the 16th edition of the FutureChina Global Forum. I would like to thank our guest of honor, Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim-yong, for joining us today to deliver the keynote address. I also warmly welcome the officials and friends from 20 countries and regions. Your presence is a great honor. I hope the forum will allow us to hear your valuable insights, draw on collective wisdom, and explore solutions to the common challenges and issues we face together. The year 2025 has been one of the turbulence and uncertainty, a year full of turbulence and uncertainty. Since taking office earlier this year, President Trump has advanced his America First agenda in ways often perceived as competitive and aimed at maximizing the United States' interests. The unilateralism of the U.S. has far-reaching impact. It has placed strains on the multilateral cooperation system and mechanisms that the international community has spent decades building, with implications for global trade and cross-regional supply chains from Americas to Europe, Asia, and Africa. U.S. trade partners are feeling the effects of rising trade barriers on their economies. History has shown us that without multilateral institutions and free trade mechanisms, major powers can resort to coercion, even war, to secure resources. This was among the factors that led to the First and the Second World Wars. Thus far, under these new trade policies, exports from Asian countries have been subject to U.S. tariffs ranging from 10% to 40%. What was once primarily an economic contest between China and U.S. has extended beyond technology, finance, trade, and supply chains to include academic exchanges and people-to-people ties. Competition between the world's two largest economies are inevitable, but without mutual trust and engagement, there is a greater risk of miscalculation and misunderstanding with troubling implications for the global outlook. At the same time, the Russian-Ukraine war has continued for more than 3.5 years. While conflicts in the Middle East persist and continue to affect the region, the stance taken by major powers in these conflicts are especially important. Missteps could create new uncertainties for the world. Beyond wars and geopolitical tensions, many of us also are concerned about mounting risks of global debt. Major economies are running persistent deficits, relying on borrowing to get by. On the one hand, they seek to revive growth and reduce unemployment. On the other, they are constrained by inflation and currency depreciation, leaving them with difficult trade-offs. Inflation and currency depreciation complicate matters further. Recently, questions have also emerged in financial circles over the stability of the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. We are in a period of heightened uncertainty. Against the complex and shifting global backdrop, a new international landscape is emerging. Regions outside of the US increasingly recognize the urgent need to deepen cooperation, strengthen supply chain resilience, and expand trade networks. The question arises whether the world could be entering a new -1 model where global trade continues with the U.S. standing apart. In early September, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization convened its summit to bring together its 10 member states. From the initial focus on security cooperation, its agenda has expanded to cover trade, environment, artificial intelligence, and finance. This shows that SCO aims not only to remain relevant in the region, but also continue perspectives to international dialogue. In May this year, the 46th ASEAN Summit in Kuala Lumpur adopted the Kuala Lumpur Declaration, the ASEAN 2045 Our Future. The declaration emphasizes deepening economic integration, responding to trade volatility, promoting energy transition and sustainability, and advancing connectivity and digital cooperation. The summit also announced deeper cooperation with the Gulf Cooperation Council and with China. China and ASEAN are working towards formally signing the enhanced China-ASEAN Free Trade Agreement 3.0 by the end of this year. Cooperation between ASEAN and its regional partners not only provides new growth opportunities for markets, but also help businesses diversify risks and restructure supply chains. Taken together, we have a hot topic in our region that is the Singapore-Johor special economic zone. And these reflects the ASEAN strategic direction and determination. Both sides are working to improve efficiency of cross-border flows of goods and people, strengthen industrial planning, and advance human capital development, covering 100 square kilometers. SEZ aims to build core competencies through complementary strength and mutual benefit, creating a win-win opportunity for Johor and Singapore's economic growth. The theme of this year's forum is competition and opportunities in a changing global order. We have organized 4 panel discussions covering geopolitics, regional cooperation, China's political and economic development, and application of artificial intelligence and advanced technologies. To mark the 35th anniversary of Singapore-China diplomatic relations, a dedicated thematic forum will be held in the afternoon alongside with Business China Youth Forum with focuses on current technology topics. Altogether, we are expecting 1,000 in-person participants with many more joining us online. A highlight of today's program is there are more than 38 speakers with very wide backgrounds. The highlight is a fireside chat with Minister of Foreign Affairs Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, as well as a spotlight interview with Mr. Ray Dalio and Mr. Ng Kok Song, with 3 closed-door roundtables held together. And we have Minister Grace Fu, Senior Minister of State Alvin Tan, and Senior Parliamentary Secretary Goh Han Yan for participating. We are also grateful to Senior Minister of State Koh Po Kun for joining the full day program, and to Minister Josephine Teo for attending tonight's Business China Awards. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our sponsors and partners for your trust and support, which have enabled us to stage flagship platform at such a high level. I would also like to thank our Business China team for your dedication and excellent work. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 60th anniversary of Singapore's independence. In 1965, Singapore was thrust into a nationhood under challenging circumstances, facing both internal and external pressures. At that time, the world was at the height of Cold War, while Southeast Asia was engulfed by the Vietnam War. Domestically, we faced high unemployment, housing shortages, and racial tensions. From the very first day of our nationhood, we have had to survive in an environment of turbulence and great power contestation, carving out space for ourselves and amid the constraints. The trials of history have forged the DNA of the Singapore spirit. We cherish all that we have today, even as we recognize the road ahead will be challenging and uncertain. This is why we value the insights, perspectives, and the guidance of friends gathered here to explore the road ahead together towards peace and prosperity. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, please welcome the keynote guest speaker, Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Gan Kim-yong, to give us his keynote speech. Welcome.
Mr. Li Shan, Chairman of Business China, board members and Business China team, my parliamentary colleagues and cabinet colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It is indeed my great pleasure to join you at the 16th edition of the FutureChina Global Forum organized by Business China. The theme of this year's event, The World in Flux, Challenges and Opportunities, aptly reflects the current state of the world. And the sessions later today cover many of these shifts, including the rise of ASEAN, China's economic and policy transformation, and the advancement of AI. But I would like to take this time to look back on 35 years of Singapore-China relations, how the global economy has changed during this period, and outline how we can sustain an open, rules-based global economy in a more contested world. This year, Singapore and China commemorate 35 years of diplomatic relations between our countries. When Singapore and China established diplomatic relations in 1990, the world was entering a new phase. The Cold War was drawing to a close, and China was embarking on a path of reform and opening up. Singapore was positioning itself as a global hub. Our relations have grown significantly since then. Since 2013, China has been Singapore's largest goods trading partner. Last year, bilateral trade amounted to $170 billion, comprising about 13% of Singapore's export goods trade with the world. Since 2013, Singapore has also been China's largest foreign investor, with cumulative investments to date amounting to $223 billion. Our three government-to-government projects reflect how our partnership has evolved alongside China's developmental priorities. From Suzhou Industrial Park during China's early industrialization, to Tianjin Eco-City as China prioritized sustainable development, and to Chongqing Connectivity Initiative with China's focus on connectivity and modern services. Last year, we elevated our ties to an all-round high-quality, future-oriented partnership, reflecting our shared ambition to deepen cooperation in the digital economy, green transition, and innovation. The evolution of Singapore-China relations over the decades sits within the wider transformation of the global economy. In 1995, the World Trade Organization was formed with 76 members. Today, it counts over 160 members, covering 98% of global trade. The rules it enshrined, such as non-discrimination, transparency, and binding dispute settlement, gave governments and businesses confidence and certainty that global trade will be governed by rules. The results have been notable. Between 1990 and 2017, global GDP nearly tripled, while developing countries' share of exports doubled from 16% to 30%. More than 1 billion people were lifted out of poverty, the fastest reduction in human history. Trade has benefited not only developing nations, but also advanced economies. Take US, for example. Through global supply chains and outsourcing, consumers in the US benefited from more goods at lower prices. Trade has also catalyzed foreign investment into the US and allowed US-based producers to access foreign markets. Today, the US remains the world's largest economy, driving consumption, technology, and finance. Global trade is also central to China's economic transformation. By joining the WTO and opening its markets, China became the world's factory, contributing to unprecedented growth in global production and supply chains. This has in turn enabled Chinese households and workers to enjoy higher standards of living and greater access to opportunities. Together, the US and China accounted for over 40% of global GDP today, and therefore the twin engines of growth of the global economy. But the same forces that created interdependence has also given rise to tensions. In particular, the scale and pace of China's growth in industrial capacity severely challenged the competitiveness of manufacturing industries in advanced economies such as the United States, and created incentives for companies to move production abroad. According to economist David Otter, between 1999 and 2011, Chinese imports resulted in the loss of about 2.4 million jobs in the United States, including 1 million manufacturing jobs, such as in textiles and furniture making. These effects were acutely felt by workers in affected industries and resulted in the devastation of industries which could not transition fast enough. As a result, even though trade had led to the creation of many new jobs in the US, the severe dislocation in these industries led to unhappiness among many workers. Today, the global system faces unprecedented strain. The WTO has struggled to negotiate new agreements. Its dispute settlement mechanism is paralyzed, and core principles like the most favored nation treatment are at risk of being eroded. We have also seen a sharp rise of protectionist measures, especially in recent months, marked by tariffs, import quotas, export restrictions, and investment screening requirements. This is in part fueled by contestation between the US and China, who have in their respective ways turned towards unilateralism. For now, the US and China have avoided the worst through a trade truce. But this uneasy equilibrium is fragile. If it breaks, and if more countries resort to power-based approaches, we risk a world of fragmented supply chains, rising uncertainty, and weaker growth. There is no going back to the old WTO system of the 1990s, but abandoning rules altogether is far worse. We must therefore do what we can to reform the global rules-based economic order. And this is why Singapore has supported flexible multilateralism within the WTO. The joint statement initiatives on e-commerce, services regulation, and investment facilitation under discussion at the WTO offer a model of which willing members can move forward together while keeping the door open to others to join whenever they are ready. This pragmatic approach keeps the WTO relevant and preserves its role as a global anchor for trade and rules. Alongside WTO reform, plurilaterals play an important role too. The Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, or CPTPP, of which Singapore is a founding member, covers nearly 15% of the global GDP. The Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, led by ASEAN with China, Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand, is the world's largest free trade agreement, covering about 30% of global GDP and a third of the world's population. And earlier this week, Singapore, together with New Zealand, Switzerland, and the UAE, and 10 other small, medium, and trade-dependent economies have announced that we will convene a Future of Investment and Trade Partnership, or FIT partnership, to work together on areas such as supply chain resilience, investment facilitation, non-trade measures, trade facilitation, and technology. These plurilaterals are not replacements for the WTO, but they are pathfinders towards a more inclusive and flexible framework for the global economy. They can pioneer rules on new issues and create benchmarks for future convergence and adoption. And together with WTO reform, they help sustain a global economic order anchored in rules, even if in more flexible and diverse forms. At the same time, we must also evolve the rules to be relevant for the current realities as well as future economy. This includes new frameworks for digital trade and data governance, especially with the growing importance of the digital economy. Coordinated standards for the green transition so as to support the growth of green economies, including carbon markets, green and transition finance, and trade in clean technologies. Clearer rules and a calibrated balance on industrial policy and subsidies, allowing governments to pursue legitimate economic objectives without distorting competition. And last but not least, standards on new technologies to ensure openness, safety, and fairness, especially with the advancement in AI and quantum. As we chart the next chapter of the global economy, institutions like the Business China continue to be essential. Since its founding, Business China has nurtured bilingual, bicultural talent, fostered deeper understanding among Singapore businesses of China's society and economy, and helped Singaporean enterprises seize opportunities. As China's economy transitions towards technology, innovation, and green development, Business China can help our businesses identify new opportunities in these sectors and facilitate win-win partnerships with Chinese enterprises. The story of Singapore-China relations over the past 35 years is intertwined with the evolution of the global trading system. Both show how openness and rules can deliver growth, stability, and prosperity. But they also remind us that the system cannot be taken for granted. As the international order comes under strain, we must resist the drift towards unilateralism and power-based politics. The future must still be anchored in rules, but rules updated for the realities of our time. If the global community can reform the WTO, advance practical plurilaterals such as the CPTPP, RCEP, and FIT partnership, and update the rules of trade to reflect the realities of digitalization, the green transition, and new technologies, then we can preserve a rules-based order that benefits all and build a stronger, fairer, and more resilient global economy that will benefit all of us. Thank you.
Thank you to DPM Gan. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand, and we would like to thank DPM Gan for gracing this event. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们再次以热烈掌声感谢严金勇副总理，感谢他拨如出席我们今天早上的开幕式。Well, ladies and gentlemen, as our chairman has just spoken earlier on, the Future China Global Forum 2025 is bigger, better, and grander every year. And this is only made possible with all of our sponsors who have contributed and also generously supported us. We'd like to thank these organizations. We have our platinum sponsors, OCBC, 华侨银行, and Bank of China, 中国银行. Our gold sponsors, Beyond Soft, 华泰证券, JP Morgan, Trip.com, Wilma International. Our silver sponsors, Ant International, Huawei International, Keppel Corporation, 清建南洋, as well as our bronze sponsors, China Mobile International, Nanshan, Singapore, Sembcorp Industries, Temasek, Tencent, VocalBeats.ai, and Wintech Nano. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please help us to give a big hand to all of our sponsors for bringing us here. Thank you. Well, today we will be conducting a Future China Global Forum as a bilingual event, so do feel free to use the headsets on your tables to tune in to a professional simultaneous translation. 我们现在正式开始2025年慧眼中国环球论坛的开幕主题讨论：全球变局下的博弈与机遇。我们来欢迎论坛主持陈庆珠大使，有请。And now, beginning with our opening plenary session, I'd like to invite on stage our moderator as well as our speakers. 有请我们的主讲嘉宾席瑞德先生。Mr. Jita Rijawan, 刘振民大使，何光平先生，刘元春先生，以及何瑞恩先生。A big hand, please, to our moderator and our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, bring to you the opening plenary session. Over to our moderator, please.
Good morning. 早上好，大家好。This morning plenary will deal with the critical developments in geopolitics and geoeconomics, and deal with the questions on everyone's minds. We are going through a very special time in history, a sensitive time, and in fact, a dangerous time. We have transited from a bipolar world during the Cold War to a unipolar world, and now we are transiting to a multipolar world. But in this multipolar world, we see that many of the institutions we were familiar with for 80 years in the liberal world order is fast being undermined and dismantled, and strangely, by the country that led its establishment and development. What are we transiting through? What are we transiting to? And in this new era, are we going to see a situation where might becomes right? Now, with me to discuss these interesting topics are six excellent speakers. They have not been introduced, so let me very quickly tell you who they are, because I think you have not yet had a chance to look at their bio. Let me begin with Ryan first. Ryan Haas, director of the John Taunton China Center at Brookings Institution, Washington, D.C. He was in the Obama White House, and he served in the Beijing embassy some years ago. Next to him is Professor Liu Yuanchun, who is a very well-known economist. I learned that he is considered the most influential economist by China Newsweek in 2022, and voted one of the 10 most influential economists in China by Sina Finance. And he heads, of course, he's president of the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. And next to him is Ho Kwon-ping, Singaporean, extraordinary entrepreneur, an intellectual entrepreneur who knows how to make money too. He is chairman of the Banyan Group, and he sat on the boards of GIC, Singapore Airlines, Singapore Chartered Bank, and Diego. It's a spirits and alcohol company. Yeah, alcohol, yeah. And I'm pleased to introduce Ambassador Liu Zhenming, China's Special Envoy for Climate Change, a former UN Undersecretary and Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, China. And next to him is Gita Wirawan, former founder and chairman of Ankara Group and Minister of Trade of Indonesia previously, and also chairman of Indonesia's Investment Coordinating Board. And last but not least, Alfred Schipper, who is the director of the East Asia Institute in NUS. He was previously IMF's senior resident representative in China for at least 5 years, I believe. So here's the panel, and they are here to discuss this very interesting time of flux with you. The format is the following. I have 80 minutes. We'll spend about 55, 60 minutes talking amongst ourselves. You are encouraged, panelists, to disagree with each other. That makes it more interesting. And then the remaining 10 minutes will be for the audience to pose questions to them. So let me begin by asking each of them to give me a 5-minute take, their take, on what they see. There is general recognition that this is a multipolar world today. So what is the nature of this multipolarity? And is this a good thing or a bad thing for the world in terms of prosperity, peace, and security? Ryan.
Well, thank you, Ambassador. It's really a pleasure to be among all these friends. I come from Washington, D.C. I'm a somewhat traditional American foreign policy analyst in the sense that I think that alliances add value and strength to the United States, that the existing rules-based international order strengthens America's influence in the world. President Trump is not a traditional foreign policy thinker. He's an unconventional, non-traditional foreign policy thinker. He thinks that these things drain America's strength and America's resources, and that the United States needs to stop taking on other people's problems, not burden share, but burden shift, so that other countries can tackle their own challenges and the United States can get back in the business of putting America first. That is sort of the core of his argument, that America has so many challenges at home that it needs to focus its resources, its attention, its energy upon itself. Now, the challenge with this is that the world does not naturally order itself. Countries do not naturally provide global public goods. And if there is not a strong country that serves as a convening power, that brings countries together in service of common goals, then things naturally fray. And at the moment, there is no other country in the world that appears willing, able, or capable of playing that role. And so this is sort of the crux of the challenge that I see, particularly given the fact that so many of the world's challenges transcend borders. They're not just confined to one country or one region. And, ultimately, I think that what we're entering is a more disordered, more chaotic world, a world where there is selfish pursuit of national interest, and where countries work very hard to try to protect themselves from external challenges entering into their country. And that's where we are at the moment, I think.
Thank you, Ryan. You kept to time. Professor.
So I would like to share two perspectives. First of all, I think right now we're transitioning from a singular polarization into a multipolarization. I think so. This transformation is a different transition from the last transition. What we mean is right now we have a new world order. Everyone is in a disposition. So we want to change the world order. We want to form a new order. So this builder becomes the revolutionary, becomes the reformer. So the nature of it is the new reformer is building something new, is something that we've never seen before. So multilateralism or multipolarization, we can't really generalize this term. So right now, the world order reconstruction is still surrounding U.S. With the emergence of ChatGPT, we can even redefine the definition of multipolarization. And the reasons are quite important. The fourth technology revolution, it comes down to the super R&D power and the super infrastructure investment power and the super market competitions. So the competitions between the major powers. And for the smaller countries, they have to step aside. If you use the simple term, the diversification in the economic to describe the competition and to describe the world development layout in the next 20 years, I think that's not inclusive enough. We have to think of a new form. So if the world is transforming from a polarized world to a freer world to a multilateral world, I think that's two different views. That's something I want to share first. Thank you.
Invited us to disagree with each other. Could I start by saying I somewhat disagree with the whole proposition. I think the idea of moving from a unipolar world to a multipolar world is rooted in Cold War typologies. It presupposes that there is a single power which is still very wholesome and powerful and giving way to others. I think the world is actually far different from that today. I think we are seeing, and particularly since the topic is Future China, even though it's organized by Business China, I think the future is not just a multipolar world. I think it's an entire paradigm shift to a very fundamental civilizational reset, where the Western civilization, which has been dominant for the last 300 years, is being challenged internally to its core. I do not think Western civilization, including both Europe and America, has had as serious an internal crisis as it has today in the last 100 years, since the 1930s. And the parallels between America today and the 1930s is tremendous. You talk to any of your intellectual friends in America today, the whole idea that within 1 year, all the civil institutions that make up civil society, and you look at even Europe, the entire ideology of democratic liberalism is being challenged to its core. So I think there's a paradigm shift because on one hand, you're seeing, I wouldn't call it decline, but I would certainly say there is a massive civilizational crisis in the West today, from its fundamental political values to its economic and military power. I think very honest intellectuals in the West would acknowledge it itself. That is on one hand. So it's not a unipolar, powerful America confronting a morally bankrupt Soviet Union that only happened to have military power. It's not that scenario. It's not a Cold War scenario. So you have one civilization that is in crisis. You have the rise of East Asian civilization, particularly in China, that is, again, I don't want to use the word multipolar because that is playing to the idea that China's military is going to confront America's military, China's economy is going to confront America. This whole trap of win-lose, which I think is a mindset we should get ourselves out of. I think the civilizational challenge of China today is entirely not just economic or military, but in all its values, the values of political governance and responsibility for people. Every value that the Chinese civilization has had is rising up. So there's a complete paradigm shift. And I think this means that we need to look at it, if it's going to be a civilizational reset, we cannot look at it from the Western point of view that China is challenging America. China is clearly becoming ascendant, but it's not necessarily a challenge. I think one best way to look at this issue about a civilizational reset was when I read recently about a Chinese academic talking about AI in China and the challenge that the Chinese will have with AI. And again, it gave me an insight because it was not so much about Chinese DeepSeek going to beat, open AI and so on. It was the idea that if China's civilization is going to rise and come into its own, the knowledge feed that goes into AI has been predominantly Western, not good or bad. It's just that all knowledge creation has been Western because AI trains from the internet. So the whole thesis was, if there's going to be a civilizational reset, and we look at AI in terms of its analysis of politics, what about Chinese sources of knowledge? What about Kongzi, Mengzi, and all the Chinese philosophers of political science? You would not get that on the internet today. What about if you look at AI's probing into medicine? It's all Western medicine. What about the need for Chinese traditional medicine to actually be a knowledge feed for AI? So that gave me an insight that what we're talking about today as a civilizational reset is much more than about business, military, and this whole Cold War scenario that, China is going to overtake America, or America will not allow China to overtake it. That is playing to a mindset that I think is outmoded, and we need to think of a new paradigm shift of civilizational change, and very importantly, a civilizational reset. We can no longer think like we do in Singapore. Although we're bilingual, we are very much part of a Western civilizational mindset. And if we're going to, and if Singapore is going to play a bridging role, we have to understand that it's more than just about business, tariffs, and all of that.
Thank you, Kwong Ping. Actually, I would like to expand on it, but I would let the other speakers go first. Frankly, what you say, civilizational change of the paradigm with this civilizational new focus is not contrary to this multipolarity that is being shaped, because you have just described the nature of the multipolarity you see. And by the way, it's not just one civilization. There's several civilizations in Global South. Yeah, but let's carry on first. Ambassador Liu?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tang and the dear fellow panelists. I'm very honored to join you for this very interesting discussion. I think on the question to be raised by our moderator, Mr. Tang, to be very simple, I think that we are living in an evolving multipolar world. But let me explain or clarify a few points in this respect. First, from the Westphalia in 1648 until the end of the Second War and the founding of the United Nations, during that 297 years, there's no real world order. The order was the European order. The world was dominated by the European civilization. So U.S. supported the creation of the League of Nations, but they did not join. So the U.S. started to, for a long time, U.S. followed the so-called Monroe Doctrine. So U.S. started to engage in the Second World War in December 1941. And the U.S. led the creation of the United Nations and the creation of the contemporary international order, together with other P4, that be China, France, former Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom. And now we are still living in that international order, but I think the fundamental change will be with the decolonization, this world order will be now enjoyed by the 193 all members of the UN. It's a universal international order. But over the past 80 years, we have experienced 3 periods. So until the end of the Cold War in 1990 or 1992, the world was divided into 2 pillars, two polars. Bipolar world, the Cold War period, led by US and the former Soviet Union. Then, with the end of the Cold War, the world got to the period of I don't agree with the unipolar world. There's never no unipolar world. Get in the world where in Chinese we call it 一超多强. It is the superpower plus another major powers, other major powers, including China, Russia, European Union, and other major powers, including Japan, India, and other major powers. So this is the period. But since 2008, the international financial crisis happened in the United States from the Wall Street. The US government started to realize that this world they cannot resolve by themselves. The main issues of international financial crisis, they cannot resolve by themselves. So they decided, okay, they need to extend this club to others, go beyond the G7. Go beyond the G7. That's why they created this G20 summit. So for the past years, I have characterized that maybe the multipolar world started with the creation of the G20 summit. But we have not really achieved so-called multipolar world, but we're still evolving. But now the world challenging the leader, founder of this international order, the United States, started to destroy this order itself. Of course, I don't think it is supported by all American citizens. I think by a group of people in the US. But I think that the world need to be patient, give our US colleagues time to realize that destroying this current order is not in their own interest. They remain as a major power. US remains a major power, but they need to start to respect and live together in peace with other powers. I think in this multipolar world, evolving or growing multipolar world, of course, US, China, Russia, and the European Union will be the 4 major players. So the interrelationship among these 4 major players will determine the future of the world. But I can frankly to see there be no better structure can be created without agreement of these major powers. So we need to, I'm encouraging these major powers, especially European Union, United States and European Union, need to learn that changing their traditional mentality, that they can no longer dominate the world, but they need to learn from others to, President Xi Jinping really initiated the 3 principles with President Trump and with President Biden, that between US and China, China prefers we need to follow the principle mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation. 3 principles. I think the 3 principles also apply to all the major power relationship. So I'm confident that this world will continue remain in a multipolar world, but we need to patiently help the major powers build up their confidence. Most important, to avoid the conflict. The world cannot suffer another Ukrainian war. The world cannot suffer another Middle East conflict. World needs peace. Needs peace. I think I'm confident for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Gita?
Sure. Ever since the tearing down of the Berlin Wall, I think it's almost a given that the United States, and to some extent other members of the West, have been on this general trend of having embarked on an ill campaign to spread liberal values all across the world, most particularly members of the Global South. And this would have been filled with distortions and to some extent hypocrisy, as if they're in this perennial state of being able to write and rewrite history. And this does not resonate well to most members of the Global South, to the extent that revisionism has been inevitable, coming from members of BRICS, ostensibly pioneered by China, and other members of the Global South. The appeal of this revisionism is ever increasing to members of the Global South. I speak for a Global South member called Indonesia, and I also speak for most members of Southeast Asia, which earn less than $13,205 per capita per year. That's the threshold for modernity. On the back of all this, I'm in a camp that believes that in spite of the revisionism, I think China and the West, particularly the US, are likely to become indispensable inevitabilities for the next 50 to 100 years. And that is good for Southeast Asia, because those are well-needed countervailing forces as to provide the well-needed peace and stability for Southeast Asia, as opposed to what we experienced in the 17th century on the back of that absence of countervailing force from China, which resulted in the 3.5 centuries of humiliation in most parts of Southeast Asia. Going forward, I think there are structural challenges with respect to Southeast Asia. If you take a look at the longitudinal poles of Southeast Asia from Nanway to Merauke, Nokmong to Boa, longitudinally 5,000 kilometers, latitudinally 4,000 kilometers. Those are equivalent to the distances of Los Angeles to Boston, Tehran to London. Despite the immensity and diversity of Southeast Asia, we're oftentimes identified as not great storytellers. We don't tell stories as well as we should. And this is empirically evidenced in that there's only about 375,000 books written about Southeast Asia in the context of about 140 million books. That's 0.26% of all publications available. For a region that represents about 700 million, equivalent to about 9% of the global population. So the challenge going forward is, how does Southeast Asia improve upon its pre-existing cognitive capacity? I think the structural reason as to why there is a widening economic divergence in Southeast Asia is largely and structurally because of the educational divergence within Southeast Asia. You just take a look at the PISA scores of Southeast Asian countries. Singapore is at the top of the world, top Southeast Asia. Vietnam is number 2 in Southeast Asia, has surpassed the global average, whereas the other 8 countries in Southeast Asia are still below the global average. You take a look at the tertiary education. There's 8,000 universities in Southeast Asia with 19 million students, whereas 2,600 universities in China with 39 million students. Only one university in Southeast Asia places in the top 20. So from a non-tertiary and tertiary standpoint, there is ostensible divergence. This is correlated with the economic divergence that's staring at us. Now, this is a structural challenge, particularly in the context of evolutionary processes as they relate to geopolitics, economics, technology, and climate. To the extent that the evolution is and likely to become more exponential, the more Southeast Asia needs to be more cohesive and collective. The more Southeast Asia needs to work on reducing the educational divergence as to reduce the economic divergence. The future for Southeast Asia, in my view, is to look at China in spite of the massive economic relations, more for technological allocation purposes. Because Chinese technology is a lot more efficient, a lot cheaper. People in Laos, Cambodia, and Myanmar, they cannot afford iPhones. They can only afford Huawei's and Oppo's. Singaporeans can afford iPhones because they earn $91,000 per capita per year, whereas the people in Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos, they earn less than $2,000 per year, whereas those in Indonesia only earn $5,000 per year. On the back of that, in addition to looking at China increasingly for technological capital allocation purposes, I think the West is a natural economic capital allocator by way of the fact that they've quantitatively eased their economies as to create about $140 trillion worth of liquidity that hasn't gotten diversified out to the global South. Why? Because of two structural attributes. The first is the lack of rule of law, which Singapore has, which most members of the global South do not have. The second is the lack of wherewithal to translate uncertainties into risks. Uncertainties are unknown unknowns, whereas risks are known unknowns. Stuff that can be priced, measured, quantified, and predicted. So I do see trends which are presenting both challenges and opportunities, but I do believe that Southeast Asia has its work cut out in the next few decades on the back of this massive educational divergence.
Thank you very much, Gita. Thank you for bringing in the inequalities in the world and largely in global South in our development. When we talk of multipolarity, I think looking at inequalities within society and between countries is also a very important dimension. Alfred.
Thank you very much. Real pleasure to be here with the panelists. I want to focus a little bit on the econ and business part and start out with a suggestion that we need to be careful not to think too aspirational because the world has substantially changed. And the way I think about it is the following, and I'm guilty as charged. We used to have a global governance structure, call it trade structure, driven by the WTO, and somewhat we're here, it's kind of tough to do when with the microphone, we're kind of moving away from what we used to know. But I think a lot of us still believe there's a rubber band between where we are and where we used to be, and I think we're hopeful that eventually we're going to come back to the world that we used to know. I would argue that the likelihood that we're going to come back to that world, even in a reformed fashion, is very unlikely. So we have to think about what happens if we cut that rubber band between where we are and where we want to be. Now that creates a lot of challenges, but it also creates opportunities, including for the business world. What is it that we're seeing right now? I'll give you two scenarios, one that we're currently seeing and one that maybe we should move toward. I think there are a lot of incentives for countries now to accelerate discussions on reducing trade barriers. It is done on a bilateral level. Europe, Indonesia, for example, is a good example. China and ASEAN. As a matter of fact, We are experiencing countries that have been stuck in negotiations now making concerted efforts to reduce trade barriers and non-trade barriers. However, it is done more or less at a bilateral level. And so we're going to have a spaghetti bowl of free trade agreements. Where should we move toward? This is my preferred scenario. If you take ASEAN, China, or Asia in general, and you look at another part of the world that has really benefited from globalization, which one is that? Europe. You take those two combined, both have high incentives to maintaining the core elements of the previous world. You have about 450 million Europeans, and if you come to this part of the world and only look at the middle class that is rising rapidly, we have about 200 million in ASEAN, we have about 400 million in China, that's already 600 million. That is a major block. The question is, would it be possible to foster the dialogue between these two groupings, whether it is in the context of RCEP or CPTPP? Of course, the key is to have China included in this. But if one were to move in that direction, even in a world that one could describe as a G-1, so the world without the United States, you would have a critical mass with institutional backing. This is just not 200 countries trying to come to an agreement. You have the European Union on the one hand, and you have ASEAN on the other side. So you have mechanisms for dialogue. Now, what does that mean for businesses? Again, there are a lot of opportunities right now because there will be a reduction in trade barriers. There will be an improvement of bilateral trade relationships with some parts of the world, but it's going to be a different world. First of all, if you are a global company today, that in the past, what is a global company? A global company is a company that is super efficient in managing supply chains globally. You go to the place that is the most efficient for you. Now, in a world where we're seeing blocks, you are losing as a global company one of your biggest advantages, managing these global supply chains. As a matter of fact, we hear a lot about whether European or another ASEAN country or American company, it's China for China, Europe for Europe. But if you're a global company, you're not a global company anymore. You're becoming a Chinese company, you're becoming a European company, and then it's not so clear that you're that much better in competing with the local companies. So managing these regional blocks for global companies will be more costly, but it will happen. So there is no way that we're going to move back to a world that only focuses on efficiency. This resilience ultimately is becoming, I think, a word that most CEOs today have in the back of their minds. Now, what are the benefits of global companies? As we are moving in a world of blocks, you have to replicate systems. We might even talk more about the financial sector side later on, where we're going to have different standards, different technologies. Global companies can absorb these costs. There, the smaller companies have difficulties. You can't do it. But what are the advantage of small and medium companies, small and medium-sized company? Well, they're very agile. They can move more quickly. They can potentially take advantage of a new agreement. So there are opportunities. And maybe the last term that I wanted to highlight is a lot of people talk about de-risking. I think that is completely the wrong term. This is a very risky world. If you want to be successful as a company, you have to take risks, but you have to manage those risks. So de-risking means you stay at home and don't do anything at all. And I think a lot of us here right now, and this is the problem that we're having by having policy uncertainty, investments are not being conducted because we're looking for some certainty coming out of certain parts of the world. In summary, the old order will not return anytime soon. We're increasingly living in blocks, but on the positive side, There are a lot of movements for further integration, and this part of the world has all it takes to be the driver, not only for this part of the world, but for other parts of the world.
Thank you, Alfred. Now, you've heard 6 different versions of the, post last order, the emergence, the search for what is emerging as a new multipolar order. It's not firm yet, but we've had discussions of moving away from Western values. The non-West is asserting itself. I think that is true. They want to be part of the conversation, a central part of the conversation. And I think Western countries should bear that in mind. And who was it who said that the creation of the order, I think it was Ambassador Liu, that there are a few countries that really matter. They are the biggest players, and actually they're the small ones who want to be heard too, but they should be there to help determine and set the next new order. Because we've heard so much from Global South countries and BRIC countries that they were not there at the beginning. And the order you have, laid out in the last 80 years, countries did not participate in writing that order. So time to remake it. Gita has brought out inequality, that's good, and I think Alfred has highlighted the economics of things. Now, we've been talking at 30,000-foot level, and we have an audience of business people who are interested in doing business and business between China, Southeast Asia, rest of the world. So we bear this in mind, and I know Alfred started talking about how business is configuring in the world. Let me come down to something much more concrete, and I think most of you would be interested in. I have a question which I'll take through with the others. But Ryan, do you think a US-China trade deal will be concluded? What will this trade deal look like? But it's not just a trade deal. What happens after the trade deal? I think that's far more important. Does a trade deal, if it is concluded, open new doors and create a new dynamic in US-China relationship? I'll ask Ryan to start, but I'll ask the others to respond.
Well, thank you for the question. I think that if the United States and China conclude a trade deal, many people in the region will breathe a sigh of relief. They will exhale and feel comforted by the fact that the United States and China are still capable of sitting down together, negotiating and resolving issues, as opposed to being on an inexorable path towards confrontation or worse. So that's the first reaction I think that we will feel, particularly here in Singapore. And it would be a good thing if the two leaders were able to come together and reach a deal. My expectation is that it would probably not solve many of the challenges, the core fundamental challenges that exist in the United States relationship with China, nor would it necessarily affect the way that China perceives warily America's intentions towards China and vice versa. So while I understand that there would be a sigh of relief, I would caution against uncorking champagne bottles, because I think there will be a lot of work left to do after any deal is announced. And where this goes, just to try to address the second half of your question, I think what we're watching is, on the surface, the United States and China are interacting very regularly, intensively. Underneath the surface is where the real action is taking place. China is much more explicit than the United States has been about it, but there is a campaign in both countries towards self-strengthening, hardening, self-reliance, and really trying to insulate and protect against dependence and vulnerability to the other. And I expect that that trend will continue into the foreseeable future.
Thank you. Now, Professor Liu, you're an economist. I want to ask you, do you think this deal will be concluded from the Chinese point of view? And, it has been said observed by, in fact, American scholars, that China enters into negotiations very quickly, but it concludes a deal very slowly. And you really want to keep the United States in the negotiating process because that is stabilizing. Do you agree with that? Do you think there'll be a deal? And are you positive about the trends of US-China relations?
So I think a deal will be made. for sure, because for two major powers, in the past 10 years, we had these conflicts or trade frictions, and we have realized something, that decoupling, a complete decoupling is impossible because we need each other. It's not just for the market, it's not just because of the cooperation in technology or education, but at the same time, we realized that under this new system, that we have some fundamental conflicts. So in my opinion, for now, especially in the first 3 rounds of trade negotiations, first of all, we might, in normal circumstances, for the normal trade and services transactions, we will reach certain agreement and make compromises each way. But secondly, for some fundamental conflicts, for example, for the US, they think in the technological front or the high-end technology front, they might curb the development in China. I think for that, there could be some decoupling and conflicts between each other. And the third layer is that we will set some conflicts, some differences aside, and we'll we rely on time to deal with some conflicts in certain areas. So I think there is cooperation, there is resistance, but there is also a vague definition of cooperation and resistance. I think the relationship between the major powers, it's a restructuring of the time. It takes a long-term or mid-long-term perspective to deal with. It's not just one single value or rely on one side to lead the direction.
Kwon Ping, I just want to hear from you a Southeast Asian point of view. If there is a deal between the United States and China on a trade deal, how do you think it will affect Southeast Asia, and how would Southeast Asian companies and businesses respond?
Well, first of all, as a betting man, I will bet with you that there will be a deal because of TACO. Because at the end of the day, China holds the cards, Trump makes all the noise. We've seen enough cases where he would chicken out. So I think there will be a deal. And I'll bet anybody on this. I think the impact, though, is that we in Southeast Asia are basically on the sidelines. The net positive, if there's a deal, simply is that we will not be flooded by a lot of cheap exports from China to the rest of the global south because of the overcapacity in China today. If China is not able to find part of its export markets in the US, the overcapacity is going to spill out to flooding countries where Southeast Asian exports would have gone to. So we will breathe a sigh of relief in that respect. But I think no matter what happens, the more savvy business people in ASEAN, whether you're trading in goods or services, as we are with tourism, the lesson learned is the typical saying that when 2 elephants fight, the grass gets trampled. And I think that is truly a lesson here. We have to diversify out of the US market and out of China market, where, because China is so close to us, China was such a big market for so many Southeast Asian economies. The lesson learned is that this whole trade war between US and China and the whole rivalry is not going to go away so easily, and we need to urgently diversify. Now, that actually has been happening. The private sector, without being urged by governments and so on, the global share of world trade that the US has been having has been declining over the last 20 to 30 years, mainly because of the economic rise of the global south. There's been a lot of talk about ASEAN intertrade, but exactly as mentioned by Gita, that the income inequality is still very massive. So there's a lot of talk about ASEAN exporting to each other, and we are a bloc of 600 million people, and that is beginning to change. There will be more attempts to trade within ASEAN itself, and hopefully that will lead to a rising tide within ASEAN. But the biggest lesson learned, I think, and the biggest benefit to ASEAN, if there is a China-US trade deal, is that we'll be temporarily spared the negative outcome if there's no trade deal. But we must use that time that we gain to diversify our markets, because otherwise the temporary gain of a China-US trade deal will be lost on us.
Thank you, Kwong Ping. Gosh, I'm running out of time. I want to comment, but I will not, because I want to go on to the de-dollarization question, which I think there's great interest in, And let me sort of ask this. Is this a growing trend? Is it gaining traction with Global South? The SCO meeting in Tianjin, I think the subtext was also de-dollarization, Do you think this will continue? And is there a pushback against de-dollarization? I'll start with Alfred first and work backwards here.
Thank you very much. I think that's one of the most important questions. We are focused very much on trade, and we see a diversion of trade flows. Southeast Asia is benefiting a lot. We focus on investment, and again, it kind of follows the trade route. Southeast Asia has benefited a lot from this, but I think the real question is about what I call the financial plumbing. That includes the de-dollarization or dollarization, and the development of systems, what we call payment systems, that use different technologies, and there, in my view, we're moving toward a further fragmentation. But I think we have two major trends right now. One is because of the US's embrace of crypto and stablecoin, the Genius Act, there's actually currently a global development toward dollarization. Some countries, especially ones that have weaker macroeconomic fundamentals, people are trying to use stable coins linked to the US dollar. On the other hand, though, we have massive forces because of the potential risks that can come when you rely too much on the US dollar to de-dollarize. And that is true for China, obviously, is also true for Europe. Christine Lagarde the other day came out, ECB president said, this is the time that we need to push for the euro, because ultimately we want to be somewhat independent. And China, of course, is now actively using it in the context of opening up via Hong Kong, encouraging the internationalization of the RMB. But the point that I wanted to make is that this fragmentation of the financial plumbing will go ahead. We have different systems. Europe is adopting one. China has a system, and there will be some other countries that will probably adopt that as well. It's called mBridge. Then we got an Indian system, another system, and ultimately the US will probably rely on stablecoin. Each of them uses different technologies, and ultimately they won't be talking to each other. So I think from a business point of view, you have to be ready to deal with different systems simultaneously, but that I think you won't be able to put back in the bag, because ultimately countries want to ring fence their financial system and reduce vulnerabilities and the reliance on the US dollar.
Thank you. Does anyone want to comment on this?
Well, maybe as a business practitioner,
Yeah.
I would say that I would totally agree, but I think it's not so much de-dollarization. I think the US dollar is so entrenched, it's going to be a very long time before you de-dollarize. But I think there's clearly a trend towards greater diversification away from purely using the US dollar. But a lot of those will be more G2G deals. You see a lot of that in G2G deals. But as a business practitioner, I've seen, because we work in 20 over countries, we deal with quite a number of sanctioned companies and others also. So I see it firsthand that I think what alarmed most companies around the world and countries is not so much the ideological idea of de-dollarizing. It was what happened with SWIFT, the weaponization of the payment system to really affect so many companies and countries. And that has led to the phenomenon now of alternative payment systems, including digital. Certainly there's a big difference between various kinds of cryptocurrencies, but stablecoin and digital payment systems by which it is going to be much harder to weaponize the payment system. I think that has really accelerated, and that's happening. We deal with so many countries and companies now that basically want to use a different payment system, but still in US dollars.
Professor Liu, just 1 minute.
那么去美元化
So talking about de-dollarization is not something we started today. When we explore this topic, the core or the first reason is the risk of the American debts and America's sovereignty. Second, it is very important that in this economic diversification or multipolarization process, every country will have their appeal for their economic sovereignty, and that leads to the payment diversification. And third, importantly, geopolitics has led to risks that everybody needs to invest, to have an investment strategy with US +1. And so these are the three important dimensions we have to consider. From the history of the US dollar system, the first is the Bretton Woods systems establishment in 1945 to establish US dollars as the basic currency of the world. Second, in 1971, Nixon announced the adjustment and the decoupling of US dollars with gold. And of course, certainly the important thing nowadays is the financial and digital currency acts, the three important acts by the US. This allows the full implementation of US stablecoin issuing. This is to actually come up with the digital version of Bretton Woods system, and from the perspective of digital currency to extend the US dollar's penetration and stability in the global system so that it can alleviate US dollar's status and the debt risks. Of course, we may be able to see some changes in the landscape, but coming back to the three factors I've mentioned, would there be any fundamental changes? This is what we need to consider de-dollarization. So the three dimensions, two stages, one perspective. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Liu. Now, I want to move away from security, from economics, and come to something that really impacts on all our lives, is the warming planet. And because we have Ambassador Liu here, who's the climate envoy for China climate change envoy. Ambassador Liu, my question to you is this. Now that the United States has pulled out of the Paris Agreement and funding is also cut, do you think, the rest of us will be able to push ahead better, faster? Where will the funding come from? Because less developed countries, many of the global south countries, really need funding to switch to more sustainable energy and to develop building materials, etc. Would you care to answer that? Will philanthropy be able to make up?
Thank you. I think this is a very, very, very pertinent question before the COP30, forthcoming COP30 to be coming in November in Brazil. Definitely, I think it's a tragedy for the world, for the global climate process to witness, to see the U.S. withdraw from the Paris Agreement for the second time. But I think this withdrawal for President for second time is be, the more damaging it be. President Trump has abolished all his climate teams in all the departments. That we are discussing with our host country of COP30 and other partners. We are going to see a first COP that be without U.S. engagement, without U.S. participation. That's a pity. But I think that for the world, for the rest of the countries, I think that of course, they are all determined to ensure this COP process, global climate process will move forward irrespective of withdrawal of one country or the other. I think that, of course. So global process will continue. It's a global energy transition process that will irreversible, will continue. Because this global energy transition process is driven not just by the political will, but also by the market, by the technology. Because I think the clean and green technology, like the solar and wind technology, they become much cheaper than coal and oil. And they become much safe for some countries. So I think this will continue. Of course, the damaging of the U.S. will be the suspension of the financial support to the global south. And as well as its impact on the mentality of the European Union. The challenging for the developing south that not in the U.S., Europeans, they're gradually shifting their financial investment to the domestic economy, to supporting the Ukrainian war, to investment in artificial intelligence and others. They're also reducing their support. So the challenging in the next few years that for the international community, we need to move different sources of financial support to the global south. I think if we stop supporting developing countries, stop the global transition, then we are going to miss opportunity. The risk that global cost or price of the transition will go up. I think that it's better to do now than waiting for another 5 years. Thank you.
Can I give a business?
There are two, Gita and this. And I've been a terrible moderator because we are coming to the end of the session and I haven't had time to let you ask questions. It's all the conversation is here. But Gita?
I'm happy to pick up on what the ambassador alluded to. And I want to put the climate topic in the context of Southeast Asia. And I don't want to be known as the inequality guy. But energy is another form of inequality. If we take a look at the electrification of Southeast Asia, there's only 2 countries that are at the top of the hill. These are Singapore and Brunei that are electrified at about 10,000 kilowatt hour per capita. Malaysia is the next best at 5,000 kilowatt hour per capita. Then you've got Indonesia at 1,300 kilowatt hour per capita, which is the same as that of India. Now, the first base camp for modernity is at 6,000 kilowatt hour per capita. If we were to bring up all the other 8 countries of Southeast Asia beyond Brunei and Singapore to that level of 6,000 kilowatt hour per capita, Southeast Asia would need to build 1 additional terawatt worth of power generation capabilities in addition to the pre-existing 400,000 megawatts. How much would it cost? Depends on whether or not you want to use renewable energy. If you want to use coal, it's going to be cheaper. But if you want to use renewable energy, it's going to cost between $2 to $3 trillion. Southeast Asia does not have that kind of economic space. Given the low tax ratios ranging from 10% to 16%, given the low monetary spaces for most large countries in Southeast Asia, Indonesia has a money supply to GDP ratio of only 45%. A developed economy runs at a ratio of higher than 200%. So the only way out is through FDI, or foreign direct investment. But here's the kink. FDI that comes to Southeast Asia on a yearly basis is about $200 to $230 billion, of which Singapore gets about 100 to 140 billion. Indonesia gets about 30 to 40 billion. Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and the Philippines each gets about 10 to 20 billion, most of which is not allocated for energy. So just using Indonesia as an instance, it builds about 3,000 to 5,000 megawatts worth of power generation capabilities per year. In order for Indonesia to go up from 1,300 kilowatt hour per capita to 6,000, if it builds only 3,000 per year, Indonesia will need 120 years to attain modernity, which is completely irreconcilable with the rhetoric of sustainability that's supposed to attain carbon neutrality by 2050 or even 2060. So I think the narrative of sustainability for the Global South, inclusive of most members of Southeast Asia, will need to be injected with not ideology, but with realism. There needs to be realism, and the only way out is to attain economic capital and technological capital. I do believe that China is going to be the most logical technological capital allocator, secondarily economic capital allocator, because China is preeminent in being able to bring down that cost of renewable energy at about 15 cents per kilowatt hour to 14, 13, 12, and thereafter faster, sooner than anybody else. Whereas the Global South purchasing power is at 5 cents per kilowatt hour. My time is up.
Yeah. It was up long ago. Now, can you say it in 10 seconds?
Very fast. As the only businessman on this panel, I would say in the last 2-3 years, businessmen I know have rapidly given up on all multilateral talks about climate mitigation, and we are all moving very rapidly, including my company, to climate adaptation. We're no longer talking about carbon offsets, planting trees. We are ourselves looking at what climate change is going to do to us, because we're way past governments talking, and we now are basically looking at how to protect our own companies and our own businesses against this inevitable climate change that is happening. We have given up on COP, we have given up on governments, we are now simply protecting our own companies. That's what is a business perspective.
Thank you. Well, you know, I can't summarize what has been said. A lot has been said, but I hope you have found the discussion this morning very useful. And I'm sorry I didn't give you time to ask your questions, but there we are. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can please for an exciting start with our opening plenary session. May we invite our moderator and speakers together on stage for group photo together, please. Can we invite all on stage to step a little closer to the center? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our panel 2 in just a while. Let me preempt you with the topic. It's on ASEAN-China economic and trade relations. Right now, we're going to go for a break, but I'd like to encourage you to bring in your food, your plates of food, as well as your drinks back into the ballroom later on. We'll be starting at 10:50 a.m. We have got refreshments prepared for you in the networking room right across the hallway. 接下来我们将会有15分钟的歇息时间，在这里我们可以邀请各位携带食物以及饮料回到我们的会场。稍后10点50分，我们将会进行第2场讨论。谢谢。
face the greatest challenges of our time. Challenges that test our limits. But they won't define who we are. What defines us is how we find answers. There is a place where we can uncover new perspectives, where connections unlock opportunities, where journeys break new ground. This is where innovation sparks real change. Where moments inspire possibilities. And our actions push our world forward. This is Singapore, where vision, knowledge, and partnerships come together to create lasting impact.
We are living in a world moved by megaforces: climate change, the energy transition, rapid urbanization, and hyper-digitalization are affecting people, organizations, and cities profoundly. As a global asset manager with deep operating capabilities in infrastructure, real estate, and connectivity, we are deploying our expertise to create solutions for some of the world's most pressing challenges. Renewables and clean alternative solutions to drive the energy transition, waste to energy, and carbon capture solutions to decarbonize our planet. Sustainable urban renewal to green our cities. Efficient digital infrastructure, data centers, and subsea cables for our increasingly interconnected world. By bringing investors together with quality real assets and sustainable solutions that the world needs, we can make a difference and create positive impact on businesses, cities, and lives. Driven by our core values of being agile, a can-do spirit, and a commitment to always be a trusted partner to our stakeholders, we create impactful solutions for our customers, good returns for our investors, and a brighter future for our communities. At Keppel, we are creating solutions for a sustainable future, because what we do today defines tomorrow.
Founded in 1991, Wilmar International Limited is today Asia's leading agribusiness group and one of the largest globally. Wilmar has been a Fortune Global 500 company since 2009. It has over 1,000 manufacturing plants and an extensive distribution network in over 50 countries and regions. The group is supported by a dedicated and multinational workforce of about 100,000 people. Wilmar is committed to producing the highest quality products at the most competitive cost. Wilmar's value chain includes cultivation, processing, research and development, merchandising, distribution and customer service. Wilmar is one of the world's most integrated food suppliers, the world's largest edible oil refiner, the world's largest rice miller, the world's largest sugar trader, the world's largest specialty fats producer, the world's largest processor of palm and lauric oils, the world's largest oleochemicals and palm biodiesel manufacturer, one of the world's largest palm plantation owners, one of the world's largest flour millers, one of the world's largest oilseed crushers, one of the world's largest edible oil and oilseed traders, the world's largest producer of consumer pack oils with annual sales volume ranking first among 10 countries. Wilmar focuses on developing businesses with local partners, implementing localized management, and developing and producing quality products customized for the local market. It is committed to producing nutritious, healthy, and safe products by adopting the most stringent production and quality management systems. Sustainability is an integral part of Wilmar's business, and the group adopts responsible business practices to protect the environment and create shared value for all stakeholders. Following Wilmar's commitment to develop a sectoral roadmap for enhanced supply chain action consistent with a 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway, it worked closely with industry peers and completed the roadmap in September 2022. Wilmar has signed up to the Science-Based Targets Initiative (SBTI) and is committed to both near-term and net-zero emission targets. Guided by sustainable principles, Wilmar seeks to continue growing its business in a responsible way to leave a positive and enduring impact on the world.
延伸，一种向无边天空生长的力量，不断超越，开启向无界想象的蔓延。我们从一个起点，延伸天宽地阔的理想。作为科技驱动型综合投资银行，我们积极把握中国改革开放的历史机遇。 向内求索，向外远眺。4G 时代，我们率先布局移动互联网，开发新一代理财服务终端，财富管理业务实现跃升。5G 来临，我们确立了科技赋能下的财富管理与机构服务双轮驱动发展战略，全面打开数字化、生态化发展空间。 在科技浪潮不断推动经济社会转型的变革中，寻找属于自己的道路。我们延伸科技基因，率先以金融科技助力转型，引领财富管理数字化进阶，陪伴客户穿越市场周期，整合跨业务线金融资源，探索合作共赢新生态。 沉淀专业金融产品创设能力，延伸全业务链服务体系。科技改变中国，引领产业的创新未来。我们坚定立足服务实体经济本源，服务企业技术迭代创新，赋能资本、产业与科技高水平循环，携手跨境联通。 促进更高水平金融市场双向开放，以向上、向新的力量，为高质量发展贡献华泰智慧。我们延伸绿色基因，寻找山水间的生生不息，守护万象生机。我们助力绿色发展。 践行可持续理念，推动金融向善。在新格局与新变局的交汇演进中，我们始终立足国家战略，行稳致远。我们坚定难而正确的路，初心不变。于高山群峰见奔涌浩荡，我们与先行者同行，与开创者共创，聚势谋远，共赴未来。
都开辟新未来，每一次连接都牵动新机遇。中国银行跨境人民币服务助力您的全球业务再续锦绣篇章，牵丝成锦，秀美全球。中国银行跨境人民币业务与您共襄锦绣。
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting ready for the next panel. May we invite all of our guests to take your seats back in the ballroom, please. Do feel free to bring your plates of food as well as your drinks into the ballroom. 各位来宾，我们现在正在准备进行下一场主会场。我们欢迎各位携带食物以及饮料回到我们的宴会厅，谢谢。
时代的巨浪浩浩荡荡，日益开放的世界市场激发了更多机遇。中国银行把握时代脉搏，构建人民币国际化的锦绣新格局。中国银行机构覆盖5大洲60多个国家和地区，拥有1万余家境内网点和560多家境外网点。凭借领先的清算网络，打造一点接入、服务全球的服务体验。中国银行积极投身人民币国际化进程，保持跨境人民币结算量第一、清算量第一，海外人民币清算行数量第一，专业值得信赖。中国银行坚持融通世界、造福社会的使命引领。在跨境人民币业务领域，用5全服务打造5新体验，为跨境贸易提供全流程服务。通过灵活便捷的跨境人民币汇款和信用证结算、贸易融资支持及远期结售汇和利率汇率掉期产品，中国银行奉献100年专业积淀，助您跨境贸易往来更舒心。为来华企业提供全功能服务。协助办理各类直接投资登记，专户管理资本金汇入和使用，提供跨境贷款，协助发行熊猫债。中国银行将全球服务与本土智慧相结合，助您来华创业更安心。为企业走出去提供全周期服务，在企业初创期办理境外账户开立和资本金汇出，在企业成长期协助管理汇率风险。在关键时刻给予跨境担保和融资支持，中国银行陪伴您开拓全球市场，助您走出去经营更省心。为对华金融投资提供全渠道服务，通过债券通、沪深港通、跨境理财通、QFI、 CIBM 等各类渠道，中国银行祝您分享中国资本市场成长红利，使您对华金融投资更顺心。为跨境资金管理提供全方位服务，从跨境人民币集中收付、跨境双向人民币资金池，到本外币一体化资金池，中国银行为您打通境内外人民币资金运用各环节，让您的跨境资金管理更放心。每一次探索都开辟新未来，每一次连接都牵动新机遇。中国银行跨境人民币服务，助力您的全球业务再续锦绣篇章，牵丝成锦，秀美全球。中国银行跨境人民币业务与您共襄锦绣。
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting ready to start our panel 2, ASEAN-China Economic and Trade Relations. We'd like to invite one and all to bring in your small bites as well as your hot drinks and enjoy them at the table in the ballroom, please.
產業化於一體嘅綜合地產建築企業，公司成立於1982年，並於2012年喺香港主板上市。公司目前主要喺香港、澳門、新加坡、馬來西亞、印度尼西亞、越南、柬埔寨等東南亞區域從事地產開發、工程承包業務。青建國際喺新加坡已有超過30年發展歷史，係新加坡最大嘅綜合地產建築商之一。公司從1987年喺新加坡開展建築承包業務，目前青建國際擁有3間最高建築資質 A1 嘅子公司。公司承建各類項目超過100個，為新加坡累計建造4萬多套政府組屋，執行共管公寓及私人公寓。多次獲得 BCA 頒發嘅環保與優雅建築商卓越獎，獲得中國建設工程境外老班獎、BCA 建築卓越獎、建屋發展局建設獎等30餘個獎項。青建國際積極推進建築產業化發展，喺新加坡第2間取得混凝土結構預製裝飾模塊建築批准證書以及生產許可商證書嘅 A1 總包商。公司技術成熟，管理完善，擁有豐富嘅專業技術同管理人才，以及 PPVC 製造工廠，有多個 PPVC 項目在建設。自身開發 LaQuest 商住綜合體項目，亦係採用 PPVC 建造技術。2008年，青建國際開始喺新加坡從事地產開發業務，累計開發項目超過20個，面積近1000萬平方尺，包括執行共管公寓、私人公寓、商住綜合體、工業寫字樓等。2012年獲得新加坡外資房地產企業銷售套數排名第一。2013、2015年至2018年分別獲頒新加坡10大開發商，開發嘅項目榮獲多項東南亞房地產頒發嘅房地產項目類獎項，並榮獲10項建築局綠色標誌超金獎。2017年，青建國際嘅住宅單位銷售數量喺新加坡排名第一，同年獲得嘅順福拆遷項目係新加坡史上最大嘅集體銷售項目之一。2018年，青建國際獲頒新加坡最佳開發商，獲得地產重要獎項近20項。青建國際注重智能家居、智慧社區嘅建設同開發，不斷提升客戶生活品質。從2015年推出 High Life 為生活智慧社區服務平台以嚟，已經推出多個提供智慧家居技術嘅執行共管公寓項目，帶動咗新加坡智慧地產產品嘅提升。2018年 High Life 獲得新加坡金字品牌獎。截至目前，新加坡有約150個住宅項目採用 High Life 智能社區服務，佔總公寓數量嘅20%。同時 ，High Life 智慧社區服務系統正逐步推廣到越南、泰國、斯里蘭卡、印度等國家。喺香港同澳門市場，青建國際擁有35年嘅業務經驗，擁有政府頒發嘅最高資質嘅地基牌照同私人建築牌照，承建咗逾100項地基同上蓋工程，獲得香港房屋委員會、香港建造業總工會等機構頒發嘅多個獎項。 工程包括公營機構工程、私營機構工程、上蓋工程。青建國際擁有豐富嘅設備資源、先進靈活嘅技術設計能力、經驗豐富嘅管理團隊、廣泛嘅客戶資源、業界嘅良好聲譽等競爭優勢。2018年，青建國際喺香港取得2幅土地用於住宅地產開發，標誌住公司正式啟動香港地產開發業務。喺區域業務拓展方面，青建國際擁有一帶一路嘅區位優勢，目前喺馬來西亞、印度尼西亞、越南、柬埔寨獲得多個工程項目以及地產投資項目。2017年5月，青建國際與長城環亞國際投資有限公司合作成立長城青建一帶一路產業發展基金，為公司未來發展提供咗新嘅增長空間。青建國際擁有強大嘅發展後盾。青建集團係國家建設部首批特級資質建築企業之一，連續多年被評為中國500強企業同 ENR 250全球最大250強國際承包商企業，並榮獲多個獎項，包括多個中國建築行業工程質量嘅最高榮譽魯班獎。喺2016、2017、2018年中國對外工程企業營業額100強排行榜，青建集團排名分別為15、16、14，位居地方企業前3名。青建集團喺包括東南亞國家嘅近30個國家開展業務，喺技術、資金、人才、管理等方面，能夠與青建國際一齊發揮積極嘅協同效應。青建國際緊緊抓住國家一帶一路政策以及世界經濟發展帶嚟嘅機遇，努力成為一個公眾尊敬嘅東南亞地區最具影響力嘅建築。
女士们、先生们，我们已经准备好了，欢迎大家回到主会场。我们首先要为大家。
So just to give you you're welcome to come back to the meeting with your food and drinks. So today we're going to have two panel discussions followed by 2 dialogues, a fireside chat with Minister of Foreign Affairs and a conversation with Mr. Ray Dalio. So we'll start our lunch at 1:25, and we have prepared some sandwiches for you so you can enjoy the discussion.
You can take a seat right now, please. Thank you.
Founded in 1991, Wilmar International Limited is today Asia's leading agribusiness group and one of the largest globally. Wilmar has been a Fortune Global 500 company since 2009. It has over 1,000 manufacturing plants and an extensive distribution network in over 50 countries and regions. The group is supported by a dedicated and...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and thank you for joining us right here at Panel 2 ASEAN-China Economic and Trade Relations. 各位来宾，我们现在要进行的是第2场主题讨论：亚细安与中国的经贸关系。大家如果想提问的话，可以扫描您的出席证。
So please scan the QR code if you'd like to raise any question to the panels. So if you have any questions, please scan the QR code on the back of your badge to submit them.
Moderator and panelists on stage. 让我们以热烈掌声欢迎本场主题讨论会主持谢建发律师，有请热烈掌声欢迎他。
Please welcome the moderator, Mr. Cha Kim-hwa. Please also welcome Mr. Clark Jennings, Mr. Chen Weiheng, Mr. Wang Huabing, Mr. Tao Mi-xie, as well as Mr. Satha Vekam Kramadit.
Good morning to Your Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I trust all of you enjoyed the earlier panel, which I did. And it actually set a very high bar and a very good platform for our panel. However, as you know, our session is supposed to start at 10:55. We are now looking at 11:10. And after us is a very important person, Minister Vivian, and he has a hard stop for another event. So we will have to finish our session by 10:55. And because of that, like Professor Chan earlier, I must apologize for not being able to give you time to ask questions, even though our intention is for you to do so. As we have a very esteemed panel, I think we'll benefit a lot from their insight as well as exchange on this topic. As mentioned by DPM Gan earlier in his speech, China-ASEAN economic and trade relations have grown significantly over the past 2 decades, making our region one of the most dynamic economic regions globally. When China-ASEAN Free Trade Area, CAFTA, was launched in 2010, it was the largest free trade area amongst developing countries at that time. It significantly reduced tariffs on over 90% of traded goods. 10 years later, RCEP was signed in 2020. And you also heard from DPM Gan that it's the world's largest free trade agreement covering 1/3 of global population. It aims to simplify rules of origin, reduces tariffs further, and harmonize trading standards. All these augur well for a more prosperous and integrated Asia-Pacific region. However, President Trump's Liberation Day has thrown a curveball and introduced considerable uncertainty and disruption for supply chain and global trade. What are the implications for China and ASEAN? How might global trade, supply chain, and sustainability efforts be affected? And we heard from the earlier panel that even if US and China were to reach an agreement, which the panelists think they all would, we may not get, we just get some temporary relief from tariffs, but fundamental differences will still exist. More importantly, for all of you, as business leaders, government officers, and corporate advisors, how do we adapt our strategies to remain resilient and competitive in this changing and unpredictable environment? It is therefore very timely that we are organizing this panel, bringing together business leaders and policy experts to make sense of this rapidly evolving situation. Let me start first by inviting Tommy from OCBC to share with us his observations on the shifting dynamics of trade and investment across the region as a result of the recent developments.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, for the question. Very good morning. Maybe I try to offer 2 perspectives on this particular topic. Let me start from some of the data, right? So, as you know, for China, we have 2 back-to-back slowdown for months of July and August. However, if you look at the street, not many analysts is in rush to change the forecast for China for this year. One of the key reasons is because the China's trade growth is still very strong for this year, even though we have a lot, trade tariff, etc. Right? So if you look at the data year to date, in the first 8 months, the China's goods trade surplus is almost $800 billion. That's massive, right? So one of the key driver behind that was China's trade with ASEAN. You look at the month of August, the China's export to ASEAN grew by more than 22%. That's very, very strong, despite all the tariff concerns, etc. Right? So I think one of my own assumptions right now is, seems like we are seeing very interesting connection between China and ASEAN in terms of the supply chain. I mean, partially also in terms of the manufacturing model, for example, we are seeing some kind of we call the core peripheral kind of the model. So China is still producing a lot of core products, but they are moving a lot of intermediate goods to the region for the final assembly, etc. So that model seems to work quite well. So we are seeing the increasing intra-regional trade more than ever, right? So I want to share two data, right? So the first data is, you look at the China's trade surplus with ASEAN 6 in terms of the electrical equipment and the machinery, right? So ASEAN 6, including Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, and Vietnam, the 6 most vibrant economies in ASEAN. You know, for this particular item, before 2018, China actually is running the deficit with ASEAN 6. In other words, China import more machinery and electrical equipment from ASEAN 6 before 2018. However, after 2018, we start to see the flip from the deficit to the surplus. So it's why 2018? Because 2018 is a turning point for the global economy, because that's the first year for the start of the trade war between the US and China. So ever since the start of the trade war, we start to see this particular items is flipping from the deficit to the surplus. Guess what? For the past 2 years, this surplus is really ballooning, right? So, you know, last year for this particular item, the China is running 63 billion US dollar, the surplus with ASEAN 6 for the machine and the electrical equipment. So that's a massive number, right? So this tells us we are seeing very close, interesting supply chain linkage between China and ASEAN. So the supply chain become increasingly more and more intertwined. Not only for this machine and electrical equipment, even if we look at the vehicles, transportation, we are seeing very similar trend. You know, last year in 2024, China is running about almost 30 billion US dollar surplus with ASEAN 6. If we add those two items together, it's almost 100 billion US dollar. That's a massive number. So that's the first angle I want to share in terms of the data, what we are seeing. That's why my view is, I think it's very difficult for the US to break down this linkage between China and ASEAN with the tariff. I mean, that's my first perspective. I just want to add on the second perspective is in terms of history perspective. I want to share with you maybe two stories, right? So let me start from my first story. Let's go back to the 13th century, right? So we know in 13th century in the world, we have a very powerful country called the Mongol Empire, right? So one of the interesting timeline is in 1259. In 1259, the king, which is the emperor, the Mongol Khan, died, right? So then in 1260, Kublai Khan claimed the title, claimed the throne, right? But I mean, for a lot of Chinese people, Kublai Khan is a very important person because he's the one founding we call the Yuan dynasty. I mean, from the Mongol Empire perspective, it's a bit interesting because his rising means the division of the Mongol Empire because he tried to claim the title, but his brother and his cousins didn't agree. So therefore, from the 1260, we see the division of the Mongol Empire. So why we talk about the Mongol Empire division? Because for ASEAN, we actually benefit from the division of the Mongol Empire in 1260. Why? Because we know previously how we do the trade between China and the Middle East. We do the trade via we call the Silk Road, right? It's mainly through the Central Asia to the Middle East, right? But because of the division of the Mongol Empire, because of the civil war, the war within the Mongol Empire, right, between the different countries, so the traditional trade route has been blocked. So we have to go for the alternative. So what's the alternative? Which is the maritime Silk Road. When you go by the sea, that's how ASEAN start to benefit from the trade, right? So if you go to National Museum of Singapore, right, the story of Singapore starts from 1299. We call the Kingdom of Singapore, right? So why is 1299? It's because of the Mongol, because of the Yuan dynasty, because of the maritime trade between the China and the Middle East, etc. Right? So I mean, on the side note, I do encourage everybody to visit the National Museum because the History Gallery of the National Museum will be closed from late November for 1 year because of the renovation. So don't miss it, right? So for me, every time I go there, I always can find some perspective help me to understand the change of the shift of the geopolitics, as well as how to navigate the changes. I mean, that's my first story. The second story is...
Sorry, Tommy, I need to cut you off for the first story. We'll come back to the second story if we have time.
So if you don't mind, I just quickly summarize, right? The reason I want to mention that, because the thing is, we are seeing the breakdown of the traditional trade rule, right? So, but we know the trade is like water. If you got breakdown of the traditional trade rule, people are looking for the alternative. So now we are seeing the same. You know, the Trump's policy is like, they try to block the trade rule, right? The traditional trade rule. So people are looking for the alternative. That's why what I believe is, I think the ASEAN may potentially benefit from these changes if history is a guide. Sorry to...
No, thank you, Tommy. I think we all know that sometimes we need to learn from history in order to predict what the future may be. And I think Tommy mentioned that ASEAN-China trade has grown, right? And it's good for ASEAN because we have all these cheap Chinese goods that are bound for US coming here now. I think for now it's still complementary because those goods coming down are not things that Southeast Asia countries produce. So it's complementary. I think the question remains, if Chinese companies come and flood Global South with products that Southeast Asia companies produce, then what that reaction could be, right? Hold it there, and we'll try to get the insights from other panelists as well. And I would like to move quickly to Clark. Clark, you know, Clark is from the other side of the so-called civilization, if I may use that word from the earlier panel. And maybe Clark can help us make sense of what is the recent US trade policy and how this may impact on China and ASEAN trade. Yeah.
Thanks, Kim Watt, and thanks to Business China. Yes, so to respond to that, I am American. I live in rising, growing, dynamic Asia here in Singapore, and I worked in government on trade and investment policy and do to this day. So there's the adage of, may you live in interesting times. I feel I am blessed in that realm. Fascinating discussion on the civilization point in the earlier panel and whether we're at a civilizational reset. I won't attempt to answer that here, but I think as business leaders, we have to start with an acknowledgement that this is an era of cyclical change. We are in structural change. This is not a passing fade. We can debate on whether we're going to quote unquote go back to the old order. I don't think we should. I think we need to acknowledge that and figure out the new rules and the new language of trade. So let's talk about that and what the impact is here in Asia. It's personal to me. I spent time in the White House during the Obama administration. I worked on the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is now CPTPP. We heard DPM Gan talk about that. So when President Trump was elected, it truly felt that we were closing a door in some sense on the United States' approach to trade, and most certainly in our engagement with Asia. But I think it's important to note that this is not a partisan issue. Joe Biden, during his term, did a lot in industrial policy at home, but I would not say that he pursued a particularly robust trade agenda. There were certainly pro-trade Democrats in Washington that were frustrated by his approach. So that's point number one, that again, this is not a passing fade. This is not a partisan matter in the U.S. This will continue. I am extraordinarily concerned about what I see as U.S. disengagement on trade and in Asia economic policy. But it's not simply as a unilateral actor. It's not just because the U.S. is taking this stance. Instead, it's because I think we are doing this at a time of significant converging factors in the global economy that we are still grappling with. Number one, foremost, is the rapid acceleration of data-driven, of digitally intensive services. Most predominantly, of course, AI, as we all talk about, but there's a broad range of industries that are data-driven, and these services spread much faster. I've said in other forums, it's much easier to send an algorithm across the border than it is an agricultural product. That intensification is going to continue, and it has implications. Secondly, the reshaping of the regional trade architecture and agreements. DPM Gong mentioned RCEP, CPTPP. We have ASEAN-China concluding negotiations and the FITP partnership. You would be amazed how many Fortune 100 companies in America and elsewhere have not truly taken the time to do a deep, deep dive in understanding their value chains, looking at where their sources come from, where they can site production and manufacturing, and what the best export markets are based on this web of trade agreements and where you can get preferential access. And there's no excuse for business leaders and corporates in this room to not do that exercise anymore. And then third, I would say just the shifting global power dynamics that was discussed in the first panel, but export markets, and particularly in ASEAN and Southeast Asia, are going to expect more from investors. It is not simply how do you sell into the market, but how do you partner in these markets to increase national competitiveness and to be a true partner in the markets that you're serving. That has implications, that changes business strategy, business approaches, and we all need to have a long think about that impact and how we're conducting business amid these new rules, new language for trade.
So thanks, Clark, for that sharing. Maybe just a quick question. We all heard that President Trump has a fairly successful visit to the UK, bringing 175 billion worth of investment. You think he would come to Southeast Asia with that sort of suitcase?
I would love to see, well, first of all, as a positive point, let's remember the United States is the leading FDI investor, certainly in Singapore, I believe in some other ASEAN countries. I would love to see more of that. I'll be candid, I think China is in the headlights first and foremost. So there's a question, obviously, of whether President Trump will participate in the ASEAN summit, for example, whether he may meet President Xi on the sidelines of APEC in Korea. We'll see about that. I think they first want to address the U.S.-China relationship. You saw we're going to have a call today. There'll be TikTok in the news. I'm looking to see what the details are of that agreement and whether that opens up space for the negotiators to really get somewhere. But I think that's going to be first. So we'll see what comes.
Thank you. I think we all know actually why I asked the question, because while China is the largest trading partner for many Southeast Asian nations, including Singapore, as you heard from DPM Gan since 2013. But the largest investor in Southeast Asia, Singapore, is still US. And the question is, how would that change the dynamics between trade and investments? With that, maybe let me move over to Mr. Wang from Bank of China. As we all know, Bank of China is a global bank with significant interest in the region and has been helping Chinese venturing out to Southeast Asia. Can I maybe invite Mr. Wang to share with us his observations of Chinese companies venturing out to Southeast Asia, and what potential does RCEP hold, right, for deepening the regional ties?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Xie. It's my great honor to be here, share some views from a Chinese bank's perspective. I'm based in Hong Kong. I'm the DCE of BOC Hong Kong, looking after the corporate finance and markets. So my daily job is, serve our Chinese companies who are going out, especially in the ASEAN region. As we all know, over the past decade, China-ASEAN's, trade investment achieved a remarkable development. I don't need to elaborate too much data. I think Tom, moderator already mentioned a lot. But in front of the new uncertainty and the challenges, especially the global tariff tension initiated by US, why this kind of very strong trend, between China and ASEAN's trade and investment can continue is a big question for all of us. So recently, actually, myself and my colleague have very close communication with our corporate clients in China who have already all willing to will invest in ASEAN. And we get very useful and valuable observation here. I just want to give you the results we collect from our customer. The first one is that Chinese company still remain quite strong confidence for investing in ASEAN, even there's a lot of uncertainties or challenges. Most of our customers still very optimistic about ASEAN market. For certain regions, just now, the moderator mentioned, RCEP implementation, the upcoming new version China-ASEAN Free Trade Agreement, and also the continuous progress of Belt and Road Initiative, etc. The second point is in front of the challenge and uncertainties, Chinese company invest in ASEAN definitely will evolve or upgrade. So there's two dimensions of upgrading. The first dimension is that, in the past decade, maybe the main driver is the re-export, through ASEAN countries. That means the model is supply the country market through assembling in ASEAN. But in the coming years, our corporate clients mentioned they will upgrade to, supply the country market through production in ASEAN. So only one word difference means a lot. That means, Chinese company will transfer more their supply chain to ASEAN rather than just the final step of the assembling. So that's a big difference. The other, upgrading is apart from, emphasize supply the country market, Chinese company also emphasize to meet the local market demand. They want to explore the local market. So as we know, ASEAN have almost 700 million population. It's a big market, and also most ASEAN countries in the process for urbanization, and there will be an increasing number of middle-class people. So this is a big market. The last, observation is that the sector, Chinese company invest in ASEAN will be majority diversified. I think last panel, one of the panelists mentioned, I think very meaningful point is in the past, maybe the majority of the investment relate to the infrastructure or labor-intensive manufacturing or maybe resource-oriented investment. But in the coming years, technology-related investment will be a very important sector, and also e-commerce or renewable energies, and also financial services, etc. That's my answer.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. We're glad to hear that. China is catching up on its investments in ASEAN. They are bringing their factories, plants into Southeast Asia. I think that's good. I think we all know that China is very strong in digital technology as well as in the green sector. And we also know that when businessmen want to bring their monies out of China to invest, it's subject to regulatory controls. So from your point of view, do you see the easing up of controls such that they allow more Chinese companies to invest, including downstream transfer of technology to Southeast Asia through investments?
Yes, I think the trend is very obvious. Based on our communication with Chinese companies, especially the sectors like the technology or renewable energy, I think they all show very keen willingness to transform the whole supply chain to ASEAN. I think this will be very valuable for ASEAN country to upgrade their innovation, stimulate their local innovation, and also boost their employment, and also transformation from a very old business model to more advanced, more environment friendly business model.
Thank you. Okay, we now move to the businessman. We know the businessmen from the previous panel always have a different perspective, an interesting perspective. And I'm very pleased to then move on to Kun Vikram, who is the chairman of Amata Group, obviously who has been dealing a lot with Chinese companies, not just in Thailand, but in the region. Can I maybe invite Kun Vikram to share his insight on how can Southeast Asia companies like yourself, in a sense, collaborate with Chinese firms as they venture into Global South?
Okay. 上午好。
Good morning, everyone. I'm from Thailand. I'm Thai. I'm the 4th generation Chinese in Thailand.
Speak more English, so we should be change the channel to the English. Well, I'm Vikram from Thailand. Well, I'm fourth generation of the Thai. In fact, I coming here, my main business, I'm the bookseller. I'm not good for whatever the money, all the people here, they always know the money. I don't know much money. I know only selling the book. Well, I like to tell you a few minutes about my experience. My experience, I have been, working with the Chinese, the manufacturer. We do have about 400 Chinese factory in my industrial park. I have over 750 of the Japanese, manufacturing in my park. So for the last over 25 years, we do have experience with those, Unbelievable, the Chinese investment is growing, especially the last 2 years. In the old day, the Japanese is a big player, but today, I see all is the most is active of the Chinese. And many of them are now going into the high tech. Some of my customer, they are the huge of the GDP or R&D, the budget. So I really feel the future of the Chinese investment in our region, it will be really active. How we can be cooperate with those Chinese investors. I think why we are so successful in our park, I would say that Japanese over 700 factory, they are 100% success. Chinese at the moment over 98% success. Next year, I believe it will be about 100% success. And how to make them success? The Chinese don't speak English so much. And the Chinese is really a newcomer. They don't know how to do, on the legal or management with the local. That is one of the point. How I do success with them. I do the call all service center. Whatever they do need, for the government license, I have 100% of the government license for them. What do they need for the utility? I have all the utilities for them. That's why they're working in the factory. That is the job. And outside of factory is my job. That is the way, how to manage and working with those Chinese. And they are so happy. I don't know what they are drinking. Maybe they're drinking the Red Bull energy drink. They're working so hard, my God. I thought the Singapore already, the Singaporean, maybe you take Red Bull with ginseng, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But Chinese take the Red Bull with the, Mao Tai.
Are you sure that's a good mix?
Well, I don't know why they are working so fast. Unbelievable fast. And they make a lot of money and very fast. I would say that is one of the very good of the Chinese advantage. Number one, they work hard. Number two, they always doing the R&D. My customer, like Huawei, Haixin, and media, they always have the R&D people, over 100,000 people. I don't know how they can do it. So it means, I would like to say to everyone, the future of the investment in ASEAN, I think will be the majority is the Chinese. And I do hope the Western, American, Europe, or Japan should become working together with the Chinese. I would like to offer in my park today I have about 500 square kilometers. And by the end of this year, I will have 700 square kilometers. This is the home for all the Chinese, all the people that I would like to work with them, and I'm happy. I speak Chinese a little bit, and I believe that I can be communicate. You have to start to learn Chinese and speak Chinese to working with all the people from China.
Thank you, Khun Vikram, for your perspective. I think what you brought out reminds me of a word in China often used. It's the word called 卷. Why they are so hardworking? Because China is a large country with lots of talented people, and you have to work harder than the next guy in order to get ahead. I don't know if you have heard of this number, not 4D, 3 number. 996. 996 means you work 9 to 9, 6 days a week. But I was told these days that's not sufficient. Now it's James Bond's era. 007. You have to work 12 to 12, 7 days a week in order to get a job. So that's why it's competitive. But I think what you mentioned is also useful because as China developed its external wing, become a MNC, it has to learn the international culture, international trade. And that's why you say there's still maybe 2% in your park that's not so successful. With that, let me come over to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is from JPM. I think we all know that for trade, currency is important, and we heard from the earlier panel, although they didn't have much time to elaborate, neither do we, about the dollarization issue and whether will future trade be settled in stable coins, which is a very new development. Perhaps I can first get Mr. Chen to share with us his insights on Chinese investment in Southeast Asia and whether there's really any push for dollar de-dollarization in this region.
Great, thank you. Thanks for having me. So at JPM, I think we have the privilege of working with large companies, MNCs, Chinese companies, entrepreneurs directly. So we do get to see kind of what they're doing, how they're thinking about those investments. And I think we'll start off with Chinese investments into ASEAN. And on that point, I think an interesting takeaway is that we talked a lot about supply chains and manufacturing. An interesting other angle to it is, I think, in the digital space, where Chinese companies are now very competitive in software, in content, in entertainment. If you think about video games, think about what your kids are playing, they're spending money and paying a Chinese company to play the game. Okay, those are the most popular ones. They're spending money watching Chinese content. So beyond just kind of manufacturing and supply chains, content and entertainment, I think that's another digital space that China has become very competitive. And to that earlier point about 卷 or 内卷, China is very good at exporting that in the form of more competitive kind of goods, services all around the world actually, and especially in Southeast Asia. So one kind of pushback, and it was mentioned at the earlier panel, if you have a flood of cheap Chinese products and cheap Chinese services, that could crowd out, or compete with local producers, and that could be a social or political problem somewhere down the road. So you're seeing some pushback, some thinking around restrictions around textiles in Indonesia, some tariffs implemented by India against some Chinese products, and even in Mexico. So there is a bit of a balancing act for Southeast Asia. On one hand, the FDI is very welcomed. It creates jobs, it helps the economy. On the other hand, if that means very cheap and competitive goods and services, which hurt the local economy just like it hurt the US for these many years, then they've seen the lessons, they don't want that to happen. So it's a bit of a balancing act about setting conditions to benefit from the investments, but also not crowding out the local producers. And another aspect to that is also very interesting about the investments. It's China kind of has to do this. If you think about the key driver of Chinese growth, it has been exports. It just keeps going back to exports. It's difficult for China to rely on other avenues of growth at the moment. So exports is key, and exporting to other markets is key. Now, even if we get a trade deal between China and the US, right, that deal still means that tariff rates are going up today versus any time in the last 100 years. So the barriers to trade are up. And even if we get a deal, Chinese exporters would still look for alternative markets. They cannot just rely on the US. So I think this pressure of exports, of competition, of exporting the 卷 will kind of always be there, at least for the next several years. Now, on the point about the dollar, very quickly, I think I'll just get a show of hands in the room. Who thinks the dollar will keep depreciating over the next year?
Dollar depreciation.
Yeah, the dollar will keep losing value over the next year.
Against which currency, if I may ask?
Against every currency. Just in general, the dollar keep weakening. I think see a fair show of hands. Well, I think that, yeah, that's a lot of people. I think it's priced in, right? I think that is a signal that, for us, there's a lot of fear around, getting out of the dollar, diversifying out of the dollar. The dollar is down about 10% this year versus most currencies, right? So I think a lot of the fear of that uncertainty around President Trump and the policies and all that impact has been priced into the dollar. Will we see another few percentage points down? I think it's possible. U.S. interest rates are coming down. U.S. growth is slowing down. It's only natural cyclically that the dollar weakens. But to suggest that we will see a quick move away from the dollar in capital markets, in global trade, within the next kind of 1 to 2 years, I think that is a bit of a stretch. I think it's more of a conversation. A lot of clients and investors are talking about dollar diversification. It's a lot of talk, but not a lot of action. If you look at fund flows, it's still a net inflow of foreign assets into the US. So a weaker dollar is good for emerging markets, ASEAN included. ASEAN can benefit from that, lower funding costs, and easier financial conditions. But I wouldn't say it's a collapse of the dollar or a quick move away from the dollar. That's not our view.
But when we say move away from the dollar, it may not just be the traditional dollar sense, because we heard from the earlier panel that US has enacted 3 pieces of legislation which were then pushed forward with the US stablecoin, which seems to be the preferred currency of state settlement in Global South. Any views on the stablecoins?
Right, so on that, it just acts as another source of interest and demand for the dollar, right? Stable coins, at least dollar-denominated ones, it's a one-for-one backed by a US dollar. So that actually is a way for the US to maintain or even increase usage of the dollar, which can, reverse some of this move out. Again, we're not saying that there are no moves by the Global South or China and Russia and the Middle East to move away from the dollar, but so far the dollar still remains the most liquid, the cheapest, and the most efficient way to conduct trade and, more importantly, capital markets activity between third parties. Like third parties not involving the US, they still prefer to use the dollar just for those advantages. So I don't think, even with stable coins, that still is not a net negative for the dollar, not necessarily.
I see. So since we have 2 other bankers on this panel, can I invite you to share your insights, any different insights from what we heard with Mr. Chen?
It's very, stablecoin is a quite hot topic recently. Everyone is clear. I think the last panel also have a discussion. I think the strong supporter for stablecoins, whether it can play a critical role to facilitate the global trade and investment. That's a question mark, actually. So far, the most successful story for stablecoins, USDT, USTC, but they mainly settle for crypto assets rather than the real international trade. So I think in front of us, there are 2 big issues should be tackled. Firstly, how the stablecoin, to settle the international trade, can meet standard for global compliance. That's the first issue. The second one is the real use case have a big scale for global trade. I think, as I mentioned, so far still mainly used to be settled for crypto rather than the trade. But what's the use case? I think is all the regulator or market players all concerned about.
Well, I think after US launched their Genius Act, Japan and Hong Kong quickly followed. I believe there's some interest in this space. It's just probably a question of time before things catch up. Tommy, any views on this?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of stablecoin, yes, I think it's quite interesting. I'm also learning as well. But I guess there's 2 questions we need to answer, right? In order to go ahead. I mean, the first question is in terms of the use case of the stablecoin, as mentioned by Mr. Wang. I mean, the second question is also in terms of the is there any viable business model for the issuers, right? Because right now we know for the issuers, the big chunk of their revenue came from the spreads, right? You don't pay anything to your liability, but you earn quite a lot from your reserve, your investment in treasury, etc., right? So now we know the Fed is cutting the interest rate, so the interest rate is going down. So then the spread is tightening, right? So how's the viable business model for the issuer? I think this is something probably we need to discuss as well. I mean, also in terms of the risk, I guess the fragmentation is one of the potential risks because the coin could be on a different chain. You know, the different chain may not talk to each other. Then how to make sure the chain to talk to each other? I think there was a lot of things we need to think about that if we continue this particular project. Thank you.
Thanks. I suppose this is still a developing area. It's definitely a space to watch. I think we are running out of time, but I just want, before we close the panel, to touch on a couple more issues. First one, I think since we're in Southeast Asia, we want to know what role Singapore, especially Southeast Asia, can play in this realignment of supply chain between US and China. What I'm seeing on the ground is that a lot of Chinese companies now are setting up presence in Southeast Asia. But the Southeast Asia factories are not products meant for Southeast Asia. Their Southeast Asia factories, because of rules of origin, are products meant for US. And Southeast Asia, because they are here, they have demand for their products, their needs are satisfied from China. So China products sent to Southeast Asia to meet Southeast Asia demand, whereas the Southeast Asia factories go to US. So then my question is, are we able to effectively perform this role, right? It seems like the supply chains are realigning so that we are the middle ground, whereby we can then so-called help to meet the supply and demand between US and China. Clark, any thoughts on that?
I don't have a good answer and good thoughts for that, unfortunately. Based on what we were seeing out of the Trump tariff regime, and this goes right to the heart of these new 40% transshipment tariffs, which they have threatened. The bottom line is that's extraordinarily complex exercise to try and analyze and enforce. And I don't know that Customs and Border Patrol knows how to do that. I don't think companies are fully yet compliant in figuring out how they're going to manage their value chains to do that. And the bottom line is it's injecting an extraordinary amount of uncertainty into businesses trying to figure this out. This just goes to my point earlier. There is no excuse anymore to not know your value chains at a deeply dynamic, granular level, because this new language of trade with export controls, with investment screening, and with transshipment tariffs coming online, it's creating a new paradigm. And Kim Watt, I don't know yet where we go. I don't think anyone does, but it's something we have to be cognizant of and be ready to adjust our businesses around.
Thank you. While you hold the mic to close off this panel, I just want to ask a question to each panelist. Companies that rely on international trade, and there are quite a number of them here, what would be your advice to them on scenario planning? Knowing that US-China will probably reach an agreement, there'll be some temporary reliefs on tariffs. Are they supposed to change their supply chain fundamentally, or what should they do from your perspective? Maybe I'll start with Clark.
I have multiple ones, but for time, I'll give one. Put geopolitical acumen into the C-suite. Full stop. Major multinationals, of course, have large government affairs and public policy functions. Some even have internal think tanks. But no matter what size of your business, there's no excuse to not have at least an advisor to the C-suite, or think about a board seat for someone who has been at the table, so to speak, for policymaking and can help you navigate these currents.
So, ask the expert. Clark is definitely one of them. Can I move to Mr. Chen?
We are doing that in JPM. We are building up a lot of geopolitical advisory for our own business and also for our clients. I would say if there's one thing to do is to keep in mind that a lot of these things move more quickly than you imagine, right? So it pays to be prepared for the worst and be a bit more active in preparing for these shifts and thinking about kind of the worst case scenario. I think the worst case scenario probability is higher today than I would say the past many decades.
So ask your bankers, they could also help you. And what he's saying is 计划赶不上变化. So before you decide what to do, things change again. That maybe sometimes that means do nothing. Mr. Wang, what would you advise for the people who deal with international trade in terms of their supply chain planning?
I think, as I mentioned in my first, talking, is be optimistic and confident. I think, just as mentioned by Ms. Chen, everything is changing very fast. So what we can do is just, well prepare yourself and also be optimistic.
Yeah. 以不变应万变 Tommy.
I guess diversification is still the key words, but also I think learn from the history. We should revisit the history and what we can learn really from the history.
Okay, diversification. And we're going to finish off with the businessman. Kun Vikram, what's your advice? What are you doing?
Well, I think we are very lucky. We are in ASEAN. I still believe the future of ASEAN will be its a hub of the manufacturing, economic. I really would like to believe that I would asking everyone just looking for the future with China, for even the Western, and going to do, I believe that our GDP will be growing over 5-6% continuously. So please trust ASEAN and going together with ASEAN.
Thank you for making such a strong speech for ASEAN. With that, I would like to close this panel, and may you join me to thank the panelists for their insight.
A big hand for Mr. Chia and our panelists. May we gather gentlemen on stage for a group photo together, please. Right in the center. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next in the afternoon, we're going to have an in-conversation with Mr. Ray Dalio as well as Mr. Ng Kok Song, to be moderated by Ms. Christine Tan. But coming up next, we are expecting the arrival of Minister for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, anytime soon. Thank you, gentlemen. May we invite you back to your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We're getting ready for the arrival of Singapore's Minister for Foreign Affairs anytime soon into the ballroom. And now, would you please give a big round of applause for the arrival of Singapore's Minister for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan.
Hi, good to see you. All well? Yes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd also like to invite Editor-in-Chief of SPH Medias, Chinese Media Group, Ms. Li Hui-ling, will be moderating the session. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand please for Minister Vivian Balakrishnan.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Minister, for joining us today for this fireside chat. Because our time is...
Yes. Time pressure.
So, Minister, would you first like to make an opening remarks?
Let me try to quickly gallop through a few points. Now, I know you've already had very good morning sessions and I hope you've listened to them, and you've got more to come in the afternoon. But what I wanted to start with is to get all of you to take a step back and take a historical perspective. What happened in 221 BC? First question. So I'm going to do this as a series of questions. 221 BC. What happened? I think I better get you to answer. What happened? Qing Shi Huang, right? My pronunciation bad. What is his most famous achievement? He reunified China. What else? Imposed a common script, which in a sense we still, depending on your perspective, labor under or still maximize the advantage of a common script throughout China. What else did he do? Great Wall. Basically, the point about 221 BC is the political imperative for China to maintain territorial integrity, to maintain unity, whatever it takes. Okay. Next date, I want to ask you, what happened in 1433? 1433, what happened? Okay, first, which dynasty is this? Ming, right? 1433, doesn't it sound familiar? Okay, I'll give you another clue. Admiral Zheng He. It was the end of the 7th expedition. Actually, 1433 is when, the eunuchs were in the fleets, the scholars were in the treasury, and they persuaded the emperor burn the imperial fleets. Waste of time, waste of money, exploring the world. That, in a sense, I use as an example of China deciding, I've got nothing to learn from the rest of the world. I have reached the zenith of civilization, and all these guys wandering across the oceans, wasting time, wasting money. Next date, 1839, I think.
1840?
Yeah, leading on to 1840. What does that remind you of? It's the Opium Wars, right? And this is already a different dynasty. This is the Qing dynasty. Right? But what does that represent? Is that between the Ming and the Qing, by the time the Opium War came about, it's worthwhile remembering what was happening in Europe. The preceding centuries in Europe, the Renaissance, the age of science, the Enlightenment, reason, the Industrial Revolution. The reason why I am speaking English and many of you here are speaking English, either as a first or second language, is because the Industrial Revolution began in England, spread to Europe, and the ultimate winner was the United States of America. But China missed it. And 1840, the Opium War marks the lowest point of Chinese history in a couple of thousand years because we missed the Industrial Revolution based on science. Next date, 1868. Does that ring any bells here? I give you a clue, not China, but a neighbor of China. The Meiji Restoration. You see, what happened in that period from 1840 and 1868 is that the Europeans, on the basis of science and technology and ocean-going ships, had come out to Asia to colonize us, to take our natural resources. And of course, they had reached China and Japan. But here is where a fork in history took place. In the case of China, they tried to conscribe foreign expeditions in China. So, for instance, the Canton or Guangzhou, they tried to confine the foreigners to these places. And the imperial dynasty then was still in a defensive posture. Keep foreigners out, limit them. I still refuse to accept that the world has changed and actually I'm on the way out. In the case of Japan, the Meiji Restoration, in fact, it led to an overthrow of a dynasty early. I can't remember the name, Tokugawa or something like that. But Japan was the first Asian nation to industrialize. And they copied the West. In fact, they copied the West too much. So by the time 1895 came along, not only was Japan industrialized and militarily strong, it decided if the white man can build global supply chains on the basis of empire, so can I. And you saw in quick rapidity, Japan took Taiwan, took Korea, fought a war with Russia, which it won, and of course began Japan's aggression to China. And then we can talk about the Second World War, and now we just had 80th anniversary. The point I wanted to raise, jumping through all these quick historical things, is can you discern some trends? Because apart from the headlines which you read about and all the diplomatic things, understand the deeper underlying tectonic forces which history has actually revealed. I would say number one is technology matters. Number two, a closing of the mind, erecting walls and being defensive is a mistake. Number three, when wars, and later I think you're going to have a session with Ray Dalio later. I can almost recite his talking points, but he will tell you about the potential for both economic cataclysms and military, which usually follows these periods of Great Depression. But the point I wanted to make was that what happened in the last 80 years was that when America won the Second World War, it was a very unusual winner because the defeated countries, Germany and Japan, were rebuilt by American generosity. The Marshall Plan uplifted Europe. Yes, there was a distraction from the Cold War, but we all know communism as an economic paradigm didn't work. So by 1990, Berlin Wall came down in 89, but 1991, Soviet Union cracked up. The point I'm trying to make is that actually the last 80 years has been a very unusual period in world history where you had a generous, victorious hegemon called the United States, which built up a so-called rules-based model of globalization, which we all benefited from. But the biggest winner in the last 47 years has been China. because Deng Xiaoping embarked on 改革开放, which is an opening of China. And what we're witnessing now, and I'm going to stop here, is that if I ask you the technologies of the future, who has mastered them? Or who is more likely to take advantage of those technologies, achieve economic profit, which in turn means strategic advantage and potential power for the future. So maybe I'll stop there, but I hope I've given you enough, breadcrumbs to draw some interesting conclusions.
Thank you, Minister, for starting off with giving us this historical perspectives. But journalists being journalists,
yes,
have to pull it back to what's happening now. And I think a lot of the audience, they would like to hear your views on what's happening right now.
So what's happening now is the winner of the Second World War has decided that, well, I used to be 40% of global GDP. It was worth my blood and treasure to underwrite a generous, rules-based system which allowed everybody to rise. But now that America is 26% of global GDP, it is entirely legitimate for the American voter to say, why should we pay? People are free riding off us. Even the Europeans have said, well, we outsource manufacturing to China, we outsource security to America, and outsource energy to Russia. So America has decided globalization over the last 80 years may have been useful in the past, not now. China, at the end of the Second World War, maybe 1 or 2% of global GDP. Today it's in the high teens, crossing to 20. Right? And China says, but wait a minute, I don't look in terms of centuries, I look in terms of millennia, thousands of years. And if you take a multi-thousand-year view of history, China, when it is at peace, borders intact, running a continental-sized economy, has usually constituted between 25 to 30% of global GDP. So China says, I'm entitled to that. How can you tell me I can't? Right? I'm not asking for any special favors. My success is my hard work and savings. And I'm not going to make the mistake of the Ming dynasty or the Qing dynasty, and I'm going to master technology, and I'm going to remain open to the world. So from China's perspective, they're not doing anything wrong, but they don't accept an American-led, rules-based global world order. And then you've got all the middle powers, Europe, and then you've got India, Middle East, and ASEAN, which is a larger population in Europe, which if you add up all our GDPs makes us either 4th or 5th largest in the world. And we say, well, if we play our cards right, we also can be a middle power. So we are now in a period of great flux, which is your theme, because the old presumptions, the old reflexes no longer apply. So what's going to happen between, first question is what is going to happen within America itself? Whether it will still maintain the age of reason and science and business and innovation. Will it still be the master of future technologies for America? For China, China actually has some fundamental challenges too. China's per capita GDP is about 13,000 US. Well, I'd like to ask everyone here, in 1991, when the bubble burst in Japan, what was Japan's per capita GDP in 1991? I suspect Ray can answer that. Answer, about 29,000 US dollars, which means when Japan ran out of babies, and its workforce peaked, and its stock market and its property market crashed, Japan's per capita GDP, I'm not even correcting for inflation and time value of money. Japan's per capita GDP when the bubble burst was more than double China's GDP in nominal terms today. So even China has got significant challenges to overcome, while China has got significant strategic advantages. So we will have to see what happens in China. For the rest of us, I think the fundamental questions still are, can we master the technologies? Can we maintain openness? Can we maintain a rules-based world system that gives us all a fair chance to trade, to manufacture, to master technologies, and to get ahead? And there are some good old-fashioned values, which there's got to be some respect for facts, right? It cannot be that everyone is existing in echo chambers and facts and science doesn't matter. Second, there has to be thrift. You can't spend more than you earn. And sooner or later, modern monetary theory notwithstanding, you've got to come to terms with it, right? And if you earn more than you spend, and you're a net creditor, and you believe that we're now in a new technological revolution. And history has shown us in the early phase of a technological revolution, you normally get a gilded age. People like Ray Dalio become very rich. It takes time for those technologies to be democratized so that a new middle class can rise on the basis of those technologies. How long will it take us to move from that gilded age to a new GI Bill based on the GI Bill in America post-Second World War? They expanded education opportunities to the returning GIs. It's raising the middle class productive capacity. Then you have a pro-growth economy. You get good returns on your capital. And you're not squabbling over the distribution of debt burdens between demographic groups or between the present generation and the future generation. So my advertising, and I can't help advertising for Singapore. In such an age, would you prefer to be in a place that is AAA rated? In an age when return on capital exceeds return on labor, would you prefer your state to be a net creditor or net debtor? In an age of a technological revolution, would you prefer to live in a state that is scientifically literate, that is organized on logical and rational terms politically? And in an age of interdependence, would you prefer to live in a state that is always scanning outwards, looking for dangers and opportunities? And in a time when the greatest challenges to the world, I believe, climate change, pandemics, AI gone wrong, the issue of managing the global commons is more important than ever before. So my point is, don't lose hope in Singapore. I think we've got some fundamentals right. But we need to be aware of the larger currents around the world.
So, Minister, in this world of flux,
yes,
being a foreign minister for a small country, you said you were advertising for Singapore.
Yes.
Do you feel, how do you make tangible difference to foreign policies?
No, it's not about me.
Do you feel more powerless, or do you think there's more opportunities?
No, first it's not about me. Okay, I'm a believer in appreciation of history. I'm a believer in fiscal rectitude. I'm a believer in technology. And I'm also a believer in relationships building. I think I've had a really exhilarating 10-year ride because I've had a ringside seat, to a technological revolution, a world in flux. I've had the opportunity to meet and be in the room with all the key leaders of countries, large and small. And I've been able to face both pressure and to withstand pressure, and to try our best to keep Singapore relevant, keep Singapore safe, and maintain Singapore's reputation for reliability and trust. And this is particularly important when your next question will be, how do you engage the US and China? With China, my paradigm is I operate on
Maybe I ask my question.
Okay, I'll let you ask the question. I can't help myself.
So
Yes.
I will go to China first.
Okay.
I mean, this year marks the 35th anniversary, we all know that.
Yes.
And having spent this decade with your counterpart, Mr. Wang Yi,
Yes, whom I consider a real friend.
and I think you have met for not less than probably 18 times or so.
I've lost count. I mean, I go to China every year,
Yeah.
see him several times, China or other parts of the world. So.
And with a younger new PM that we have now, engaging with them,
Yes.
you sit in the meeting rooms with them. Can you share with us your observations of?
Well, first of all, this year we say we celebrate 35 years, but actually,
You celebrate every year.
way back then, way back, right? You talk about Zheng He and the rest. I mean, there have been Chinese fleets, there have been Chinese traders in Southeast Asia for centuries. Second point, where else in the world do you have 74% of the population with Chinese ancestry? And the answer is either China or Singapore. We are unique. We are the only independent, sovereign political entity with a Chinese ancestral majority, which is both a blessing as well as sometimes a burden. Blessing because President Xi has probably spent more time with President Putin than any other leader, right? But which other, I often wonder when I sit in those rooms, which other foreign leader can the Chinese leaders really, not at the formal meetings, but over drinks and over dinner, really download from the heart and from the mind? I'm saying it is a unique relationship because of this linguistic, cultural, historical mix. But having said that, if you go to China and ask, well, how many cities have a population of 5 million or 6 million? And the answer is quite a lot. Singapore's value proposition is not to be yet another Chinese city, medium-sized Chinese city with 6 million. Our value proposition is to be same but different, to quote my mentor, Mr. Lim Swee Say. Same, yes, there's a Chinese majority, yes, we understand Mandarin, yes, we understand Chinese history and culture, but different in order to be valuable. And the day that we forget the need to be different is the day we lose our value to China. And at the highest level of government, both in China and Singapore, we understand that at the day that Singapore is just a vassal state or a tributary state, or Singapore cannot say no, is the day we lose our value. So it is a relationship which I believe at the highest level there is mutual regard, there is mutual respect, and there is trust. But not on the basis of saying yes sir, 3 bags full, every time the big country wants to express its preferences. So I say this in all humility because we are a city-state. China is a continental-sized civilizational state. So have no illusions about it, right? But I'm saying we have a unique and special relationship, and so far it has gone very well. And I can put hand to heart and say we have been honest, reliable, useful, relevant to China. But you cannot stay still. You see, China has clearly transformed itself. And Singapore has to keep looking for ways that we will be useful and relevant for the future of China. Next thing is never ever forget, we are a city-state in the heart of Southeast Asia. This is our neighborhood. And actually we are blessed to have a neighborhood, which is, I mean, there will be some border issues and things, but generally this is a zone of peace. ASEAN, quite rightly, and we'll be celebrating 60th anniversary in 2027, has quite rightly focused on economic integration. We're talking about power grids, connecting cables, connecting fiber, connecting pipes, connecting bits, connecting digital payment systems. By focusing on economic integration, we have made our area a zone of significant economic prospects and opportunity. So my point is, it's still, it's been exhilarating for me to have watched all this. It's a deep honor to participate in a small way, but I'm always mindful that we stand on the shoulders of our preceding generations. Hui Ling, you've lived in China. Every time I go to the Great Hall of the People, or if I go to New Delhi and I go to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, the equivalent of the Istana, the thought always comes to me, if my great-grandparents had not left China, and on my father's side had not left India, do you think their great-grandson would be in the Great Hall of the People? I don't think so. The only reason I'm there is because Singapore exists. And we have made a success of our system and a success with the opportunities that were presented to us by being in the heart of Southeast Asia. And we have a hardworking, disciplined people, a sensible, rational, honest, and competent government. And we have seized every opportunity that came our way, but with good old-fashioned values.
So that is our set of relations with China.
Yes.
But there's also pressure building up from the other side.
From America?
Yeah, the other friend that we have. Yeah.
Same thing. We aim to be, most people still underestimate how important America is to the Southeast Asian economy. The amount of investments that America has put into Southeast Asia is more than what America has invested in India, China, Japan, Korea combined. Most people still don't realize that, by a big way. Now, are there Chinese investments in Southeast Asia? There are, but it is a fraction of what America has put in. Of course, trade, there's no doubt about it, overall figures, China is the biggest trading partner. But in our case, America is the biggest trading partner for services. So that's investment in trade. Technology, at least for the past 80 years, there's been no question that America has been at the forefront of that. And our openness to American companies, to American technology, is to gain access. And for us, there's no way our per capita GDP now would be what it is if we did not have access to American technology, American markets, and if we were not a useful host of multinational corporations, thousands of them, and that if we were not a part of a critical node in global supply chains. That's what has brought us to where we are. But same thing with America, I would say two things, right? It cannot be yes sir, 3 bags full to everything the Americans want. We can't. Second thing, which I'm always very mindful of as the foreign minister, when I go to Beijing and I go to Washington, I I say exactly the same thing to Marco Rubio and to Wang Yi. You can't get away with trying to whisper one version to you and then a different version to the other side. So, consistency. So again, can you see the key point is we will have to say no from time to time, but when we say no, either to China or America, it's not because the other side is instigating me. I will be useful, but I will not be made use of. I will be honest, I will be helpful, I'll be constructive, and I'll be relevant. So far, anyway, this kind of modus operandi has served us well in our relations with both America and China.
But now that the pressure has built up, even for normal economic cooperations, actually
Yes.
will be magnified.
Yes. So now, if I was in America, I don't advertise so much about the investments in Singapore, because America says, no, I want my investments in America, right? But so I will have to say, but you have skin in the game. Why? And your American companies are doing well in Southeast Asia. Why would you not want them to continue to take advantage of their head start? Similarly, I want Singapore to, I tell the Americans, and I tell the Chinese as well, Singapore must remain open to both American and Chinese businesses. I cannot exclude you on the basis of where you came from. Having said that, I want honest business here. So no hanky-panky, no using us and using our reputation to cover up false declarations and things like that. So we will run an honest shop. And then we value the sanctity of contract, right? So Singapore is not an Oriental society that depends just on quantity. But if I sign something, I mean it, I'll live up to it. So it is this combination of, the Western concept of rule of law, an Oriental concept which has a premium on relationship and trust. And we can get these two things together. We become an open, inclusive, high trust, high efficient node in a global network. I think even in this state of flux, this kind of operating system, this kind of operating principles are still valuable.
I think that's what people appreciate Singapore for.
I hope so. No. I mean, we will do our best to maintain this for as long as possible.
I only have time for probably one question now.
They're not going to quiz me on the audience.
We have skipped the audience questions today, basically. I just want to ask, because just now you mentioned about, we all understand about the Americans' investment in this region.
Yes.
The importance of the Americans in Southeast Asia. But so in time to come, if China's technology become very advanced and China's investing more in this region,
yes.
So then how would
the more the merrier.
That the equilibrium would change?
No, you see, I guess the larger point I'm trying to make is to avoid binary thinking, that it must be one or the other. I'm telling the Europeans, the Americans, and the Chinese that, look, Singapore is open for business. We are a technocratic and technophilic system, which means we are after the latest technology. I don't care where it comes from, right? But we will do business honestly, and we will not play games, and we will live up to our word. So the three technological revolutions going on now are in digital technologies, especially AI, renewable energy, and biotechnology. Actually, if you ask me right now, AI, I think the Americans have a lead, maybe a couple of months, a year or two. On renewable energy, I think China is in the lead. If you look at EVs, electric vehicles, batteries, solar panels, turbines, probably even nuclear technology, yes, civilian nuclear technology, I think China is ahead. On biotechnology, which I know a little bit about from my past life, it is a very, very close race. So I have no idea who's ultimately going to achieve a decisive advantage. Actually, my hope is that we will continue to have a world where everyone in science and technology actually works on a common stack, and we are competing to innovate, competing to bring ideas to business, competing to make standards of living and productivity for everyone rise collectively. But in order to do that, we must avoid binary win-lose kind of thinking. And I'm saying for the maximum extent possible, we will remain open and rational and disciplined.
Do the other ASEAN countries share this similar view?
If you look at what other countries are doing, I think everyone knows that this is a time of flux, a time of danger, and a time of opportunity. You've got the Chinese character for that, right? And everyone in their own way is trying to remain open and to have a more balanced set of relationships. But each country will make a slightly different adjustment to their foreign policy. In our case, as I said, we maintain a certain consistency, steadiness, predictability. Actually, Singapore's foreign policy is predictable because you know our principles, you know what we care about, you know how we operate. On any given question, Cao Pao will usually get it right.
But the question is, others have shifted their positions, right?
Well, yes and no. Okay, let's do a worked example, right? Southeast Asia. If you go back 60 years, the problem for Southeast Asia 60 years ago is we were an arena for proxy wars during the Cold War. That's why you had the Vietnam War, even in the problems in Cambodia, Laos, right? An arena for proxy wars. And we're all very clear, we don't want to repeat that. We do not want to make ourselves an arena for other people's wars. Next thing, at the end of the Cold War, the main development in Southeast Asia was economic integration and development, and to focus on that. Never mind the political differences, never mind the diversity in political systems, language, religion, all that. Just focus on economics. And Southeast Asia has done well, generally. So we will continue to focus on that. But some countries, by geography, by history, and by economics, are more dependent on one or the other. And to me, I think every country has to do what it calculates is in its own national interest and make those adjustments depending on your dependencies and on your assessment of who is in a better position to give you more benefit. Singapore has the advantage that we are reasonably well developed and we stand on our own 2 feet. We're not dependent on anyone else to fight and defend us. We will defend ourselves, thank you very much. We have the fiscal reserves of our own. So we're not asking for assistance. We're not asking for developmental aid. We're asking to do business as equals, as partners, as contractual, relationship. So basically what I'm trying to say in a long roundabout way is don't judge other countries too quickly. Everyone has their own vulnerabilities, their own threat assessment, their own opportunities, and they're making those necessary adjustments. They cannot behave like us, and we should not expect them to behave like us. So you have to learn to live with this diversity of approaches. But the common thing for Southeast Asia, we don't want wars. We don't want external wars to be fought here. We want to focus on economics. And we believe that the fundamental motto for economic development in this day and age is technology. And making ourselves, and for technology, the key thing is to uplift the capacity and the skills of our people to take full advantage of technology. If we can do that, we can secure peace and prosperity in Southeast Asia next few decades. And we will easily be number 4 in the global rankings of GDP. But then we have to work on the other issue of inequality, and as I said, raising a prosperous middle class throughout Southeast Asia. That is a political, economic, social challenge, which you know in Singapore we are also focused on. So bringing down the Gini coefficient, uplifting educational capacity, especially for families or groups who may otherwise be left behind. You know, again, it's not about economics versus social policy. Actually, it all dovetails, you see. You get education right, you get social policy right, you get fiscal policy right. All cylinders firing. You will succeed, you'll be strong, you'll be more equal, more united. And we hope to achieve that in Southeast Asia as well.
With that, thank you, Minister, because time's up. Yeah.
Thank you. We will continue these conversations. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. A big hand, please, for Dr. Vipin Balakrishnan and Ms. Li Huiling. Thank you for that insightful fireside chat. Thank you so much. Once again, a big hand, please. We'd like to thank Dr. Vipin Balakrishnan for gracing us at this event. 请大家以热烈掌声感谢维文医生。感谢新加坡外交部长。And from one exciting fireside chat, we're going on to another heavyweight in conversation. This year, we're very honored to have Mr. Ray Dalio and also Mr. Ng Kok Song to join us for a special in conversation segment. And right now, would you please welcome on stage first our moderator for the session, Ms. Christine Tan. Would you please put your hands together also for Mr. Ray Dalio and Mr. Ng Kok Song. Over to Christine, please.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being with us. You know what? We're in for a real treat today. Today, we're not just talking about markets and cycles and geopolitics. Now, we're bringing together two men who lived through those cycles, navigated crises, and most importantly, remain friends through it all. Let me begin my introduction on my right. Of course, this man needs no introduction. Ray Dalio, founder of Bridgewater Associates, world's largest hedge fund. He spent half a century studying the rise and fall of empires, wrote another book called How Countries Go Broke, details of which he will actually talk about at the start of the panel. And next to him, Ng Kok Song, chairman of Avanda Investment Management, former CIO, of GIC, who helped build Singapore's reserves and financial defenses, an investment legend in his own right. So gentlemen, thank you so much for being on stage with me. It's an exciting time given what's happening in the world stage. Kok Sung, I want to talk about this because you and Ray go back a long way, many years during your days at GIC, correct? Is this the first time both of you are coming together to share insights in a panel in front of a live audience?
Yes. Thank you very much, Christine. I feel very privileged to be here at this China Forum and with my friend Ray Dalio, whom I have known for 32 years. And we're very fortunate to have Ray here to share with us his experience. And what he has to share with us is captured in two outstanding books that he had written recently. The first book was about the changing world order, and the second book was How Nations Go Broke. Now, when Ray speaks to us, we have to realize that he speaks not only from his understanding and study of history, but he also speaks to us from practical experience. So I think the study of history is extremely important for anyone who is in business, who is in financial markets. I think it was Sir Winston Churchill who says, the further you can look backwards, the further you can see into the future. So Ray has studied financial market history, and his two books captured the essence of what he has learned. But more importantly, he's not talking to us as an academic historian. He's speaking to us as the man who built the largest hedge fund in the world, who has made considerable amounts of money for his clients, including the GIC, where I had the privilege of working with him for many years. So he speaks of experience, and experience is so important because that experience came about from mistakes. And he has got this favorite advice to people, says that mistakes plus reflection equal progress. So when you learn mistakes in the financial market, it is very expensive. And therefore, those mistakes teach you a lot. So I think we're very privileged to have Ray with us, and we hope that the two of us could share with you, our experience and our understanding of financial market history.
Ray?
Kok Sung and I have known each other for a very long time, 32 years, and we've been through wars and we've had a lot of experiences. And I'm going to start in 1970. 1970 was the year that Kok Sung began to build GIC. And we're going to go back to a story of his doing that because I think it's telling. And 1970 is also a year that is quite similar to the year that we are in for reasons that have to do with debt and money. So I think there's a lesson in 1970. And in 1971, this is between college and going to business school, 1971, I was clerking on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. And on August 15th, 1971, President Nixon gets on the television and tells everybody, that monetary system that we had in which you could get gold, which gold was money at the time, and then they had these fiat money that was basically like checks in a checkbook. Well, you're not going to be able to get your money. And I walked on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, 1971, thinking, wow, this is a crisis. Money as we know it is ending. I would expect the stock market to go down again because I'm clerking on the stock exchange. So I walk on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, and the stock market went up the most in more than 10 years. That was a mistake. And then I studied history, and I found that the exact same thing happened in March of 1933 when Roosevelt got on the radio and said the exact same thing and did the same printing of money to pay the debts rather than give the real money. So that taught me that I needed to understand important things that happened in history before my lifetime. And there are important things that are happening in history right now that we're going to get into that happened before our lifetimes. If it isn't obvious to everybody here, it would be shocking that we are in times that are more like those that existed before than are those that we have become used to. Kang-sung, can you tell them the story about getting the gold?
Well, I mean, Ray spoke about 1971, when President Nixon suspended the convertibility of US dollars into gold. So at about the same time, I think in 1970, I had graduated from university, and having gone to university on a government bursary, I was obliged to serve my bond with the government. So I was posted to the Ministry of Finance in Singapore, working with the then Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Goh Keng Swee, who wanted an investment officer. So I started work as the first investment officer at what was then a small investment department. And today that is the GIC. So, but anyway, it was a baptism of fire for me, 1970, 1971. Because in 1970, Singapore was just 6 years into independence. We had a very small amount of reserves. If I remember correctly, probably a few $100 million. But those were precious reserves for a relatively small and poor country. And the crisis that we faced at that time was, having been a British colony, practically all our reserves were held in pound sterling. And sterling had devalued in 1967 and was in a very precarious situation. So much of my work was spent helping the minister sort of think of ways in which we can reduce our exposure to the UK, to sterling. So we made certain arrangements, and we decided then, well, the right thing was to reduce our sterling exposure as much as possible and to convert a good part of it into US dollars. But at that time, the US economy was also in trouble, because this was, during the time when Nixon was in charge. The Vietnam War was raging at that time, and President Lyndon Johnson had embarked on a Great Society program on domestic expenditure. So sterling was weak, the US dollar was weak, which was why Nixon had to suspend the convertibility of US dollars into gold. Singapore had some US dollar reserves because we had diversified from sterling. And so we saw that countries such as France were converting their US dollars into gold from the US. So we decided that as a matter of prudence, we should do so. So we were one of those countries who managed to convert some of our US dollars into gold at what was then $35 an ounce. $35. Today, it's $3,600 or more. It's an important lesson. But basically what I want to share about that was we're going to talk about the rise and fall of nations and of economies. But my experience in 1970-71, that was the time when the UK was in the late stages of decline. But that was also the beginning, in my opinion, of the American economy in decline. So that is the significance of the experience which Ray and I had in our early years.
And this
No, but you can't get away without telling them the going and getting the gold.
Well, all right. I think later, as you all know, Ray has been a very strong proponent that for investing, one needs to diversify, and one needs to buy insurance, because we can never be so sure about the state of the world. And from time to time, we will get into crises. And during times of crisis, gold is the ultimate hedge. So in our case in Singapore, we've always held gold as part of our reserves. And not only held gold as an asset, as a real asset, compared to monetary assets, but the gold you can have it in paper gold, or you can have it in gold bullion, in physical gold. So physical gold, in order for it to really play a diversification role, you have to diversify where you hold the gold. So obviously you don't hold all the gold in your own country. If your country, is vulnerable in times of war. So the decent thing is, the right thing to do is to diversify. So in our case, we would hold our gold in a diversified way. And what Ray was talking about was I was sharing with him that on one particular occasion, I had the onerous task of bringing back physical gold from gold vaults in London to bring it back to store part of it in Singapore. That was the context.
Tell them about the plane.
About the plane, well, we have to ship the gold back from London to Singapore, and everything was very nicely balanced, on the Singapore Airlines aircraft. And flew into Singapore, everything was fine at Heathrow. We made a landing in Dubai. But upon arriving in Singapore, we thought that the good thing to do was to ask the passengers to disembark from the plane first. But lo and behold, when the passengers left the plane tilted under the weight of the gold. So we had to get the passengers to get back to the plane to rebalance so that the gold can be loaded in a gentle way without tilting.
Did the passengers know why they had to get back into the plane?
I thought you'd enjoy that story. But I think we're talking about, back to our theme.
Yeah.
To a large measure, what is happening now is analogous to what happened in 1970-71, which is analogous to what happened in 1933 when Roosevelt made the same move. And that is the creation over a period of time of an enormous amount of debt. And what debt is for an individual, for a country, is the same as the individual, except the government can print the money to get out of it. And so in those cases, as in now, we have that kind of set of circumstances. We go through these cycles over and over again. May I get into that?
Yes, please get into your analysis, how countries go broke. Yeah.
History rhymes because the same cause-effect relationships happen over time, quite often in a cyclical way. As Kuksuk mentioned, I did a book called How Countries Go Broke. I did a video, it's also a YouTube video to make it more palatable. And I did a 4-minute clip of that, which I'd like to show, and then I'll describe it. So if we can show that 4-minute clip, I'd appreciate it.
Can we roll the video, please?
I studied the 10 most powerful empires over the last 500 years, and the last 3 reserve. Is it being projected? It took me through the rise and decline of the Dutch Empire and the guilder, the British Empire and the pound, the rise and early decline in the United States Empire and the dollar, and the decline and rise of the Chinese Empire and its currencies, as well as the rise and decline of the Spanish, German, French, Indian, Japanese, Russian, and Ottoman empires, along with their significant conflicts, as measured in this chart. To understand China's patterns better, I also studied the rise and fall of Chinese dynasties and their monies back to the year 600. Because looking at all these measures at once can be confusing, I'll focus on the 4 most important ones: the Dutch, British, US, and Chinese. You'll quickly notice the pattern. Now let's simplify the form a bit. As you can see, they transpired in overlapping cycles that lasted about 250 years, with 10 to 20-year transition periods between them. Typically, these transitions have been periods of great conflict because leading powers don't decline without a fight. So how am I measuring an empire's power? In this study, I used 8 metrics. Each country's measure of total power is derived by averaging them together. They are education, inventiveness and technology development, competitiveness in global markets, economic output, share of world trade, military strength, the power of their financial center for capital markets, and the strength of their currency as a reserve currency. Because these powers are measurable, we can see how strong each country is now, was in the past, and whether they're rising or declining. By examining the sequences from many countries, we can see how a typical cycle transpires. And because the wiggles can be confusing, we can simplify it a bit to focus on the pattern of cause-effect relationships that drive the rise and decline of a typical empire. As you can see, better education typically leads to increased innovation and technology development, and with a lag, the establishment of the currency as a reserve currency. You can also see that these forces then declined in a similar order, reinforcing each other's decline. Let's now look at the typical sequence of events going on inside a country that produces these rises and declines. In a nutshell, the big cycle typically begins after a major conflict, often a war, establishes the new leading power and the new world order. Because no one wants to challenge this power, a period of peace and prosperity typically follows. As people get used to this peace and prosperity, they increasingly bet on it continuing. They borrow money to do that, which eventually leads to a financial bubble. The empire's share of trade grows, and when most transactions are conducted in its currency, it becomes a reserve currency, which leads to even more borrowing. At the same time, this increased prosperity distributes wealth unevenly, so the wealth gap typically grows between the rich haves and the poor have-nots. Eventually, the financial bubble bursts, which leads to the printing of money and increased internal conflict between the rich and the poor, which leads to some form of revolution to redistribute wealth. This can happen peacefully or as a civil war. While the empire struggles with this internal conflict, its power diminishes relative to external rival powers on the rise. When a new rising power gets strong enough to compete with the dominant power that is having domestic breakdowns, external conflicts, most typically wars, take place. Out of these internal and external wars come new winners and losers. Then the winners get together to create the new world order, and the cycle begins again. So everything happens, there's these cause-effect relationships. I want to say that in order to understand this just briefly, there are 5 big forces that interact, and everything that we're going to talk about falls under that category of the 5 big forces. And the 5 big forces are, first, the debt, money, economy force. We'll get into that. You borrow money, you create credit. If it can be paid back, it's one thing or another. There were conversations about that. The second is very much related to that, is the internal order and disorder force that leads increasingly to populism of the left and the right and increased conflicts about what to do, and then that leads to fights that are forms of civil war that we are going through. The third is the great power conflict that we know about, the rise of China and other powers and the United States and the great power conflict. The fourth is nature. Acts of nature, droughts, floods, and pandemics, have killed more people than wars and disrupted more orders than wars. And number 6 is man's inventiveness, particularly of new technologies. And so what we're seeing is each one of those evolve in very classic ways and interacting. So that's if one can see that and see the evolution and understand the cause-effect relationships, one can understand the dynamic that's at work. It was a pleasure for me to hear the earlier speakers address these things now, but that's my context for looking.
Let's talk about your first big force and applying what you've learned. When you look at the US right now, running record deficits, is the US repeating itself? Is history repeating itself? Are we seeing signs that we're seeing the end of the US empire?
You're seeing the end, you're seeing the threat to the monetary order. We've always seen breakdowns in monetary order. We just talked about a couple. And so the other factors together will determine whether we're seeing the end of the entire US empire. But let's be clear. Here's the facts. And the economics for a country, as I say, are the same as they are for a company or an individual. The United States is spending, this year, will spend $7 trillion, and it will take in $5 trillion. It cannot cut back on its spending for various reasons. So it's overspending by 40%. Because it is overspent for so long, it has a debt that is 6 times the amount of money that it is taking in. In these cycles, you see the process of debt service payments squeezing out spending. So in other words, as debt rises relative to incomes, you have to pay more debt service payments in the form of interest and principal payments. So what we have now is we're going to have to borrow $2 trillion for the deficit. We have an interest payment of $1 trillion, so half the budget deficits, and we have to roll over maturing debt of $9 trillion. That means you have to sell $12 trillion in debt. And the market in the world does not have that same sort of demand for that debt, and that creates a supply-demand imbalance, which is a problem. In addition, if you continue to do that, these debt service payments are squeezing out those expenditures and is producing, this dynamic is producing the equivalent to an economic heart attack. In other words, it's like in the circulatory system that is the capital markets, credit is a wonderful thing in that it creates buying power. But if it's used to buy, to make investments that then pay back, it's a healthy system. If not, the debt service payments accumulate like plaque in the system, and they squeeze out that. So like a doctor looking at this, because one can look at it, it's all in charts and you could see it, you could see that dynamic happening, and therein lies our problem.
How did things get so bad in the US? I mean, you're highly connected in economic and political circles in the US, years of doing business there. How did the situation get so bad?
Human nature. Human nature, you know. Self-discipline. You know, we talk about Singapore and the history of Singapore. And it was, you know, just said earlier, you know, it's basic. The self-discipline to save, thrift, it was mentioned. And that self-discipline, look at the opposite. Look, I think it's now that the earnings from the saving pay for about 20% of the budget here. So self-discipline, often a political system. There's a challenge from the political system to have self-discipline because people want. I went to Washington and I spoke to leaders of both sides and explained all of this and we discussed.
Are they listening?
And everybody agrees. And then I say, I have a path. If you can get the deficit down to 3% of GDP from where it'll be about 7%, which would require about a 4% increase in taxes, a 4% decrease in spending, and an interest rate decline that would naturally come from that, then you would stabilize the situation, at least not add to it. And so I said, I think you need to, you know, if you get everybody to take the 3% pledge, we'll get it down to that. And so the answer that I got is that that's not possible.
That's not possible.
Because it's essential to make the pledges to the people who will elect you. I pledge I will not raise your taxes. And I pledge that I will not cut your benefits. And if you don't make those pledges, you won't get elected. And in fact, that's now political party plan. So we have human nature, you know, and a political situation where the dynamic of we need to be disciplined and deal with it that way is not going to fly.
Okay, so that's where I guess Trump tariffs come in and they're trying to scramble to try to fill ways to plug up the gap. Gok Song, I want to come to you now. You spend years, decades, understanding investing in capital markets. Are you seeing, do you think it's the end of US exceptionalism?
I think it's good to go back to the 5 big forces that Ray expounded in his book. You know, the debt situation of the US. And it's not just the US. We face a similar problem in the United Kingdom, perhaps even worse. We see it in France, and we saw it in Japan, and we are seeing it in China. In other words, government gets into a almost unsustainable debt situation. Now, so that's one of the big, and the reason why suddenly we're having this discussion about the unsustainability of US debt is because in the last 12 years, since the global financial crisis, the US went into a recession. The government had to spend to get the US economy out of recession to some extent. They were able to do that, coupled with a very aggressive quantitative easing of monetary policy by the Federal Reserve. Then, from the GFC, we went into the pandemic crisis of 2020. And the amount of money that was spent, you know, in order to rescue the US economy was considerable. So all of a sudden, the debt accumulated. I think during the Biden period, having to do with the pandemic, it was total about a few $1 trillion added to the debt. And we would have thought that if the debt has risen so sharply because of the GFC, because of the pandemic, that President Donald Trump coming in, would do something about it. Guess what? He had the big, beautiful bill, which raises the debt situation even higher. So as Ray says, he gave you the numbers. The US economy is a $30 trillion economy. Government expenditure is $7 trillion. Government revenues, $5 trillion. Budget deficit, $2 trillion. 7.5% of GDP. Interest payments, $1 trillion, all right? And every year, $9 trillion of debt needs to be refinanced. So we are talking about a total debt borrowing each year of 12 trillion. 9 plus 2 plus 1. Now, that was not really a problem a few years ago, before 2022, because interest rates were at zero. When interest rates are at zero, there's no problem. Today, interest rates are at 4%. See? And you can understand why Donald Trump is telling Jay Powell, you have to cut interest rates by 3%, because it's gone from 0 to 4, all right? And so we have to bring in the other two forces, the domestic political order and the geopolitical order. Because the domestic political order means this fight between the left and the right means that the US will find it politically almost impossible to cut spending or to raise taxes in order to balance the deficit. That's why we have a big problem there. And then globally, Donald Trump says the US has been paying for global security. So he's now telling countries, I'm going to tariff you. I want you to make you pay for what we've been giving you, And he's telling the Europeans, you have to provide for your own security. So that's where I think Donald Trump's agenda is he wants to make America great again. But in the process of doing so, he's going to face enormous domestic political challenges, and also it has got very important implications for the world. Donald Trump is trying to remake the international order in order to make America great again. In other words, the rest of the world will have to pay for it. But the key point which Ray is making, which I really agree to, is that the US has reached the tipping point. The tipping point. We do not know when the crisis is going to unfold, and we can talk about what is likely to happen in the immediate future.
Okay, that's where I come in. This big, beautiful bill is now giving way to a big, beautiful problem. Ray talked about appetite for US debt. We all know that record deficits, appetite for US debt, China, Japan, two of the big foreign holders of US debt, something like $2 trillion. What happens if this US debt continues to spiral? Gok Song, what do you predict is going to happen?
Well, it's interesting that, okay, the US will not default on the debt. It's American debt, it's US dollar debt. Countries don't default, not like you and me. Personally, we can go bankrupt. The US is not going to default on its debt. So if you have $100 worth of US Treasury bonds, you're still going to get back $100. The question is, what is that $100 worth in terms of gold, in terms of other currencies? So I think we're going to have a situation where, depending on how inflation behaves in the next 1 or 2 years, all right? If inflation gets stuck at above 3%, where it is now in the US, interest rates are not likely to come down, and there might be some pressure on rates to go up if inflation begins to go up. But the point is that the US government has got various ways in which to repress interest rates. Interest rates have to go up because the borrowing is so large. But it's within the capacity of a government if it so chooses, to what I call repressed interest rates. What do I mean by that? Well, for example, the most obvious way is for them to get the Federal Reserve. All right? You, the Federal Reserve, I want you to bring short-term rates down from 4% to 1%. I would like you to try to bring the bond rate from 4% downwards as well. And how do they do that? They do that, as Ray's study of history has shown, they do it by going quantitative easing. Quantitative easing is when the central bank buys long-term bonds and inject liquidity into it. Now, the problem about that is if you do that too much, you're introducing a lot of spending power, inflation might begin to go up. So inflation will be the biggest constraint on what the Federal Reserve do. Now, in addition to forcing the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates, you might very well have capital controls in the US. Capital controls it was introduced back in the 1950s by the US. It's not the first time it's happened. Capital controls, which is making it difficult for Americans to take their money out of the US, also making it difficult or expensive for foreigners to invest in the US. So I think we are likely to see all kinds of attempts, capital controls, financial repression, in order to prevent the inevitable rise of interest rates resulting from this massive borrowing. So I think, what does it mean? I mean, the US has got a huge deficit. It is the net borrower. The rest of the world, especially the countries in Asia, China, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, the Middle East countries, these are the huge surplus countries. These are the countries that hold considerable amount of US debt. I think in the case of China, I think we know that in 2015, the Chinese official foreign reserves reached $4 trillion. 2015, there was a crisis, capital outflows. Official reserves went down to $3 trillion. In the last 8 years, China has continued to achieve record trade surpluses. So China has earned, in my estimate, probably another $3 trillion of reserves, except that the reserves probably now in the order of $6 trillion. Only about half of it is held by the central bank. The other half is probably held by the state banks. It could be held by the development bank. And a lot of the US dollars are being held by the private sector. I mean, business people here from China who have, where do you put your money? If you want to diversify your money beyond the renminbi, the likelihood is that a very good part of it is held in US dollars. But anyway, I'm saying that the holders of US debt, I think, are going to face a lot of demands from the US. So my suspicion is that the current discussions about tariffs, negotiation of tariffs, I think the key point was that the tariffs were being perceived by the Trump administration as a form of leverage. Leverage for what? For example, it is quite conceivable that the Trump administration, in its discussion with the surplus countries of Asia or the Middle East, they say, well, you guys hold, $2 or $3 trillion of my US Treasury securities, which has an average maturity of 3.5 years. How about you extending that maturity to 30 years, to 50 years? Why? Because we are protecting you. We are giving you the security umbrella. Who is paying for the security umbrella? For Japan? For South Korea? For Taiwan? So in return, you extend your holdings of bonds, maturity of 3.5 to 30 years to 50 years at the same interest rate of 3%.
Ray, do you agree?
I mean, that is perfectly possible.
The dynamic, it's important to understand the dynamic. Kok Sung described it very well. And also a necessity of that. Just to understand, I think that there are unsustainable imbalances in which, on the one hand, the United States has become a great consumer, but in that overconsumption has become a great borrower, largely from China and other countries. And that China has become a great manufacturer. Chinese manufacturing is greater than the United States, Germany, and Japan combined, and is making great progress. And so that imbalance is not sustainable economically or financially, particularly at a time that there could be war, a type of war. We are in a trade war, we're in a technology war, we're in a geopolitical influence war, and there could be even a military war in which supplies are cut off. And so the idea of being self-sufficient, the United States has to produce things, not just borrow money and buy them. That dynamic also has to do with the domestic political environment. In other words, we've lost the middle class because the middle class was manufacturing. Okay, so there's a political necessity, a financial necessity, and there's the need to create this production. So for these reasons, these forces are inevitable. You cannot fight these things.
So what does this mean for the dollar, end of the day? I mean, a lot of talk, a lot of chatter about de-dollarization, the dollar as a dominant reserve currency. When you look at how the pound, and you talked about this in your video, lost its credibility as part of the decline of the British Empire, are we seeing a similar shift for the US dollar?
Of course. But let's be clear. Like in 1970, where we started the story of the 1970s to the 80s and the 1930s, what we have is, as Kok Sung said, a common problem of the debt. And so what happens normally is that you have the depreciations of all currencies. They have similar problems, too much debt. And that's why all fiat currencies tend to go down. So our tendency is to look at the dollar relative to other currencies, and the dollar's gone down by about 10% this year relative to other currencies. But those currencies go down relative to gold, which has now become the second largest reserve currency, right? So you have to look at it in light of all those currencies, and that's why gold is doing what gold is doing, and that is why that dynamic works that way.
Do you think the dollar can hold on to its dominant reserve currency status, and for how long?
A currency has two purposes, a medium of exchange and a storehold of wealth. As a medium of exchange, it will remain an important medium of exchange. It's almost like the English language has become the world's language, and we're in the habit of using it, and we'll do that, though we're going to lose a lot of that because China now is the world's largest trading partner. In other words, it exports and imports more than the United States does. And increasingly, you're seeing it denominated, trade denominated in its currency. So I think we're going to see that continue to happen. However, the more important issue is the storehold of wealth. And none of the countries are as attractive as storehold of wealth, their bonds. Partially because of the debt reason, but also because of the security of you're going to get it back. Foreign exchange controls. Would you trust, let's say, holding Chinese bonds as a storehold of wealth and trust in the government not to have foreign exchange controls, not to have those other things? So I think all currencies are going to have the problem of being an effective storehold of wealth. And that's why I think gold as a storehold of wealth. And then there's the question of what role does Bitcoin or other digital currencies play? But in any case, we're going to see non-fiat currencies we are seeing non-fiat currencies become more important as the storehold of wealth money. And what I mean by money is it can go from one country to another in a non-political way, you know? During such periods of conflict and these types of problems, even the closest allies don't trust the debt. They don't want to give credit to the other. And so that's why gold plays such an important role.
Okay, Kok Song, let me bring you in this because you talked about how Singapore diversified away from sterling into the US dollar. At what point in the dollar's decline would institutional investors like yourself start diversifying in a big way away from the greenback?
Well, I think we have to, why are we talking about this issue about the unsustainability of US debt? And why are we talking about the likely debasement of fiat currencies, including the US dollar? Why are we talking about it? We are talking about it now because in recent years, the amount of US debt has risen considerably. As I said, partly because of the huge spending during the pandemic, exacerbated now by the big, beautiful bill. All right, that is the problem. The second reason why we're talking about it now is because interest rates have risen. The cost of debt has quadrupled. You know, so that puts a lot of pressure. Now, so far, we have not had a crisis of US debt because I think in the last 12 years or so, a lot of global investors have been beguiled by what we call American exceptionalism. As we speak today, the US S&P 500 is at record highs. US 10-year bonds is at 4%. The dollar has come off a bit, but it is still at a very lofty level. So I think the day of reckoning has been postponed. Because the debt was under control in the past, now it's getting out of control. It has been postponed because I think over the last 12 years, the US has been in a situation where the rest of the world was worse. So all this talk about American exceptionalism, from my point of view, is like a beauty contest. A beauty contest where the winner is the least ugly. So I think it obscures us. You know, what do I mean by that? Go back to 2012. In 2012, we had the Eurozone crisis. The euro is supposed to be the challenger to the US dollar. Well, Greece, Italy, they got into trouble. The Eurozone went into a crisis. Mario Draghi said, whatever it takes. He brought interest rates down to zero and negative. Money fled from Europe, and where did they go? They went to the United States. Japan, in 2013, Abenomics. Bank of Japan, Kuroda. Whatever it takes. They brought interest rates down to negative territory because they were determined to lift Japan out of deflation. Guess what? Huge amounts of money fled from Japan, Japanese pension funds, Japanese insurance companies, Japanese banks. A lot of money went into the US. And to some extent, money has left other places like China and elsewhere. It went to the US. And so you had a situation where there was so much money flowing into the US, and what do they invest in? Well, they're not so interested in bonds because bond yields were not very high. So they went into equities, lifting the S&P to record highs, particularly because of the tech boom, the Magnificent Seven. They went into private equity because the US is the world's leading capital for private equity investments. And now, private credit. Anyone looking for yield goes to the US. So you have this 12-year period where I think it postponed the day of reckoning. And everybody says the US is exceptional. The US is not exceptional in terms of economic performance and in terms of public finance. If the US is in such a wonderful state, if the US were that great, why does Donald Trump have to make America great again?
Okay, my next question to both of you, I want both of you to gaze into your crystal ball. If you had to put the odds on the dollar still being the dominant reserve currency of choice in 20 years, what would the odds be? 90%, 50%, or below that?
Well, when you say reserve currency, I think, again, the dollar through the 70s retained its stature as a reserve currency. So we're dealing with the transactional basis. I would guess that the dollar's role as a reserve currency would be probably in the vicinity of 40%. That it would decline to about 40% as a medium of exchange. But I do think, as we're talking about as a storehold of wealth and its value, which is reflected in the purchase, or the real purchasing power of holding it, and you hold it in a debt instrument, I think that would decline very significantly.
I think as we speak now, if you look at just look at holdings of reserves, official reserves by central banks, with the very sharp rise in the gold price in 2025, I think in terms of market value, gold holdings is now the number 2 reserve currency next to the United States. In other words, gold in terms of value have exceeded the euro as a number 2 reserve currency, partly because of the sharp rise in the gold price. But that is an indication, of how things have changed. But I think it's quite important. We don't want our audience here to go away with gloom, and I think we're talking about what are the investment implications of the kind of scenario that Ray and I are sharing. So I think in investments you need to make there are certain principles involved. I think the first principle involved is, of course, diversification. Diversification is how much bonds you want to have, how much equities you want to have, and most importantly, how much insurance you want to have in terms of real assets. By real asset, I mean something like gold, for example, which has proven its worth over a long period of time. So we are making an argument that in a world where governments have to borrow so much, bonds as a store of value is being threatened. Even if you suppressed interest rates, inflation might go up as a result, and therefore the real value of gold of bonds will go down. The attractiveness of gold, the attractiveness of Bitcoin, for example, for younger investors, is that it offers an alternative, to what I call assets of nominal value. So I think, but even if you have a debt situation where interest rates might be under some upward pressure, but could be repressed by central banks, you could very well have a situation where equities continue to do quite well. Because equities has got certain protection against inflation, and equities have got certain protection against currency debasement. So you might very well have a situation where even if interest rates, even if we have a crisis, that's what Ray found out. Ray found out in 1971, that you had a currency debasement situation, but guess what? The stock market went up. He had a similar experience in 1982, I think, when the US government had to basically bail out the American banks because the problems they had with Mexico, and guess what? The stock market went up after that. So equities compared to bonds is actually a more defensive asset in that kind of situation against the debasement of currencies. So I think we want to add a word of caution that we are not saying, look, we're in crisis mode, put all your money in cash. You put all your money in cash in a time of inflation and debasement of currency, it's not going to help. But the other issue, which is important for global investors, is to understand that your currency exposure can be managed separately from your asset exposure. They need not be coupled together, because you can hold a US stock, but if you are concerned about the value of the dollar, you could hedge the currency exposure. So what we are saying is that the debasement of currencies could lead to a loss of value of the US dollar against gold, maybe against other currencies. But you need to look at your currency exposure separately from your asset exposure.
Just building on also what Kok Sung said for a minute, I would say, speaking with Secretary Bessent and people in the administration, there is a greater realization of these problems, and there's a greater proactiveness to be able to deal with them than there was before by a lot. So certain actions are being taken. Now, those actions, what they might mean, are interesting.
Do you have insights to those actions?
No, I have no insight, but what I am saying is that there is a recognition of a lot of the things that we're talking about. And there is also an understanding, a greater understanding of the mechanics of the choices that are at hand. So that should be kept in mind.
Okay. Let me at this point throw to the floor to see whether everybody was paying attention to what our two gentlemen were saying. How many of you are still bullish or still have confidence in the US dollar? A show of hands, please. US dollar, confidence, only this side? What about gold? Kok Sung talked about gold.
Buy the dollar.
And Ray talked about gold. Who likes gold in this room? Show of hands there. Now you get a clearer picture.
And there's also a saying in the markets that I learned repeatedly, and he talked about mistakes, and that's right. There's a saying in the markets that he who lives by the crystal ball is destined to eat ground glass. And what I think is the important thing, the most important thing, is for people to know how to diversify well, not to make any bets on one or another. Most people who do that don't do well doing that. And I think that to think about gold as a percentage of your portfolio, maybe it should be 10% of the portfolio or 10 something. But if I think, and also to look at your portfolio in real terms, not in nominal terms. Those would be two things to keep a moderate, well-diversified portfolio. That's the best advice I think that we would want to give, right?
Okay.
Yes.
And speaking of diversification, we are at the FutureChina Global Forum, and this is a nice segue to bring in China. We know US-China trade tensions clearly a result of China's rise as a global powerhouse. You have helped to build develop China's financial markets since 1984. What are some of the conversations you're having with Chinese policymakers about how they're managing the country's rise and how they're managing this rivalry with the US?
In the earlier session, there was a very clear review of Chinese history. So I would emphasize the understanding of the 100 years of humiliation, the importance of sovereignty, of which Taiwan represents part of that sovereignty, and to understand what Xi Jinping said about the greatest challenges in 100 years and what that means. I think that perspective is important, and I think that what people have heard during the day is a very good summary of the 5 forces as it relates to China and so on. There is a new world order changing, and I would say that the recognition of the debt and money part is part of a recognition of that. I would say the most important word that captures the Chinese perspective is probably harmony. In other words, if you go to a Confucian perspective, and if you go to the international perspective, that's really the tribute system and how that works, it's really meant to achieve a certain harmony, but also of respect for the most dominant, for relative powers. And so I think that those are the guiding principles. And we are in a time that in all countries, in the United States as well as in China, that there's a desire to have greater unity and greater control over the population and the mission to be able to deal with these very difficult times. So I think that those are the guiding principles.
Okay, both of you know China's state-managed capitalism has been a big growth engine for China because it allows Beijing to really channel or pump resources, distribute resources into certain key industries and really to ramp up and boost global competitiveness. How much of a leverage does that give China?
You're seeing the United States move in the same exact direction. And if you study history, you would see that during periods of great conflict, such as now, you have what we might be calling state capitalism or state-controlled economic management, because the standard consumer system where consumers earn money and spend money on expensive consumer goods like, I don't know, handbags, is not going to be the way that there needs to be direction. So in the United States as well as China, you're seeing initiatives. Well, that's why you're seeing President Trump with tech leaders and dealing with energy. How do you produce more electric energy for AI and such things? So you're seeing both operate in a manner that is very consistent with the way countries operate during such times.
Gok-song, how much leverage does state-directed capitalism in China give China a leverage where profit is not the main motive?
Well, I think the foremost policy imperative in China is to avoid the disaster that befell the Japanese economy. In other words, I think China should look carefully into how it can achieve what Ray in his book calls a beautiful deleveraging. In China, the problem is not in the central government. The problem is in the high level of indebtedness in the provincial governments and state-owned enterprises, and also to some extent in the property sector, in the private sector. But China has got a debt problem as well. And if China doesn't find a way of addressing this, take some action to relieve the high state of leverage, then you're going to enter into a prolonged period of economic stagnation that Japan has. And the relevance of this is that because the Chinese economy has been a very weak state, it has got to rely on exports. Guess what? Chinese exports, trade surplus are at record levels, despite an ongoing trade war. So I think in Ray's book, he pointed out that people who invested in Japan, if you had invested in Japan, let's say in Japanese bonds, you would have lost something like 60%
against gold. The bonds did not fall in value, but what fell in value was the currency. I mean, the Japanese yen depreciated from below 100, today is 146. So here you're talking about the debasement of a currency resulting from excessive debt. So I think that is the key for China, because China faces a more difficult world in order to export itself out of recession. So it becomes even more imperative for the Chinese government, and thankfully the Chinese government is not as, their capital controls. So you can manage, the flow of capital better. But the opportunity should be used to see how do we restructure debt, how do we bring about a beautiful deleveraging so that, it avoids the catastrophe that befell the Japanese economy.
Everything is beautiful these days, isn't it? Our time is up, but I want to get one final word from both gentlemen. What's one piece of advice you would give policymakers and investors, or policymakers rather, in Asia on how to avoid their countries going broke, right? One piece of advice.
I think just like it was said in the earlier session, there are three basic things that make a successful country. First, educate your children well and have civility. Second, earn more than you spend. And third, avoid a war.
Boxall?
If Singapore goes broke, who is going to finance us? We are not the United States. And that is why I think one of our fundamental strengths of our economy is that Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, going back to in the 1980s, conceived of the idea that in good times, we must save for bad times. In other words, we should build up our reserves. And we've now reached a point where not only have we built up the reserves, but we have put in constitutional arrangements to ensure that the reserves are prudently invested, that we only take part of the investment returns for the budget. So that's talking about out of necessity, because we're a small economy. We cannot, and going broke means you're spending more than you take in. So thankfully, year after year, the Singapore government has been able to achieve a budgetary surplus. Occasionally it says we have a deficit, but usually the outturn is a surplus. And that's a good thing, out of necessity for a small economy like us. So I think, we have a lesson to learn, that we can't afford the kind of profligacy that the UK had, that the US is now having.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for talking to me today. It's such a pleasure to have both of you come together, such a rare opportunity. By the way, how far back do you go again? How long have you known each other?
32 years.
32 years to be exact. Ever thought about writing a book together?
We'll think about it.
No, one of the good things is that Ray now comes to Singapore quite frequently, But not only does he come here to share with us his wisdom, but he has made an important contribution to Singapore by launching a program at our Wealth Management Institute here in Singapore, WMI. Not only has he written the books and he has designed the syllabus, but he personally teaches at the Wealth Management Institute, where I had the privilege of being the founder chairman. So I think there are lots of young professionals here. There's a Wealth Management Institute program, which was designed and taught by Ray, and is available here in Singapore. So in that way, you can continue to benefit from his wisdom.
In closing, I know we're over time, but I just want to say, I am so grateful for the relationship. I'm a resident, I have the family office here, I have my family members who are here. Singapore is a place that I admire and love, and am just so grateful to contribute in any way that I can.
We're very pleased to have you here, Ray, as always. Thank you so much for your time and insights. A big round of applause, please.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, big hand please for Mr. Ray Dalio and Mr. Ng Kok Song, as well as moderator Ms. Christine Tan. We'd like to gather them for a photo. On stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have lunch in just a minute, but before you go, during lunch, if you do have time, do help us to submit your feedback form, and you can do that at the polling booth. With that, we'll also like to present you with a gift. You might be able to gain more wisdom from Mr. Ray Dalio, all other souvenirs that we have offered for you. Once again, a big hand please for Mr. Ray Dalio, Mr. Ng Kok Song, and Ms. Christine. Thank you to Ms. Christine Tan. 各位来宾，接下来我们是午餐时间，请大家移步到宴会厅正对面的交流区，享用您的午餐。我们今天下午的
So we'll start at 2:40. So please come back at 2:40. Feel free to bring your lunch back to the forum. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
It's just short of an hour. We will be starting the forum once again at 2:40 p.m. Do feel free to bring your lunch and your drinks back into the ballroom later on when you join us at 2:40. Thank you.
The greatest challenges of our time. Challenges that test our limits. But they won't define who we are. What defines us is how we find answers. There is a place where we can uncover new perspectives, where connections unlock opportunities. Where journeys break new ground. This is where innovation sparks real change. Where moments inspire possibilities. And our actions push our world forward. This is Singapore, where vision, knowledge, and partnerships come together to create lasting impact.
Trade. It's at the heart of everything around us. It connects us all. Small steps that take us across vast distances. A bridge between people, technologies, and industries. It takes us across lands and seas. Because trade is not just about moving goods. It connects cultures, communities, and possibilities.
Singapore is transitioning into cleaner energy to achieve net zero emissions by 2050.
Possibilities that transform what was into what could be. making the world cleaner, better, closer. So join us at our port of call, where the movers, the innovators, and the producers meet. Where the distributors, the makers, and the collaborators come together. Where we make the world more connected, to share, to exchange, and stand ready to do business. Welcome to Singapore. Welcome to the heart of trade.
The challenges we face, there is a place where we can find answers, where we uncover new perspectives, where innovation sparks real change, and our actions push our world forward. This is Singapore, where events create lasting impact. No matter the challenges we face, there is a place where we can find answers, where we uncover new perspectives, where innovation sparks real change, and our actions push our world forward. This is Singapore, where events create lasting impact.
The world. Lately, it's as though everything's been turned upside down. Not here, though. Here in Singapore, you'll find a safe space for all kinds of ambitious risk-taking. Our clockwork precision, it leads to some radical innovations. And because we're oh so predictable, you can confidently venture into the exciting unknown. Because nothing today thrives without trust, stability, and safety to make your next bold move. Was that bold enough? Good. Your business needs Singapore.
时代的巨浪浩浩荡荡， 日益开放的世界市场激发了更多机遇。中国银行把握时代脉搏，构建人民币国际化的锦绣新格局。中国银行机构覆盖5大洲60多个国家和地区，拥有1万余家境内网点和560多家境外网点，凭借领先的清算网络，打造一点接入、服务全球的服务体验。中国银行积极投身人民币国际化进程，保持跨境人民币结算量第一、清算量第一，海外人民币清算行数量第一，专业值得信赖。中国银行坚持融通世界、造福社会的使命引领，在跨境人民币业务领域，用5全服务打造5新体验，为跨境贸易提供全流程服务。通过灵活便捷的跨境人民币汇款和信用证结算、贸易融资支持及远期结售汇和利率汇率掉期产品，中国银行奉献100年专业积淀，助您跨境贸易往来更舒心。为来华企业提供全功能服务，协助办理各类直接投资登记，专户管理资本金汇入和使用，提供跨境贷款，协助发行熊猫债。中国银行将全球服务与本土智慧相结合，助您来华创业更安心。为企业走出去提供全周期服务，在企业初创期办理境外账户开立和资本金汇出，在企业成长期协助管理汇率风险，在关键时刻给予跨境担保和融资支持。中国银行陪伴您开拓全球市场，助您走出去经营更省心。为对华金融投资提供全渠道服务，通过债券通、沪深港通、跨境理财通、QFI、CIBM 等各类渠道，中国银行助您分享中国资本市场成长红利，使您对华金融投资更顺心。为跨境资金管理提供全方位服务，从跨境人民币集中收付、跨境双向人民币资金池到本外币一体化资金池，中国银行为您打通境内外人民币资金运用各环节，让您的跨境资金管理更放心。每一次探索都开辟新未来，每一次连接都牵动新机遇。中国银行跨境人民币服务，助力您的全球业务再续锦绣篇章，牵丝成锦，秀美全球。中国银行跨境人民币业务与您共襄锦绣。时代的巨浪浩浩荡荡，日益开放的世界市场激发了更多机遇。中国银行把握时代脉搏，构建人民币国际化的锦绣新格局。 中国银行机构覆盖5大洲60多个国家和地区，拥有1万余家境内网点和560多家境外网点，凭借领先的清算网络，打造一点接入、服务全球的服务体验。中国银行积极投身人民币国际化进程，保持跨境人民币结算量第一、清算量第一，海外人民币清算行数量第一，专业值得信赖。中国银行坚持融通世界、造福社会的使命引领，在跨境人民币业务领域，用5全服务打造5新体验，为跨境贸易提供全流程服务。通过灵活便捷的跨境人民币汇款和信用证结算、贸易融资支持及远期结售汇和利率汇率掉期产品，中国银行奉献100年专业积淀，助您跨境贸易往来更舒心。为来华企业提供全功能服务，协助办理各类直接投资登记，专户管理资本金汇入和使用，提供跨境贷款，协助发行熊猫债。中国银行将全球服务与本土智慧相结合，助您来华创业更安心。为企业走出去提供全周期服务，在企业初创期办理境外账户开立和资本金汇出，在企业成长期协助管理汇率风险，在关键时刻给予跨境担保和融资支持。中国银行陪伴您开拓全球市场，助您走出去经营更省心。为对华金融投资提供全渠道服务，通过债券通、沪深港通、跨境理财通、QFI、CIBM 等各类渠道，中国银行助您分享中国资本市场成长红利，使您对华金融投资更顺心。为跨境资金管理提供全方位服务，从跨境人民币集中收付、跨境双向人民币资金池，到本外币一体化资金池，中国银行为您打通境内外人民币资金运用各环节，让您的跨境资金管理更放心。每一次探索都开辟新未来，每一次连接都牵动新机遇。中国银行跨境人民币服务，助力您的全球业务再续锦绣篇章，牵丝成锦，秀美全球。中国银行跨境人民币业务与您共襄锦绣。
青建國際控股有限公司係集地產開發、工程承包、建築產業化於一體嘅綜合地產建築企業。公司成立於1982年，並於2012年喺香港主板上市。公司目前主要喺香港、澳門、新加坡、馬來西亞、印度尼西亞、越南、柬埔寨等東南亞區域從事地產開發、工程承包業務。青建國際喺新加坡已有超過30年發展歷史，係新加坡最大嘅綜合地產建築商之一。公司從1987年喺新加坡開展建築承包業務，目前青建國際擁有3間最高建築資質 A1 嘅子公司。公司承建各類項目超過100個，為新加坡累計建造4萬多套政府組屋，執行共管公寓及私人公寓，多次獲得 BCA 頒發嘅環保與優雅建築商卓越獎，獲得中國建設工程境外老頒獎、BCA 建築卓越獎、建屋發展局建設獎等30餘個獎項。青建國際積極推進建築產業化發展，喺新加坡第2間取得混凝土結構預製裝飾模塊建築批准證書以及生產許可商證書嘅 A1 總包商。公司技術成熟，管理完善，擁有豐富嘅專業技術同管理人才，以及 PPVC 製造工廠，有多個 PPVC 項目在建設。自身開發 LaCrest 商住綜合體項目，亦係採用 PPVC 建造技術。2008年，青建國際開始喺新加坡從事地產開發業務，累計開發項目超過20個，面積近1000萬平方尺，包括執行共管公寓、私人公寓、商住綜合體、 工業寫字樓等。2012年獲得新加坡外資房地產企業銷售套數排名第一。2013、2015年至2018年分別獲頒新加坡10大開發商。開發嘅項目榮獲多項東南亞房地產頒發嘅房地產項目類獎項，並榮獲10項建築局綠色標誌超金獎。2017年，青建國際嘅住宅單位銷售數量喺新加坡排名第一。同年獲得嘅順福拆遷項目係新加坡史上最大嘅集體銷售項目之一。2018年，青建國際獲頒新加坡最佳開發商，獲得地產重要獎項近20項。青建國際注重智能家居、智慧社區嘅建設同開發，不斷提升客戶生活品質。從2015年推出 High Life 為生活智慧社區服務平台以嚟，已經推出多個提供智慧家居技術嘅執行共管公寓項目，帶動咗新加坡智慧地產產品嘅提升。2018年 High Life 獲得新加坡金字品牌獎。截至目前，新加坡有約150個住宅項目採用 High Life 智能社區服務，佔總公寓數量嘅20%。同時 ，High Life 智慧社區服務系統正逐步推廣到越南、泰國、斯里蘭卡、印度等國家。喺香港同澳門市場，青建國際擁有35年嘅業務經驗，擁有政府頒發嘅最高資質嘅地基牌照同私人建築牌照，承建咗逾100項地基同上蓋工程，獲得香港房屋委員會、香港建造業總工會等機構頒發嘅多個獎項。工程包括公營機構工程、私營機構工程、上蓋工程。青建國際擁有豐富嘅設備資源、先進靈活嘅技術設計能力、經驗豐富嘅管理團隊、廣泛嘅客戶資源、業界嘅良好聲譽等競爭優勢。2018年，青建國際喺香港取得2幅土地用於住宅地產開發，標誌住公司正式啟動香港地產開發業務。喺區域業務拓展方面，青建國際擁有一帶一路嘅區位優勢，目前喺馬來西亞、印度尼西亞、越南、柬埔寨獲得多個工程項目以及地產投資項目。2017年5月，青建國際與長城環亞國際投資有限公司合作成立長城青建一帶一路產業發展基金，為公司未來發展提供咗新嘅增長空間。青建國際擁有強大嘅發展後盾。青建集團係國家建設部首批特級資質建築企業之一，連續多年被評為中國500強企業同 ENR 250全球最大250強國際承包商企業，並榮獲多個獎項，包括多個中國建築行業工程質量嘅最高榮譽魯班獎。喺2016、2017、2018年中國對外工程企業營業額100強排行榜，青建集團排名分別為15、16、14，位居地方企業前3名。青建集團喺包括東南亞國家嘅近30個國家開展業務，喺技術、資金、人才、管理等方面，能夠與青建國際一齊發揮積極嘅協同效應。青建國際緊緊抓住國家一帶一路政策以及世界經濟發展帶嚟嘅機遇，努力成為一個公眾尊敬嘅東南亞地區最具影響力嘅建築地產綜合企業集團，並逐步發展成為一個具備全球競爭力嘅國際化公司。CNQC 傳承夢想，建設未來。
中国的帆船很少出现在如今的经济活动中，但它仍然是我们全新标志的核心元素。我们在亚洲历史悠久，在东盟和大中华地区拥有广泛而深入的网络，同时在伦敦、纽约和悉尼等重要经济中心开展业务。我们立足当下，开创未来。
Founded in 1991, Wilmar International Limited is today Asia's leading agribusiness group and one of the largest globally. Wilmar has been a Fortune Global 500 company since 2009. It has over 1,000 manufacturing plants and an extensive distribution network in over 50 countries and regions. The group is supported by a dedicated and multinational workforce of about 100,000 people. Wilmar is committed to producing the highest quality products at the most competitive cost. Wilmar's value chain includes cultivation, processing, research and development, merchandising, distribution and customer service. Wilmar is one of the world's most integrated food suppliers, the world's largest edible oil refiner, the world's largest rice miller, the world's largest sugar trader, the world's largest specialty fats producer, the world's largest processor of palm and lauric oils, the world's largest oleochemicals and palm biodiesel manufacturer, one of the world's largest palm plantation owners, one of the world's largest flour millers, one of the world's largest oilseed crushers, one of the world's largest edible oil and oilseed traders, the world's largest producer of consumer pack oils with annual sales volume ranking first among 10 countries. Wilmar focuses on developing businesses with local partners, implementing localized management, and developing and producing quality products customized for the local market. It is committed to producing nutritious, healthy, and safe products by adopting the most stringent production and quality management systems. Sustainability is an integral part of Wilmar's business, and the group adopts responsible business practices to protect the environment and create shared value for all stakeholders. Following Wilmar's commitment to develop a sectoral roadmap for enhanced supply chain action consistent with a 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway, it worked closely with industry peers and completed the roadmap in September 2022. Wilmar has signed up to the Science-Based Targets Initiative, SBTi, and is committed to both near-term and net zero emission targets. Guided by sustainable principles, Wilmar seeks to continue growing its business in a responsible way to leave a positive and enduring impact on the world.
延伸，一种向无边天空生长的力量，不断超越，开启向无界想象的蔓延。我们从一个起点，延伸天宽地阔的理想。作为科技驱动型综合投资银行，我们积极把握中国改革开放的历史机遇。 向内求索，向外远眺。4G 时代，我们率先布局移动互联网，开发新一代理财服务终端，财富管理业务实现跃升。5G 来临，我们确立了科技赋能下的财富管理与机构服务双轮驱动发展战略，全面打开数字化、生态化发展空间。 在科技浪潮不断推动经济社会转型的变革中，寻找属于自己的道路。我们延伸科技基因，率先以金融科技助力转型，引领财富管理数字化进阶，陪伴客户穿越市场周期，整合跨业务线金融资源，探索合作共赢新生态。 沉淀专业金融产品创设能力，延伸全业务链服务体系。 科技改变中国，引领产业的创新未来。我们坚定立足服务实体经济本源，服务企业技术迭代创新，赋能资本、产业与科技高水平循环，携手跨境联通，促进更高水平金融市场双向开放，以向上、向新的力量，为高质量发展贡献华泰智慧。我们延伸绿色基因，寻找山水间的生生不息，守护万象生机。我们助力绿色发展，践行可持续理念，推动金融向善。在新格局与新变局的交汇演进中，我们始终立足国家战略，行稳致远。我们坚定难而正确的路，初心不变。于高山群峰见奔涌浩大，我们与先行者同行，与开创者共创，聚势谋远，共赴未来。
We are living in a world moved by megaforces: climate change, the energy transition, rapid urbanization, and hyper-digitalization are affecting people, organizations, and cities profoundly. As a global asset manager with deep operating capabilities in infrastructure, real estate, and connectivity, we are deploying our expertise to create solutions for some of the world's most pressing challenges. Renewables and clean alternative solutions to drive the energy transition, waste to energy, and carbon capture solutions to decarbonize our planet. Sustainable urban renewal to green our cities. Efficient digital infrastructure, data centers, and subsea cables for our increasingly interconnected world. By bringing investors together with quality real assets and sustainable solutions that the world needs, we can make a difference and create positive impact on businesses, cities, and lives. Driven by our core values of being agile, a can-do spirit, and a commitment to always be a trusted partner to our stakeholders, we create impactful solutions for our customers, good returns for our investors, and a brighter future for our communities. At Keppel, we are creating solutions for a sustainable future, because what we do today defines tomorrow.
We face the greatest challenges of our time. Challenges that test our limits. But they won't define who we are. What defines us is how we find answers. There is a place where we can uncover new perspectives, where connections unlock opportunities, where journeys break new ground. This is where innovation sparks real change. Where moments inspire possibilities. And our actions push our world forward. This is Singapore, where vision, knowledge, and partnerships come together to create lasting impact.
Trade. It's at the heart of everything around us. It connects us all. Small steps that take us across vast distances. A bridge between people, technologies, and industries. It takes us across lands and seas. Because trade is not just about moving goods. It connects cultures, communities, and possibilities.
Singapore is transitioning into cleaner energy to achieve net zero emissions by 2050.
Possibilities that transform what was into what could be. Making the world cleaner, better, closer. So join us at our port of call, where the movers, the innovators, and the producers meet. Where the distributors, the makers, and the collaborators come together. Where we make the world more connected, to share, to exchange, and stand ready to do business. Welcome to Singapore. Welcome to the heart of trade.
The challenges we face, there is a place where we can find answers, where we uncover new perspectives, where innovation sparks real change, and our actions push our world forward. This is Singapore, where events create lasting impact. No matter the challenges we face, there is a place where we can find answers, where we uncover new perspectives, where innovation sparks real change, and our actions push our world forward. This is Singapore, where events create lasting impact.
Ah, the world. Lately, it's as though everything's been turned upside down. Not here, though. Here in Singapore, you'll find a safe space for all kinds of ambitious risk-taking. Our clockwork precision, it leads to some radical innovations. And because we're oh so predictable, you can confidently venture into the exciting unknown. Because nothing today thrives without trust, stability, and safety to make your next bold move. Was that bold enough? Good. Your business needs Singapore.
时代的巨浪浩浩荡荡，日益开放的世界市场激发了更多机遇。中国银行把握时代脉搏，构建人民币国际化的锦绣新格局。中国银行机构覆盖5大洲60多个国家和地区，拥有1万余家境内网点和560多家境外网点。凭借领先的清算网络，打造一点接入、服务全球的服务体验。中国银行积极投身人民币国际化进程，保持跨境人民币结算量第一、清算量第一，海外人民币清算行数量第一，专业值得信赖。中国银行坚持融通世界、造福社会的使命引领。在跨境人民币业务领域，用5全服务打造5新体验，为跨境贸易提供全流程服务。通过灵活便捷的跨境人民币汇款和信用证结算、贸易融资支持及远期结售汇和利率汇率掉期产品，中国银行奉献100年专业积淀，助您跨境贸易往来更舒心。为来华企业提供全功能服务。协助办理各类直接投资登记，专户管理资本金汇入和使用，提供跨境贷款，协助发行熊猫债。中国银行将全球服务与本土智慧相结合，助您来华创业更安心。为企业走出去提供全周期服务，在企业初创期办理境外账户开立和资本金汇出，在企业成长期协助管理汇率风险。在关键时刻给予跨境担保和融资支持，中国银行陪伴您开拓全球市场，助您走出去经营更省心。为对华金融投资提供全渠道服务，通过债券通、沪深港通、跨境理财通、QFI、CIBM 等各类渠道，中国银行助您分享中国资本市场成长红利，使您对华金融投资更顺心。为跨境资金管理提供全方位服务，从跨境人民币集中收付、跨境双向人民币资金池，到本外币一体化资金池，中国银行为您打通境内外人民币资金运用各环节，让您的跨境资金管理更放心。每一次探索都开辟新未来，每一次连接都牵动新机遇。中国银行跨境人民币服务，助力您的全球业务再续锦绣篇章，牵丝成锦，秀美全球。中国银行跨境人民币业务与您共襄锦绣。 时代的巨浪浩浩荡荡，日益开放的世界市场激发了更多机遇。中国银行把握时代脉搏，构建人民币国际化的锦绣新格局。中国银行机构覆盖5大洲60多个国家和地区，拥有1万余家境内网点和560多家境外网点，凭借领先的清算网络，打造一点接入、服务全球的服务体验。中国银行积极投身人民币国际化进程，保持跨境人民币结算量第一、清算量第一，海外人民币清算行数量第一，专业值得信赖。中国银行坚持融通世界、造福社会的使命引领，在跨境人民币业务领域，用5全服务打造5新体验，为跨境贸易提供全流程服务。通过灵活便捷的跨境人民币汇款和信用证结算、贸易融资支持及远期结售汇和利率汇率掉期产品，中国银行奉献100年专业积淀，助您跨境贸易往来更舒心。为来华企业提供全功能服务，协助办理各类直接投资登记，专户管理资本金汇入和使用，提供跨境贷款，协助发行熊猫债。中国银行将全球服务与本土智慧相结合，助您来华创业更安心。为企业走出去提供全周期服务，在企业初创期办理境外账户开立和资本金汇出，在企业成长期协助管理汇率风险，在关键时刻给予跨境担保和融资支持。中国银行陪伴您开拓全球市场，助您走出去经营更省心。为对华金融投资提供全渠道服务，通过债券通、沪深港通、跨境理财通、QFI、CIBM 等各类渠道，中国银行助您分享中国资本市场成长红利，使您对华金融投资更顺心。为跨境资金管理提供全方位服务，从跨境人民币集中收付、跨境双向人民币资金池到本外币一体化资金池，中国银行为您打通境内外人民币资金运用各环节，让您的跨境资金管理更放心。每一次探索都开辟新未来，每一次连接都牵动新机遇。中国银行跨境人民币服务，助力您的全球业务再续锦绣篇章，牵丝成锦，秀美全球。中国银行跨境人民币业务与您共襄锦绣。
各位来宾，希望大家吃午餐吃得愉快。我们即将开始下一场的论坛，我们有请所有的贵宾可以移步到宴会厅。我们稍后将会开始今天下午第3场论坛。Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to start panel number 3. And before that, we also have a speech. We'd like to invite everyone back to the main ballroom right now, please. Do feel free to bring your lunch as well as your drinks into the ballroom and enjoy yourselves. Continue with your lunch at your table. Thank you.
國際喺新加坡已有超過30年發展歷史，係新加坡最大嘅綜合地產建築商之一。公司從1987年喺新加坡開展建築承包業務，目前青建國際擁有3間最高建築資質 A1 嘅子公司。公司承建各類項目超過100個。為新加坡累計建造4萬多套政府組屋，執行共管公寓及私人公寓，多次獲得 BCA 頒發嘅環保與優雅建築商卓越獎，獲得中國建設工程境外老頒獎、BCA 建築卓越獎、建屋發展局建設獎等30餘個獎項。青建國際積極推進建築產業化發展。係新加坡第2間取得混凝土結構預製裝飾模塊建築批准證書以及生產許可商證書嘅 A1 總包商。公司技術成熟，管理完善，擁有豐富嘅專業技術同管理人才，以及 PPVC 製造工廠，有多個 PPVC 項目在建設。自身開發 LaCrest 商住綜合體項目，亦係採用 PPVC 建造技術。 2008年，青建國際開始喺新加坡從事地產開發業務，累計開發項目超過20個，面積近1000萬平方尺，包括執行共管公寓、私人公寓、商住綜合體、工業寫字樓等。2012年獲得新加坡外資房地產企業銷售套數排名第一。2013、2015年至2018年分別獲頒新加坡10大開發商。開發嘅項目榮獲多項東南亞房地產頒發嘅房地產項目類獎項，並榮獲10項建築局綠色標誌超金獎。2017年，青建國際嘅住宅單位銷售數量喺新加坡排名第一。同年獲得嘅順福拆遷項目係新加坡史上最大嘅集體銷售項目之一。2018年，青建國際獲頒新加坡最佳開發商，獲得地產重要獎項近20項。青建國際注重智能家居、智慧社區嘅建設同開發，不斷提升客戶生活品質。從2015年推出 High Life 為生活智慧社區服務平台以嚟，已經推出多個提供智慧家居技術嘅執行共管公寓項目，帶動咗新加坡智慧地產產品嘅提升。2018年 High Life 獲得新加坡金字品牌獎。截至目前，新加坡有約150個住宅項目採用 High Life 智能社區服務，佔總公寓數量嘅20%。同時 ，High Life 智慧社區服務系統正逐步推廣到越南、泰國、斯里蘭卡、印度等國家。喺香港同澳門市場，青建國際擁有35年嘅業務經驗，擁有政府頒發嘅最高資質嘅地基牌照同私人建築牌照，承建咗逾100項地基同上蓋工程，獲得香港房屋委員會、香港建造業總工會等機構頒發嘅多個獎項。工程包括公營機構工程、私營機構工程、上蓋工程。青建國際擁有豐富嘅設備資源、先進靈活嘅技術設計能力、經驗豐富嘅管理團隊、廣泛嘅客戶資源、業界嘅良好聲譽等競爭優勢。2018年，青建國際喺香港取得2幅土地用於住宅地產開發，標誌住公司正式啟動香港地產開發業務。喺區域業務拓展方面，青建國際擁有一帶一路嘅區位優勢，目前喺馬來西亞、印度尼西亞、越南、柬埔寨獲得多個工程項目以及地產投資項目。2017年5月，青建國際與長城環亞國際投資有限公司合作成立長城青建一帶一路產業發展基金，為公司未來發展提供咗新嘅增長空間。青建國際擁有強大嘅發展後盾。青建集團係國家建設部首批特級資質建築企業之一，連續多年被評為中國500強企業同 ENR 250全球最大250強國際承包商企業，並榮獲多個獎項，包括多個中國建築行業工程質量嘅最高榮譽魯班獎。喺2016、2017、2018年中國對外工程企業營業額100強排行榜，青建集團排名分別為15、16、14，位居地方企業前3名。青建集團喺包括東南亞國家嘅近30個國家開展業務，喺技術、資金、人才、管理等方面，能夠與青建國際一齊發揮積極嘅協同效應。青建國際緊緊抓住國家一帶一路政策以及世界經濟發展帶嚟嘅機遇，努力成為一個公眾尊敬嘅東南亞地區最具影響力嘅建築地產綜合企業集團，並逐步發展成為一個具備全球競爭力嘅國際化公司。
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've had a wonderful lunch. We also saw a lot of people getting busy by submitting their feedback during lunch at the polling booth, and that's where you can get a free book, and that's Ray Dalio's new book, How Countries Go Broke. You can continue to submit your feedback and allow us to get more comments from you. This will help us to become better for our coming years and for the next Future China Global Forum. We're just getting ready for the next session, but right now I'd like to thank everyone for joining us right here. 我们也想借此机会向支持2025年汇演中国环球论坛的各个赞助商表示我们衷心的感谢，这包括了白金赞助。
And we want to thank platinum sponsor OCBC, Bank of China, and also gold sponsor Huatai Security, JP Morgan, and also platinum sponsor and international Huawei International, Kepler International.
Streams, Temasek, Tencent, Vocalbeats.ai and WinTech Nano. 感谢我们所有的赞助商对于我们论坛的订。
We want to thank all our sponsors for their great support.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for right back at this main forum after your lunch. We hope you had a wonderful session. We're going to have an exciting afternoon coming up next. The next session is going to be a speech by President of Shandong Overseas Friendship Association, and we're going to begin right now. 各位来宾，接下来我们有请山东省海外联谊会邓云峰会长为我们上台致辞，有请邓会长。
Honorable President, our guests, good afternoon. It's a delight for me to join with everybody to attend Future China Global Forum. China and Singapore has been a friendly neighbor for a long time. In 2023, the two states have established an all-round, high-quality and looking-forward relationship. This is a 35th anniversary of the diplomatic ties. In this June, President Xi, when he met our Prime Minister Lawrence Wang, he reiterated to hold this long-term relationship and to develop the China-Singapore relationship and to make sure we have full speed towards our relationship. This is a directional for us to develop in our future. For the Future China Global Forum, this is a great platform for us to understand each other, mutual understanding, and to develop our opportunities to collaborate together, and for a better future. Ladies and gentlemen, our guests, we are undertaking historical momentous. The supply chain in the world has been undergoing historic changes. We are facing challenges, and China, we have encountered the uncertainties from the international and domestic environment to showcase the resistance and our vitality of the economy. In the first half of this year, the GDP of China has increased 63.5 trillion, which is 5.3% year-on-year growth. This is our advantages for our vast economy. China has 1.4 billion population and has a vast potential for investment. And we are guiding our demand with our supply to have a ecosystem for supply, technology, and human talents. Our consumption receipt has been reached 48 trillion, has been ranked fourth for the consecutive years. In the global economy circumstances, China has been focusing on new development engines. For the past 8 consecutive years, we have had double-digit growth. For last year, we have more than 3.4 trillion development in R&D, especially in the biochemical and aerospaces. In the first half year of this year, we have more than 9.5 growth, has showcased a momentum for our growth. China has been sustainably getting momentum for our development, especially for our industry and opening up. And to create a best environment for business and to facilitate with the opening and facilitation environment. China is the first global foreign investment destinations as well as the services. For the past years, now and future will be the destination for foreign investment. Our distinguished guests, Shandong is one of the most populous provinces in China, as well as in both economy as well as culture. It has registered residents and registered residents more than 100 million, and is the top 3 of China's GDP. It's one of the strategy points of China's provinces, and it has been renowned for its cultural as well as economy. President Xi has always been paying a high appreciation as well as concern and care for Shandong province. And in this, under these circumstances, we are trying to unleash our best practices and to undertake our reform and opening up. And trying to continue to lead the development of sustainable and eco-resistant, and to open a new chapter for Shandong provinces. The first half year of this year, Shandong has surpassed the 5 trillion GDP. It's more than 0.3% of our year-on-year. For the support with the societies as well as the government, Shandong and Singapore has been closely working together, has yielded a lot of outcomes. The first will be the economic exchanges has been expanding. We are the first economic and exchanges between Singapore and China, which is the Shandong Economic Trade and Council. It's also laid the foundation of the industry cities. We also have forums for levels at high stake. In 2024, in Shandong and Singapore, has matched 73.9 billion of the exchanges for the investments. And there are more than 1,000 of Singaporean companies who have invested in Shandong province. Our research and technology exchanges have been developing as well. We have more than 45 pairs of exchanges between Shandong universities as well as universities in China. We have labs for Shandong University as well as NTU. We have also have labs for research labs for in areas like skincare as well as the research development for other research projects.
And we have a lot of cultural exchange in Singapore. In Shandong, we established a cultural center, and we organize Singapore Shandong Culture Week. And also, we have Shandong promotion events and various cultural events. This help to promote the cultural exchange between two places. and distinguished guests, and to our friends. President Xi has actually emphasized that China wants to maintain high quality, opening up development, and we want to collaborate with Singapore. And our Shandong collaboration and development have been steady and rapidly, and we have potential, and we eagerly look forward to develop a new mutually beneficial cooperation projects, and we want to make use of our good potentials and the production factors. And we also have this upcoming project of building a Jinan center, and we want to build a leading new industry development, and want to, together when we build a more resilient and competitive production and supply chain. And let's work together to open up new areas for cooperation. And we want to implement the free trade treaty between Singapore and China, and to jointly develop new trade hub, and to develop multilateral system mechanism so as to build our market, and let's work together. And we want to eagerly welcome all our Singapore enterprises to work with us to build the economic to build the economy of Shandong, as well as to go green, and to explore new areas for development. Let's work together and to develop a new blueprint, and to grab the development new opportunity to deepen our development in all areas, including industries, in people-to-people exchange, and also to develop artificial intelligence, oceans technology, and we want to have more development opportunity in the future. And distinguished guests and friends, we want to build a better future, and we want to welcome all of you, select Shandong as your development base, to build a mutually beneficial economic process. And we want to wish all of you good health and good wealth. Thank you. Thanks. We want to thank our President Deng Yunfeng for his speech. Now our theme for the forum is China's policy, economic transformation, and industrial development. If you have any question, you could actually scan the QR code behind your name tag and to submit your question. Let's now welcome our moderator, Olivia Xiong. Let's welcome her. And also we want to invite our speakers, Madam Lo Lao, Mr. Shen Jianguang, Ms. Liang Hong, Mr. Zhang Yue, and Professor Yao Yang. Let's welcome them.
Our discussion, I'll hand it over to our moderator. Please welcome Ms. Olivia Xiong.
Thanks to our MC. Good afternoon to you. I hope that you have an enjoyable lunch. After lunch, we have to digest our food. We also want to digest a very important topic, which is about China's economy. You know, China. I'm a reporter that's been reporting on China's news, and a lot of people ask me, China's economy, what happened to it? And normally before I want to give my answer, I will pause for a while, because this is a topic that everyone are very concerned about, but we do not have a simple answer. So I'm really, really honored that we have a lot of experts on our stage to help us answer questions.
I'm from CNA, which is an English news network headquartered here in Singapore, available globally. And we are hoping to tell stories that help our audiences understand Asia. And really, for me, asking questions has really been a privilege of mine. And I'm glad that I'm able to do my job here today and get to pose questions to this very esteemed panel of experts. And today, our topic is on China's economic transformation. And there are many angles to look at this, and you might be wondering what's in store for me. But really, what we want to do here is to give you an inside look into China's economic transformation. And sitting here are the insiders to this topic. I'd like to introduce the panel over here. To my right, I have Yao Yang Jiao, who is the Dean of Dishui Lake Advanced Finance Institute at the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. A round of applause, please. And sitting next to him is Dr. Liang Hong, the Institutional Business Committee Chair of Huatai Securities. Thank you for joining us. For the first time at this forum, right, Dr. Liang? Yes. And Zhang Yue, who is the Chairman and CEO of Broad Group 远大科技集团董事长兼总裁，欢迎。
Let's welcome Chairman and CEO of Broad Group.
Shen Jianguang, Vice President and Chief Economist at JD.com. Welcome. Last but not least, on the far end, Dr. Lola Wetzel, who is the Managing Partner of Global 6 Limited. So let's not waste any time and let's begin. 首先，我想先跟
First of all, I'd like to have a quick question and answer session. And could you just give us an answer in one word? And I'd like to tell our audience that this part is not being rehearsed. So first question is, starting from Professor Zhang, from 1 to 10, what's your level of optimism in Chinese economy? 1 is totally not optimistic. 10 is very optimistic. I would put 6. How about Dr. Liang? 6 as well. I think it's 5. And you're so pessimistic, so I'll be optimistic. I'll put 8. I think we are able to support the consumer group. 8.8. Oh, that's a very auspicious number. So I have a second quick question to ask. And do you think Chinese is able to achieve a 5% growth rate, the target of 5%? Do you think you can achieve that? More or less. That's a new answer. I've not thought about it. I think so, because Chinese government's target is about 5%, more or less. So I think we definitely can hit it. I think we will be able to reach this target.
Idea. 所以我第三个快问快答题，然后也是最后一个。
So the last quick question: do you think that China is able to achieve more than 5% growth rate? Do you think China is able to achieve more than 5% growth rate? Probably not.
Don't think it matters, okay?
Because nobody is thinking it's going to be 6 or 4. It's 5% around.
非常有意思的答案，张董。
我还是旧的话题。
I have not thought about it, so it's the same. I think same as Dr. Liang, whether it's higher or lower, it's not really meaningful. I think the quality growth is more important, and the efficiency is actually more important.
The question is for next year.
And we should get into that. But Dr. Wetzel, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Thank you for those answers. Before we dive into expanding on what all this means, I think it really sets the stage for our discussion. We're going to have about 40 minutes of discussion, but I would like to also save some time for the audience to ask questions. If you look at your badge, there is a QR code for you to send, and you can, to scan rather, and you can start submitting your questions already for our panelists here. But to kick things off, Professor Yao, I'd like to start with you. Last year we were on this very same panel, also talking about China's economy, and there had just come off a slew of stimulus measures, wide-ranging measures following some economic data that had been released. And this week we saw data for August being released, retail sales, as well as factory output, seemingly its growth a bit sluggish. Is this deja vu? Do you expect more stimulus on the cards?
Well, compared with last year, I'm actually more optimistic about the Chinese economy. If you look at the first half of the year data, it's not bad, right? It's a 5.3, but of course, export took a large chunk, 1.7, was contributed by export. Right? So domestic demand is still very weak. But why the government hasn't taken kind of a gigantic stimulus package? I think it's because in the last so-called 2 sessions, the government already announced a large stimulus plan. So this year, in total, the government is going to take 12 trillion RMB debt. Right? So that's already quite big. And the first half the year growth was good, right? So I don't think we're going to see more stimulus in next several months.
So the bottom line, you don't think there's going to be more stimulus the rest of the year? I wonder, Dr. Wetzel, I'm looking at you. How would businesses react to that from your perspective? Do you agree?
Well, I think where the stimulus has had a direct effect on industries and where there's been subsidies, then of course business is responding with typically with overcapacity. So I think this kind of subsidizing on the supply side actually has a lot of risk associated with it. Typically it happens at the local government level, and then that creates protectionism as well. So in general, I think, as I said, you can achieve some short-term goals, but that may not be a good idea.
Dr. Liang, I wonder though, so having heard those perspectives about stimulus and perhaps looking ahead to whether or not there's further reform, I'd like to get your take, because if we look at the Chinese stock markets or equity markets right now, there seems to be a lot of optimism and momentum. But at the same time, this seems to, according to some observers, it seems to be delinked from the macroeconomic data. Could you help us reconcile that? Or do you agree with that perspective?
If you talk about the stock market, stock market is inherently priced the future, not what is existing today. So what the Chinese equity market, both onshore as well as in Hong Kong, is telling people the future of China growth, companies' earnings, is much brighter than people thought at the beginning of the year. And I think that has a lot to do with innovation, the DeepSeek moment, but it also reflects the geopolitical changes happened so far, just like in the noontime, the session, when people talk about some of the concerns of US assets. And actually, very little is asked or hinges on stimulus.
You mentioned the DeepSeek moment. Are there particular sectors that you are, looking into when you give us this assessment? Is it only AI, or increasingly we're also hearing a lot about robotics, for example, unitary?
I think it's rightly called the DeepSeek moment. it is a catalyst or a reminder that the Chinese economy, particularly the private sector, remains to be very innovative and dynamic. So it is not just in AI, in iRobotics, in innovative drugs. If we look across the board, a few, maybe 5 to 6 industries that investors believe will define the growth rate of a country in the next 5-10 years. In all those sectors, the leading competing companies are mostly either the US or the Chinese. And that gave a thought on last year, for example, a very persuasive narrative that China is going to follow Japan, who is going to have like lost 3 decades. And in that note, Chinese companies' private sector seems to be much more resilient and innovative. So it's very much across the board. Also, in new consumption, a lot of people were hooked up, like really become fans of Labub. That is innovative in consumer products. So it's not just tech.
讲到创新这一块，我想请问张董，就是目前中国经济在
I want to ask Mr. Zhang, because we know like the board group has been advocating green and being innovative in the green technologies. So under current economic circumstances, in which specific areas do you think that has the most potential? China's manufacturing industry is very powerful. We have been exporting many products, no matter it's a heavy industry products as well as the capability. Even for research and development, we have potential to exporting more. In China itself, the construction itself is like is not really having a lot of potential inside domestically. We've been trying to advocate the establishment of automation lines, etc. And then to countries that are really lack of labors in those developed countries. And it's also actually against the rule of the capitalism. There is a huge demand, but however, in those big cities, small cities, in those developed countries, they really lack the fundamentals, which is housing. So I think that's the issue. Because if lack of housing is a structural problem, it's a limitation. It's a structural problem. It's very fundamental. So the fundamentally for construction workers, etc., their profession is not really regarded highly. So when the market is really developing or developed, there are also huge opportunities over there if we look at that perspective. But if we think of another way to look at it from the development of human development industry, we have like AI, we have a lot of automation, we have robots, and even we have driverless cars. So we have a lot of like uncertainties. But in some areas we have like very materials that's not developed enough. So those are some sectors we can think about it. So sometimes it's very controversial because our human society has been developing a lot. We have a lot of technologies, but on the other side, we are still relying on those materials that's not sustainable or. So this brings me to think, like whenever we're always thinking about AI or technologies, but however those fundamental questions, like the materials that really concerns us, the deep waves or the etc. That's really concerning. Singapore has a unique position. In Singapore is the first top country that importing sands. Why? Because Singapore needs the sand constructions to build land, to build houses. Why? And we have so many garbages we need to to clear. We need to really think ahead, to think about how to balance the environment, how to balance the safety. So you mean like not just for new technology industries, you also advocating like how to innovate in the traditional industries. I have another point I want to ask you. It's about the stimulus. How to stimulate consumption? Do you think, for example, like we are replacing old equipment with new, or like there are subsidies for new loans? What do you think the actual impact is? I think the impact is very good. The result is very good. That's why I had some disagreements with other two speakers here, panelists here. That's one of the reasons or proving point for me. Last year, Chinese government has two fundamental transformations. That's how we maintained 5.3% of GDP growth in the first half of the year. The first one is we have stimulus measures from the finance ministry. We have the target of 4% of financial deficit. This is the highest of this year. So the finance department is trying to stimulate. The other segment is China has been always been stimulating from the angle of investment. However, we pivot the angle from investment to stimulate the consumption. This is a very fundamental change. And after this change, we have seen the momentous growth of the retail sectors. For example, to replace old increments of news, we have like the white goods, like a fridge, like TVs. We have gained momentum of growth. But why it has slowed down in June or July, it's August, because the stimulus policy is limited. But now we have a lottery system. What does this tell us? It told us that our people in China, they would like to consume. But we know the core of to consume is that you need to have a base. You need to have income. You need to have both. So others measures might be more longer term. Another one is transformation is the next year will be the 15th five-year plan. So this will have huge beneficial policies for rural areas. So this is our fundamental changes for the next 5 years. For the shorter term, in the second half of the year, if we do not have other stimulus measures, we might see some slowdown of the enterprises' growth, especially also the ones that some companies that are actually using their money for support these policies. China has a huge potential for consumption. If we unleash those limited measures, I do think we have a lot of potentials for consumption. For example, in Singapore, there are some famous ports for cruise. But in China's shipping, maritime, more than 70% of the maritime productions or manufacturers are in China. But however, China is not really a name or known as the cruise systems, the yachts and cruises. Like, for example, in Southeast Asia, everybody comes to Singapore and to enjoy the cruise. However, China, we do not. So for the cruise and the yachts, like we are one of the key levers or examples for us for the unleash the potential. I think the calculation is more than 1 trillion worth of the business volume. But then if you do not have policies that's beneficial to this kind of industries, then that will limit the development. Another example will be the automobile, which is worth than 1 trillion opportunities as well. Professor Liang, do you want to have some to follow up? Because Professor Shen will have some different opinions. Well, I think because Mr. Shen is from Jingdong.com, JD.com, and he must have the first-hand information for the consumptions. We know, like in China, we have different contributor factors to growth of China's growth. Because we have, like, for example, the deflation factors of 1.4% due to that. So the actual GDP growth is around 2%. So I do not really think like it's as optimistic as you others. Ms. Liang, do you have any other opinions? China's economy has been recovering till May. And has slowed down in June and July. However, the drop is not in the sectors of in the white goods, but in the food industry and agriculture industries. We know, like, there are some restrictions after October for the public servants to restrict them to have over excessive for consumptions. So we saw some numbers is slowing down. However, this campaign has stopped already. So if we look forward for the October holiday, we will predict a growth. I also really disagree with Professor Shen's stimulus measures. We know, like, this replacing the old with new has made people to buy more products. But however, you don't really need to limit to buy those right products, and people have limited money. For example, if the measure is now, but you have such a limited money, you are actually using your future demands. And more importantly, the consumption recovery, in my opinion, is the confidence level of our residents, as well as recovery of the job markets. I would think, like, the job markets, especially like for our platform, like boss.com, is a recruitment platform in China. The job market in China has been recovering, and it's quite robust. That's why I gave it 6 points, because I believe we're already past the worst moment. We are growing back. And we might do 5% with the stimulus next year. And if we have more stimulus measures, we're gonna have more than that.
Businesses, governments who are interested in investing in China, what are you telling them to cut through the complexities that we are already seeing here when it comes to deciphering, how they should maneuver the complexities of China's economy? Stimulus, no stimulus. What is your take? What are you telling them? Could you share it with us, your insights?
Of course, and first of all, let me start saying I agree with a lot of what was said by the colleagues. So if you wanted to see a Chinese recession, you saw it. That was it. The last 3 to 5 years, we've had a Chinese recession. So, I mean, it's been growing at, you pick your number, 3, 4, 5. That's what happens when you deflate a major piece of your economy. So we deflated the real estate economy. We moved from 25% of GDP in real estate down to about 15. So, and what happened then? Well, everybody feels a bit poorer now. So we're not, our wealth effect happened. So so what are they doing? Well, they are repairing their balance sheets. In the first half of 2025, Chinese households added $2.5 trillion to their deposits. I'll say that again, $2.5 trillion. That's a lot of cash which went into the bank. And it's sitting there because it's not coming out. It's not going into real estate, and it's sort of moderately kind of some consumption. And on average, consumption, yeah, is okay, but not great. That misses the point in a sense of what consumption is growing. So we talk about auto. Auto overall is okay, but not great. EV is great. If you want to look at consumption growth that is double digits, go look at electric vehicles, but don't look at ICE engines. So the point being that innovation is the lifeblood of the Chinese economy and of the Chinese consumer. So next time our friends at Huawei come out with another phone, boom, you're going to see a big uptick in the purchases of those types of electronics. And yes, you will see more spending on LLMs because DeepSeek is good, and so we'd like to spend money on that. So all of this is to say that we advise people to look at those kinds of discontinuities, those kinds of innovation opportunities. That's where you should be going. Most profitability has to happen in sectors that are growing. It's very hard to grow in a sector which is shrinking. So focus on those growth industries. We always ask, why is Roger Federer a very rich man as a tennis player? They say, well, just think about it. Think about Roger Federer with a badminton racket in his hand. Would he still be Roger Federer? Yes, but he wouldn't be as rich, because tennis is a very well-paid sport and there's lots of advertisers. So you want to go where the money is the first thing. And then secondly, you have to compete. So in the words of another friend, China is the world's fitness center. It's the hardest place to compete. It has the most competition. And so, worldwide companies come to China in order to tune up, in order to get fit. And so, yes, this takes a lot of investment, a lot of hard work. The prize is ultimately a global prize. And as I think as Dr. Zhang was saying, the opportunities are global. The technologies that are being developed in China will go, especially because China is a red ocean most of the time. There's so much competition here that it encourages entrepreneurs to start looking beyond China. So we always encourage them to don't just think about this market. Think, it's probably big enough, you can probably scale, but wouldn't it be a great idea to show what Chinese technology can do in the world? And that's the real opportunity.
Thank you. So many points that we've touched on here: consumption, innovation, as well as a debate about stimulus. I would like to get a pulse check from the audience in the room. I'm going to ask you a question and ask the audience to put up your hand for whichever option you think is your answer. And that question is, which of these growth engines for China excites you the most over the next 5 years? And I know we have many business leaders and investors in the room, so it's great to get a pulse check here. The first option is consumption. The second, innovation and technology. Number 3, exports. And the last one, something else, maybe not on our radar yet. Okay, we're going to ask for a show of hands. Which growth engine for China excites you the most? Put up your hand if you feel it's consumption. Okay, a few hands over here. What about innovation and technology? That looks like a significant majority. What about exports? Am I seeing things not a single hand? One hand. CEO. And the last one, something else. I see a couple of hands. So the overwhelming majority being everyone's excited about innovation and technology. But when it comes to that sector, 沈博士,
a lot of people are very optimistic about innovation. We also know that currently a hot topic is it's actually anti-involution. And from the business standpoint, how do you view this anti-involution policy? How do you look at the impact? Anti-involution should be a happy problem. If you're nothing to nothing, then there's nothing to anti, and there's no surprise. So in China, a lot of things give us a surprise, and there are fierce competition. So, and when we answer the question just now about technology, about innovation, I think every year when you look at Chinese economy, you think that it's really challenging and a lot of difficulties. But why do I say that 5-year plan is very important? If you look at 5 years, you realize that this progress is it's really wonderful. Especially 5 years ago, no one can ever imagine that Chinese automobile is actually the world #1 in terms of export. 5 years ago, nobody could actually imagine that the artificial intelligence technology would actually rise up, and also no one can think of Hangzhou, one of the 6 dragons. So the planning is very important. So in 2025. If you think back, there are a lot of plannings are actually done well. So that actually made me think that a lot of people are actually very they're supporting innovation and technology because we see that in the past 5 years, in terms of e-commerce, we know that digitalization, the digital economy, its development. Recently, I went to Europe, and in Europe, the platform technology used in Europe are actually from US, but in China, the platform technology are actually derived from China itself. So these are the main differences, and I think this is really good. And I want to mention that. And I'm quite strange. I feel puzzled why people are not optimistic about exports. But I think what will caught us by surprise would be that the export would be far above people's expectation. And although in terms of exports to US, it's actually low. But in terms of export to ASEAN, Southeast Asia, it will be actually very rapidly developing. So I think the stock market in China and Hong Kong are actually outperform the expectations. So I have made a prediction that one important factor is technological progress, and also the negotiation between China and US are actually better than what people expect. And also in the first half of the year, China achieved 5.3%, but the stock market didn't rise up. But in these few months, we see that the market is decelerating, but the stock market is coming up. So this is what Professor Liang was talking about. This is about expectation. So if it compare with the world, anti-involution in a lot of countries like Europe, they don't think much about it. They just lie down and not do anything. So I think involution in China is actually is a problem in progress. So a lot of industrial optimization and domestic optimization, and also enhancing welfare for the people. I think these are actually good for the people, for the economy. But there are a lot of long-term issues. So that is in the next 5-year plan. I think this is a very important planning. So we have to actually reflect all this in our plan. So I'd like to ask about anti-involution. It also involves excess capacity, and also there are more and more businesses going overseas. So for broad group, you have been expanding your overseas market in the past. So when you go global, what are the things that you take into consideration? When we talk about involution in China, since opening up and reform, it have already started. That means in the past 40 years, 4 decades, we already have involution. It's just that now it is now that it is more severe. Because of internet and it become more severe. So people didn't realize that you can have high quality, you can actually use your core competitiveness of the product to actually get your market. And people think that they can only compete in prices. So I think we need to have a broader perspective. And if you believe that your products are able to actually win the long-term customers, I think this is internal issue. Second is about core competitiveness. The most important thing is actually original innovation, original creation and innovation. If no businesses are doing any innovation, I think that the involution will become worse and worse. This is really a repercussion. So it will get worse and worse. So if we realize the involution is getting more severe, so I have to focus more on R&D and to come out with original creation and innovation. And also For example, we have our company have actually done a lot of put in a lot of money in our creation to create original innovation for our construction materials, and also to establish our R&D and our framework, and also our production. So I think we need to have a far sight, but optimistically speaking, we still have opportunity because the world's market is so big. So our targets have to be far. So I think Chinese market can actually go into any countries in the world, far or near, wealthy or non-wealthy countries. So on the whole, I am optimistic. And we just need to suffer for a while, and we will start to see the direction clearly. And I think the world space is really huge. So the capability of Chinese people are super. And I don't think there's any countries in the world are able to compete with us in terms of the strength, our manpower, whether it's our fighting spirit or our learning spirit. I think we actually are very strong. So I think evolution will not be long-term, and I think it will get better in the future.
And we saw the perceptions towards the potential of exports. And we have to talk about the ongoing trade tensions between China and the US. Just today, we are anticipating a call between the presidents of these two countries. Professor Yao, where do you see this trade war going, and how much impact do you think it will have on China's economy? Will a call or even a potential meeting, you think, move the needle here?
Well, I have been always optimistic, more optimistic than most people on US-China relations. And turned out that my optimism has been right? So you can see there have been 4 rounds of talks between US and China. And the latest round just to decide on the fate of TikTok. That's very important, right? Because it's like a hot potato in the hands of President Trump. And this time, the two sides are going to solve this problem. And the call between the two leaders will not only decide on the details of the TikTok deal, but also going to decide on the overall negotiation between the two sides. I think in the end, we are going to see that both sides are going to levy 10 to 20% new tariffs on both sides' goods. So in the end, adding on the first round, the 20%. So we're going to rest with 30 to 40%. Tariffs, okay? So compared with other countries, that's going to be very good. And I also believe that both China and the United States are going to open up more investment opportunities for companies from both sides, right? So looking forward, I think we're going to see stabilization of US-China relations over the next several years.
Dr. Wetzel, from your point of view, do you agree with Professor Yao? Because the other thing besides the trade war, we are also seeing a greater overlap between geopolitics and business. Thinking of TikTok, NVIDIA, Huawei. How should firms handle this?
Well, I mean, it's, so to your question, do I agree or not? I would say, in the words of Zhou Enlai, it's too soon to tell. This is the Asian century. Let's start there. Over 50% of global growth will be in Asia. The consumer, the trade, the investment, the technology, it's all here. And China is the center of that. So this is the Asian/Chinese century. And there's no way back from that. So in that context, to quote Kishore, America's having a hard time being number 2. And this has created friction. And there will continue to be that friction. And China Southern, for example, just opened a nonstop flight to Mexico City. I'm sure this will create a response. Our leadership, China's leadership, just made a trip to South America to visit the Shanghai port, which will be one of the largest pieces of infrastructure in America's backyard that has no American investment in it. And so clearly there are places that we can see tension. That said, I think that the world is a big place. Chinese enterprises are appropriately cautious about their expansion strategies into North America. They would frankly prefer, I think in most cases, to go pretty much anywhere else. And for their part, American-based multinationals are still very interested in China. And we see success on the consumer front. We see success in the pharmaceutical area. I would say many of the larger pharma companies, over 10% of their molecules come out of China now, and that number is rising. So there are good reasons for continued engagement. So it's only appropriate at this stage to recognize that the past is not prologue. We do not know. And so we need to invest more in the geopolitical risk capabilities, which is something that I think for Chinese firms is a new thing. They do not have those information gathering capabilities. And so I would hope that they do invest in some of that and start to think more about what is that next wave of global governance going to look like. Yeah.
沈博士想回应吗？
对对对，我这个刚才因为 stimulus。
Professor Shen, do you want to comment? So I actually really agree with you, Professor, about the China-US relationships. Because, for example, like the exporting for China was very pessimistic from the predictions. And just now from the board of the room, we also are very negative about the outlook of exporting next year. But however, I don't know if you noticed, US has been imposing higher tariffs 7 years ago, and this is another round. But however, if we see the talks, it's already been stable, and we do think it might be lower in the future. And at the same time, Vietnam has been imposed another 20%. Even India has more tariff as well. I think Singapore has a bit lower, but it also has tariffs. So if you compare across the other countries, the differences of the tariffs is actually reducing. So this would be beneficial to the exporting for Chinese enterprises. And this is not just to exporting, it's also the foreign direct investment too. We saw like many enterprises went overseas or to transfer the supply chain overseas. But if we take a look of now and even next year, for these overseas markets, actually the tariffs are as high as China. And China's enterprises, actually they're highly competitive. If you have a small differences for them, they are really resilient. So if I think of this angle, I disagree with you. And for the exporting outlook for next year, I do think it's underestimated. I do want to add one more point, because US, they are also imposing additional tariffs about the original countries. This as high as 40%, and for now there is no impact at all, because China's companies, for example, if they made in over China, but however, if the serious numbers they detected the origin is from China, there are still like additional tariffs. The fundamentals between US and China has not changed. US has been focusing on finance. However, China is doubling down their manufacturing. There are different aspects of the key strategies. It has to be complementary. The US has to import the products made in China. And we've been talking about the geopolitical risks, and which is a disadvantage to China. But from what we observed until now, it's on the contrary. Professor Shen said the advantages of the Chinese enterprises will be even more. I totally agree. Because Trump is imposing a lot of tariffs to all the countries, and those countries actually is removing the competitiveness of overseas enterprises, not China. Which other markets are you outlooking if you are going overseas? I think the primary markets should be developed countries. I've been seeing Chinese companies has not really been paying a lot of attention to developed countries besides the US. So for me, I think for companies, especially for technology companies, do not really follow the trend of just going to the Western countries. For example, in robotics industry, I think we are already seeing the trend of leading the industries. Developed countries, they do have vast market. But if you want to seize the market, you need to pay attention to your originality, because if you do not pay attention to that, there are tariffs or policies, or they will use excuses or value propositions to prevent you to develop in those countries. The different countries can use the policies of like your copyright is not original, it's an upgrade or whatever. They will prevent you from entering those markets. And then those local enterprises, they will also lobby the Western governments. They have so many lobbyists in the congresses, etc. So their local enterprises also prevent you to develop in those countries. If you don't have original products, you don't have your IP, or you're copying their IPs, you will. Even the consumers, they might also have the psychology of not wanting to get your products. So we say you need to pay attention to those advanced developed countries, but you need to pay attention to your property rights. It's like our corporation, we've been saying like only the originality can have long-term sustainable growth or higher value-added products. We shouldn't just focus on labor-intensive, but also high value adds.
Audience. We've been talking a lot about perhaps some of the short-term challenges facing China's economy. You mentioned your optimism level in terms of prospects was at 6. I wonder if this also factored in perhaps some of the longer-term challenges. For example, an audience member has asked about China's shrinking and aging population. Do you see that as a challenge?
Well, my answer to you, the 6, is only for this year. But I highlighted, I think Dr. Shen also highlighted, I don't think many people have faith in the next 5 years if China's growth is going to be maintained at 5% around, and much higher in dollar term. So I think this is what is exciting the equity market, the future paths in the next 1, 2, 3, 5 years are going to be, you did a survey on innovation, consumption, exports. Actually, I think they are the same. Without innovation, like Mr. Zhang said, China cannot move up the value chain, cannot create higher value-added jobs, and therefore cannot have 1.4 billion people have a higher income per capita. There's no subsidy in the world can support consumption of people of that size. We have to earn it. So if you're bullish on China's innovation, you should be bullish on China's consumption. And with that, you should be very bullish on China's exports, because we already started to see Chinese companies become leaders in global sectors like Ningde Shitai cartel. Right? And I want to do an advertisement for Mr. Zhang, because I think many of you probably don't know the product he has. He really, I think he's one of the few entrepreneurs who have really invested in original R&D for probably more than 10 years. And his question is, all this concrete especially in Asia, when we build our buildings, are not sustainable. So he's using a new material, probably many of you never thought about, 不锈钢, to build buildings. And he could have a very competitive priced building, high-rise building that can be built in a week of maybe more than 10 storage.
Super speed.
Yes. So your questions about short-term, some of the challenges, I think the market will look through on them. And also getting back to the question you asked about this US-China relationship. Back in 2018, I told some of my American friends, I said, the way you're doing this tariff at the end will create a competitor for yourself, and you will lose a customer. And this is 7 years, if we look back, what happened. I think one of the questions I haven't heard anyone mentioned is we talk about evolution, we talk about deflation, but on the other side, the productivity gain by Chinese companies have risen significantly. So despite all the challenges we have on tariff, on some of the technology restrictions, China's share of value added in the world has not come down at all. And China's exports, in global exports, has not come down at all. Right? And that also bears a question, which you haven't asked, I think in the morning session some people mentioned. If the world is worried about depreciation of fiat money, the RMB is incredibly competitive and solid. And in this world, it will face a lot of appreciation pressure. But I think if we at some point move to that front, a lot of the short-term solutions will have, a lot of problems will have more solution than you thought. For example, this aging. One question posed to me this morning was, will AI investment and robotics replace jobs in China?
In fact, that is also one of the questions that from an audience member. So Dr. Liang, what was your answer?
They are, but what kind of jobs are they replacing? It's the old factory sweat job they're replacing, and they are also replacing one of the areas we're watching is farmers in the field. Nobody wants to do that kind of job. The newer generation don't want them. So if you look at autonomous driving iRobots, where it was mostly applied, it was in labor-intensive factories, and it was used actually in farming. So we're not replacing lawyers, coders, and marketing people yet. We are replacing probably the aging labor force that's not going to be there anymore.
And this is something that we will have to watch as the years progress. And I thought it would be good to perhaps end on this note, because we've kind of run out of time. But I think it's important, given the different perspectives that we've seen on this panel and from the audience as well, different perceptions. So I think what would help me as a journalist reporting on China, and perhaps the audience as well, if you could share with us in just one very short sentence, what's one indicator that you feel we should be looking at to understand where China's economy is headed? Dr. Wetzel, maybe we start from you.
Can I give you two? Household deposits, and I like the fact that Mr. Yang mentioned productivity, so value added per worker, and the trend, those two trends.
Shen Boshi.
The price, CPI, housing prices. I think this price is the most efficient and the real indicator.
张董，您呢？
就是创新的投入。简单的说，就是你年收入里面有多大的比例是用于创新，这个肯定是决定公司也好、国家也好的命运的。不论是短期的命运、短期的成果，还是长期的命运，创新。
梁博士。
我觉得创新，但是
I think innovation is very important.
Area, how that is progressing, because that's the 就是卡脖子choking point for a lot of other innovations to be really reaping the full benefits.
姚教授 final word.
Okay, I think the nearest thing we need to watch is the outcome of the 15th five-year plan, right? What are going to be in there? That's going to decide China's direction in the next 5 years.
Well, thank you very much. We've unfortunately run out of time. I think this panel actually could go on for a whole other session or even the whole day, perhaps. At the start of this panel, I asked how exactly is China's economy doing? And I think we can see there is no single answer, and it's a complex issue that will continue to be watched. And I'm very grateful that we had our expert panel here to give us that insider's look and help us, from this short session, gain a better understanding of a very important economy in the world today. And thank you for your attention and participation. Thank you all.
A big hand, please, for all of our speakers, as well as our moderator, Ms. Olivia Xiong. Thank you so much, Olivia, for being a wonderful moderator, timekeeper, and also a wonderful storyteller. A group photo together, please.
Once again, let's thank all our expert speakers.
Now going into our next panel, and this will happen in 2 different ballrooms. First up, we have the next panel, the AI race, driving the next industry inflection. If you're joining that panel, please proceed to Begonia Main. This is located just behind the networking room, and our ushers will guide you along the way if you need to find the direction. We hope to see you in Begonia Main in just a while for the AI race. Concurrently, the Singapore-China Bilateral Relations Forum is also happening in Cassia Main Ballroom. If you've registered for that, please proceed to the room right opposite. And this is right next to the networking room as well for the Singapore-China Bilateral Relations Forum. Thank you so much for joining us right here. We'd like to invite you to proceed to the next panel. And you can bring your headsets along with you. And do remember to bring that back when you join us for the rest of the day as well. Thank you.